nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, Young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk.
Can't talk,
Golden era faded,
but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme.
popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat.
Back in the day, the rock had a violent free. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Rock used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, Young Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Back at us,
Even dancing in the rain,
now they nodding off.
shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, Young Galt, nigga. This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, Young Galt. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more,
It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk.
can't talk,
Golden era faded,
but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme.
popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat.
Back in the day, the rock had a violent free. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Eyes closed and they don't dance no more. Rock used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, Young Galt. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Back at us,
Even dancing in the rain,
now they nodding
shit
off.
just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, Young Galt, nigga. Hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. I don't know what happened with the OBS earlier. Sometimes that shit just has problems. Let me put the other camera on. Settings, other camera. Let me make sure the audio doesn't flip with that. So let me know how the audio sounds now. I just flipped cameras there. Let me know how the audio sounds. I'm on a different camera here now. So it's the top camera. How's the audio sound? Deacon Dave. Brian Nichols, yeah, new stream. In 8 ways, what's up, guys? Who else here? Brian Nichols. I was up on Be Brave channel. I was showing that earlier today. And I'm going to put the link in the chat. We just have a little conversation here on some of the streams we've done all week. I should change the title to this to like Industry Night or something like that. For the people that want to talk like social media content creators, we're going to talk a little bit of that. So it'd be kind of an industry night, as well as we talk about some of the news and some of the stuff that we streamed the last couple of weeks. Here's an article coming out. Well, I don't want to show an article. I like videos. I prefer videos. Deacon Dave, what's good? You know, this is one of the topics I was going to start this stream off with, so I might as well. Here it is, here. Yeah, there it is. With all the Doge in the news, you might find this interesting here. You hear me talking about this all the time. You see?
Overstaffing, a good example of overstaffing would be the IRS has got 1,400 people who are dedicated to provisioning laptops and cell phones. So if you join the IRS, you get a laptop and a cell phone, you're provisioned. So if each of those IRS officers or employees provisioned 2 employees per day, you could provision the entire IRS in a little more than a month. So 12 times a year,
It
you
doesn't
could
make any sense. Why
re-provision.
would you have 1,400 people whose only job it is to give out a laptop and a phone?
Right. The whole IRS could be handled once a month. So that doesn't make any sense. You've got overstaffing. A good example of overstaffing would be the IRS has got 1,400 people who are dedicated to provisioning laptops and cell phones. So if you join the IRS, you get a laptop and a cell phone, you're provisioned. So if each of those IRS officers or employees provisioned 2 employees per day, you could provision the entire IRS in a little more than a month. So 12 times a year,
It
you
doesn't
could
make any sense. Why
re-provision.
would you have 1,400 people whose only job it is to give out a laptop and a
And it just shows you one element of the gluttonous nature of the government. They just redundant job on top of redundant job there, and all of them are doing it. Just these are the people that are fighting Donald Trump. The people that have a lot invested in this, as you can clearly see here. All these jobs that are at stake here. Here's someone sent me a video here. Let me see what this is about before I play it.
Okay, so just
Yeah. So if you got invited to Italy, I need to know how many times I need to hang out with Tyler to be invited to Italy.
it was like a 3-day trip almost. I'm coming from Houston, and y'all,
Yeah,
come on. So he was like, "Look, go get the things that you need,"
Uh,
and I'm like, "That is so nice. I need." Undergarments, I need pajamas, I need
Yeah.
clothes, but I went to the Rolex store.
The white lady's incredulous. Tyler Perry gave her a black card. Said, "Hey, you don't have your stuff. I'll help you out here." And what did she do? She went to the Rolex store. And here's her saying that. The white lady couldn't fucking believe. You went where? To the Rolex store? You didn't even have panties. You lost your luggage and everything. And what? Man, I get so many emails from some of the listeners here, so I think I'll cover some of these emails here. Not that one just yet. Hey guys, feel free to come in the audience. What did you think about the interracial stream? Did I go a little bit too far? Deacon Dave, what do you think? I went a little too far with the interracial stream. I didn't mean any harm by that. I promise you that. Here's an interesting tweet here coming from a lady. We talk about this all the time, dating. And here's a lady. I want you to listen to what she has to say. Is there no volume? Well, here's a lady after matching up with 6,200 men, still hasn't found a match on Bumble, looks like. And we talk all the time, the women that have certain standards set, and maybe their standards are a little too high. If you've matched up with 6,200 men, is it that many? And you haven't found one on Twitter, man, it's probably you, probably not a them problem. I'm looking for an article. Oh wow, yeah, I want to cover this. It's something I want to talk about with HB here. Hey, what's up, Lindyloo? How you going, Lindyloo?
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up?
All right. Well, what'd you do? What'd you do? What do you mean? How did you go too far to somebody who told you went too far?
We did a little interracial stream, and I think it rubbed Stanley the wrong way. Yeah, I didn't mean for it to rub him the wrong way, but I think it rubbed him the wrong way there.
Oh yeah, I was on for a couple minutes. I remembered I was on for a few minutes. I didn't get a chance to listen to all of it. Kind of tried to tell you that he might not be so happy about it, but did he say something?
Yeah, he said he expressed it. He wasn't very happy with it. So I'm always cognizant of that. I can be a little rough around the edges sometimes, and I may not take that into account that other people aren't as rough as maybe I am, about certain things. But I didn't mean it in an offensive way. But if it came off as offensive, it really didn't matter what I intended then, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think when you put his son into it, and then the jokes about, I don't know, I don't even know if it was about his son so much. I think
Yeah, it wasn't about his son.
No,
Because there's so many
it was
Pajeets in the.
more of the implication that Stanley might take too much pride in the fact that, she's dating an Asian woman, and maybe, I don't know. When I saw him on here, he didn't seem too offended to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he was a little.
I didn't stick around a long time, but he didn't seem like overly offended to me.
No, I think he was a little upset about it, and so I was like, I don't think I see anything offensive. I didn't call his son any names, catch any aspersions, anything like that. No. But I think that I almost saw it as like achieving a goal. He's expressed this as he's talked very highly of the Asians.
Right.
So if your son found himself with an Asian, I mean, that is something to celebrate. That's the way I see it.
Well, I think the fact that it's just like they're just dating. They probably just started dating, and it's not like they're married. Maybe he's dating her and they're going out a little bit. Maybe he thought it was just like acting like they were like in this fully committed relationship that, Well,
I think it's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction. How about that? That, typically your type, I bet you line all my women up. They pretty much are all kind of within a spectrum. The women I've dated, the women I date. And, I think that, that's kind of how it works. That's just my opinion. What do you think, Deacon Dave?
I got it. What's up, Lindyloo? How you doing? What's up, John? What's going on? All right. I talked to Stanley extensively, and I think he had time to dwell on it by the time I got to him. I'm gonna say me personally, okay? I would not have had a problem with it, and everybody's different. He has a problem with it. So I guess in the sense from where he comes from, maybe you did, but if it was me, I would be totally fine. It's just maybe you guys have a dynamic in you guys' relationship to where he has certain limits that he feels that if you pass, then you're doing it.
Well, I tell you what, I wouldn't have went in pride and figured out who his son was dating, and cast aspersions to it like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Some feedback. I mean, he mentioned it. He made it public. So I didn't think that he, I didn't. So, but that was my thoughts on it. What's up, Kimmy Cakes?
And maybe because you guys were, maybe he didn't appreciate the fact that you guys were laughing about it, and just like overly laughing. I mean, it turned into like this huge joke, and he sometimes don't do well with that kind of stuff.
But I don't think his son was the butt of the jokes.
No, but no, not his son. I wouldn't say that so much, but maybe he felt like his son might have. But I think
Stanley wasn't the butt of the joke.
As the butt of the joke. I really don't know, because I don't know what he said. I don't know if he was how upset he was. I would have had to heard what he said.
What do you
hear him explain it?
What do you think, Kimmy Case?
I honestly didn't hear it, and I'm trying to find it. I don't know what it's titled as because the titles changed so much, but I don't know why his son having an Asian girlfriend is something to celebrate more than he just met a great person. And
Hi, Kimmy Cakes. I didn't see you come up because you're being covered up by your response.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Let me
That's right.
Hi, Lindyloo. More than his son met a great person. They're getting along nicely. And that could speak to his parenting, that he raised someone who can make good decisions for himself. I think that's more valuable than what she looks like.
John,
You know-
read what Black Manta put in the chat. He had I wish he would come up and say that, but I mean that could be a reason. Like I said, I'd have to hear Stanley's version of it. What made him so upset?
Well, no, we weren't when we talked about breeding the blackout. You know, I'm pretty sure I was speaking generically, and because I don't know what the texture of his hair is, I don't know what his complexion is, and I was saying
Well, he's
subconsciously.
mixed, so he's mixed. So.
But he could be along the spectrum. And again, I'm not talking about his son.
Right.
So if you a lot of black people don't like their hair, Lindyloo. I don't know if you know that.
Yes, I do know that.
You do know that. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of black people think that their skin makes them a target of racism. Their skin alone, not their behavior.
Right.
Their skin alone makes them basically stand out and be a victim. Would you say that's fair?
Yes.
My skin is my sin. They picked on me because I'm black, right? Racism, right? It sticks out. It stands out, right? And so, to me, it only would make sense if you have a gripe about racism and things like that. Your hair, right? And a lot of black women put a lot of effort into, like, you know, changing their hair. They put chemicals and shit in it. Why not change that shit where you don't need chemicals to do it anymore? Why not breed it out? No,
John, I'm just going to say this. This is what I'm going to say about women and their hair. Okay. I think men kind of forget one thing. It's not just black women that change hair. White women change their hair. That's what we do. We color it. We cut it. We, you know, I personally don't see anything wrong with, you know, I know that you guys do. I don't see anything wrong with you guys call them the wigs and stuff like that, but they just want a different look. And see, all women kind of do that.
I don't see anything wrong with any of it, to be honest.
I don't either.
I don't care.
I do.
But I do think the problem is that when you are wearing your hair because you don't like your underlying hair.
That's true.
That's the problem, right? If you just wore wigs because you want to look different for a night or two or whatever, but if you don't like that underlying hair that you have, that's what the problem I think is. And let me see if I can play this for you, Lindyloo, and you guys.
I think Kitty Cakes would be the best to respond to that. I mean, I don't know if you know. I'm not really the best person to talk about black women's hair, so I'm just saying I hear it a lot in the chat. I think to myself, that's just a woman thing, you know. We do things. We color our hair. We just do things differently all the time.
The Japanese girls that I went to college with, they were going to the Africans to get weaves sewed in their head. But because they naturally have very bone straight, fine, silky hair, people think that that's their hair. When it's really not. They braid down the hair just like the black girls do and get it sewn in just like the black girls do. They don't hate their hair. They just want it to be longer, or they want to be able to curl their hair because their hair doesn't really keep curls.
Lindyloo, listen to this. Listen to this, Lindyloo.
Oh, it wasn't. He was black.
Hold on, let me not show this.
Kimmy Cakes, that was me. I had bone straight hair. My mom would put these perms, or she'd take me somewhere to put perms just to hold a curl on it. I mean, it was I hated my hair.
Yeah, by my job, the local salon by my job is a hair extension salon for white and Asian women. And it's always full.
Yes.
Listen to this, Lindyloo.
I think he was black. His dad was black. His dad was holding him. I don't know if that was his dad, but yeah,
Not
seemed like that was his dad.
I just don't think Lil Will was black. His dad wasn't that. I mean, it was patchy, but
You heard it? I don't think that boy was black.
I mean, it was patchy, but it wasn't nappy.
Listen.
I just don't think Lil Will was black. His dad wasn't nappy. I mean, it was patchy, but it wasn't nappy.
Listen.
Well, it was
very effective.
They're debating his race.
There's a Breakfast Club.
And they're saying
it was so effective, right? But then you had people arguing, okay.
They're debating his race.
I don't know if that
and
was.
I want you to listen to this.
I just don't think Lil Will was black. His dad wasn't nappy. I mean, it was patchy, but it wasn't nappy.
She's saying he wasn't black to me because his hair wasn't nappy. You gotta have nappy ass hair to be black. And that's part of the struggle, Lindyloo. right? And who wants that struggle? Who want to deal with that shit every day? This is their mindset. I don't know what a white woman has deal with her hair, and they don't know either. But they know that current struggle. They don't want to deal with it. It's not attractive. That's why they wear the long wigs to mimic white women, gold blonde hair and shit like that. That shit doesn't come from black women's head naturally. It does come from white women's head. Some white women, at least.
I don't know. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of Black women that wear braids and more Afrocentric styles. They wear afros. They don't ever straighten their hair. They don't want to put heat on their hair. I mean, for every one person you can find in a wig, you can find someone who's very natural.
I don't believe that, Kimmy Case. But
put it to the test.
Well, I bet you if I were to Google black women, what do you think would show up on Twitter? You know, famous black women.
You have to understand that the media creates an image that they want people to see. There's a lot of black women who wear their natural hair.
Kim, come on now.
It's a fact. Look around. Open your eyes and look around.
I'm looking at the screen right here. I see Michelle Obama wig. Kamala Harris, she's not black, so we skip on. Rihanna wig. These are old people. Oprah, I know, is wearing some kind of.
These are terrible examples because they're not everyday people.
But
because they have to style their hair in so many different ways for so many different things.
All right. Around the way girls. I'm gonna look up around the way girls. Around the way sisters. Hey, you know what would be a good example? You know what would be a good test?
It's not real life.
Well, you know what's a good test? How about this? All them fight videos we see. Do we ever see any big old Diana Ross like afros? It'd be all wigs. Like Kimmy K, come on now. We gotta be real. Like,
it is real. It is real. You just don't know that, but it is real.
All right,
black women have long hair. Black women have short hair. Black women have natural hair. They'll wear a wig. They still have natural hair. I mean, you get all of it. And guess what? All women do it, not just black women.
Black women perm business. See how big that industry is.
Well, if you want to talk about perms being big, the women in India, they perm their hair a lot.
Yeah, we go
and they
all
sit in circles and do it. And it's a huge industry in India. And they already have long, beautiful hair. It's a fact. I'm not saying anything that I'm just making up off the top of my head to make people look a certain way, which is what I feel like you're doing. I'm not making that up.
Hey, John, Doc Rivers had a saying. I think it was Doc Rivers. He used to cover NBA games, and he would say, "When you reach, I teach." No, it was Mark Jackson. Yeah, when you reach, I teach. I think Kimmy's kind of reaching.
Yeah, she's reaching a little bit of that. Come on, Kimmy K. I mean, like, listen, Kim, like, I talk to some of my male friends. They be like, "Yo, that like they can't stand the weaves." I just covered a lady who can't even wash her hair. And that shit be stinking, like. Let me see if I can find this article.
That's a hygiene issue. That has nothing to do with like.
But you can't wash your hair with braids, can you? Can you wash your hair with braids?
You could wash your hair with anything. I don't wear braids. So I don't know, but I've seen women wash their hair. I mean, they go on vacations with braids. Their hair's getting wet. Like, it's not scientifically impossible. I really think.
Guys,
I really think the conversation is. I think there's just like a hatred for black women because other women do the same things too, and it's not as hated as when a black woman does it. And I think that goes back to self. Really, there's no way you can look at somebody in the world and don't like them that much for shit that has nothing to do with anyone else. They're not killing nobody. They're not committing crimes because their hair is styled a certain way. So when people have that much passion about something that's really not that important, that's really, you gotta self-reflect. That's deep.
John, how do you feel about women that wear makeup?
I don't even like a lot of makeup. Honestly. I don't even like a lot of makeup, to be honest with you. because I think it ends up hiding things, and then it gives you like a false sense of confidence, or a false sense of reality or something like that. And again, Kim, I don't think I'm hating anyone. Shit, my women, they're black, but I do think though that like putting that weave in your hair, putting those chemicals in your head, I think it's an indicator of something. They're trying to chemically change, and it does chemically change their natural hair. That doesn't come out of nowhere, in my opinion.
When women dye their hair, and every woman of every color dyes their hair, when people dye their hair, they're chemically changing their hair. Texture, quality, everything changes about that hair. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I just think it's an overemphasis on the fact that a certain group does it. I don't care if no one does with their hair. Whatever makes you happy. But I know in general, men don't like weaves and makeup and all that. They prefer natural beauty. And that makes sense. But women don't do that stuff for men. They, like Lindyloo said, they do it because they want to look different.
Do you think it's effective? Do you think wearing wigs?
You see some before and after. You're like, is that the same person?
What do you guys think? Free Zone Lou, Deacon Dave, what do you think?
I don't have a problem with it. It just lets me know what people to avoid. I'm not dealing with that shit.
Nah, me either. I had a chick. She used to say it was a protective hairstyle, and then she'd leave it in for months, and I left. I would leave for months.
Yeah, like I don't judge people for their decisions. Like if you want to do that, that's cool. But the consequence is, I just ain't gonna deal with you. But something good for everybody.
Kim McKay said there's as many women with natural hair as there are with weaves, wigs, whatever the hell they wear. Look at this representative sample of sisters on Pop the Bloom. What do you see, guys?
A lot of plastic.
The hair.
Yeah, that's nasty work.
And there's women with their natural hair there too.
Which one?
They're not all wearing weaves and wigs. Not all of them.
Which one got natural hair? Which one?
I'll have to look closer, but I think the one in the blue next to the lady in the red.
You know what's interesting about her, Kimmy K? She's Spanish. What? She's Spanish.
Uh-oh. Don't do that, John. She's black. No, she's black. Most black people claim every ethnicity of person. She's black.
You want to hear her talk? She's Spanish. And she got an accent.
Spain, John.
No. She from I think she said she's from Honduras or something. You gonna make me play it?
Honduras is a black country.
Oh, come on now, Kimmy.
John, Honduras is a black country.
All right. I think they create everything else, but no one listens to it.
Just like Colombia, it's a lot of black, just like Panama, just like the Dominican Republic. They're not white. They're black.
They're not. They would never say they were black down there. They don't. They say they're Dominican.
Pretty much.
Well, I've been to DR, and when I went to DR, they say that they're black. They just don't claim to be Black American. But in Dominican Republic, that I've been to, and I've spoken to people there, they're black.
I didn't know we were speaking globally. I thought we was talking about stateside women.
Well, I don't know. Y'all started talking about Spanish, and no one here's from Spain.
We're not ganging up against you, Kimmy. We're really not. We just want to keep it 100 so we can.
About me, so I don't understand.
I know. So we just want to keep it honest so we can move forward.
I feel like you can keep it honest, but I think a lot of it is hate. It really comes from a place of hate.
Kim, I don't know about these other guys. I think Dick and Dave and Free Zone Lou, or both of y'all guys married to black women, or just one, two of you guys?
No.
Oh, shit.
Like, why would it bother you so much what someone is doing with themselves and they're not hurting society? Like, why does it hurt you so much?
Well, it doesn't bother me.
No, not at all.
I do think, though, that the lack of honesty is, that bothers me.
It's troubling.
Don't get up in my face telling me I'm black and I'm proud. Black lives matter. And you don't really believe that shit. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to yourself.
But that's a them problem.
Well, but I think it becomes, an everybody problem when, these people are shoving something that they don't even really believe in everyone else's face and making you repeat this slared the narratives and the slogans. I'm black and I'm proud. And black is beautiful. Black girl magic. They don't believe that shit. These motherfuckers would breed that shit out of themselves so fast if they were allowed to. Like, how many Brahmins up here on the panel have heard?
I think that's the overgeneralization. You don't
How
really
many?
know that.
How many Brahmins up here have heard in their lifetime of a sister saying, he got good hair? I want me a baby with good hair. You guys ever heard that before? Give me 1 second, I'll be right back. Anyone ever heard that before?
I don't really hear women talking about men's hair. I don't know. that's different. They usually want money and height and things like that. But hair?
Let me ask Lindyloo this question. Lindyloo, is there such thing as good hair in the white community? Did you grow up saying, I want good hair? Ooh, he got good hair. Have you ever
It just depends. Like I had very, very, very straight hair. I had a friend of mine. She was my best friend, white. I mean, she had very curly hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted some of what she had, and she wanted some of what I had. So it just kind of all depends, what the style is at the time.
Did you ever want your,
I was in the 80s. I was in that 80s movement. So yes, there were people that had good hair and bad hair.
Mm.
Some people could never style it. Like, y'all are familiar with Farrah Fawcett, right?
Yeah.
That was big. Late 70s, 80s for a lot of white women to want to have that Farrah Fawcett look. Some of us could never achieve that because we just couldn't keep a curl in our hair, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it just kind of depends. And then, there's that big, poofy, curly, big hair, So it sort of depends on what the style was at the time or is at the time. You want that hair, no, I want that kind of hair. So yeah, we did have that, when the big hair came out, that worked for me. But, when that whole Farrah Fawcett thing and that whole layer look came out, that didn't work for me at all. So I was kind of like, nah, I didn't have the good hair. So, I mean, maybe it's not the same thing that, what you're talking about. But yeah, we did kind of have that, and we still kind of do, but it's not as bad as it used to be. Good hair, bad hair.
I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed. So yeah, I booked an appointment to get a silk press on Monday or Tuesday. Okay. I found this lady on Instagram. The business is called Round Brush Salon in Katy, Texas. Address 25145 Star Lane, Suite 901. I spoke to Goldie. I guess that was the name. So I told her that I can do Friday or Saturday. She told me the appointment, so I chose Saturday. She gave me a few option times. The times I wanted, they were already taken. So she told me to come at 5 on Saturday. So I took my faux locks down last night.
What are faux locks, Kimmy Cakes? What is that?
I think it's like dreadlocks that they just put in like braids.
Now she has hair, Lindyloo, and you heard someone say about protective style. I think it was Dick and Dave. So she's going from one protective style, faux locks, to another protective style. Is that what she's doing here, Dick and Dave?
I don't know.
Yeah, she said she wanted a silk press, I think. I don't know what that is.
That's when she straightens her hair.
Oh, so she's going to straighten. Okay, so now she's going from fake to real hair. Okay, fair enough.
Now let me tell y'all something. A few things I don't play about. Counter, my money, and my hair. Okay. Every person.
You got to have money for her hair. That's why she don't play about the money. And the nails.
Person I have found to do my hair in Houston has sucked. The beauticians here suck. Except for one girl. I'm lying. One girl. The girl that did my quick weave. She was cool.
What's a quick weave?
That I really don't know.
I know what that last word is. Weave.
Yeah. I guess maybe it's a process
So-
that's just faster than a normal one.
A quickie.
I'm headed to my appointment. I'm excited. I took my hair down yesterday.
And she actually has nice hair.
That's what I'm sitting here thinking, John. Like, their hair nice, man. Like, I don't understand. They got it. I don't get it.
You know, I'll explain to you, Deacon Dave. Is that Deacon Dave Free Zone?
They tried to hide the forehead.
That was me.
That was Free Zone.
What happened is that you see at the end, this shit dead right here. You know what I'm saying? She got cut this shit. All that, because that shit it's been permed. It's all fucked up, right? All this shit back here. What's gonna happen is her hair would be short. I know, man. I know these sisters. Am I wrong, Kimmy K? Very few of them will let it grow out like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, kudos her. You got cut all that shit. That's perm hair. You understand? That straight shit. You got cut all that shit, which means her hair is going to be short, and she's not going to be able to do a lot.
Because that you can cut. She can cut gradually, and it's also not a lot that she's cutting. I'm seeing like with my own eyes, maybe like an inch and a half of hair. That ain't a lot of hair to lose. That doesn't make anyone bald.
But what's she gonna do with that hairstyle? It's gonna be very difficult. Even though she has a good bit of hair, like, you know, there just aren't gonna be many options you can do with that hair. And she is a nice little girl. Yeah, that is true. She's my type with that out there. Weave.
I mean, she can do a lot with her hair.
It ain't long enough.
She can wear it up. She can wear it down. She can curl it. She can wear it straight. She can, a lot.
That's a lot of work.
So Kimmy.
Hair is maintenance. It is work.
So Kimmy, how much bread are we talking? That these, like, how much do they spend to keep the hair? Like, what's the hair budget?
Like for what? Though?
I guess I'm trying to figure out the average Black woman that does this. Like, what's their average hair budget? I
can tell you.
Let's say that I don't know. Let's say she's going to the Dominican salon and they're going to take her hair the way it is and blow dry it. That'll probably be $40.
Okay.
Trim, that might be an extra 10. She does need a hot oil treatment, so that might be like an extra. Let's call that 50 to 60. But then let's say after she continues to go, it'll probably be like $30, $40. Silk press is a little bit more expensive. I don't know why, but that's probably like 80, 90. And it just goes up from there.
Well, I can't really comment on this, on Black women's hair, because I really can't. So I don't feel like I should. But I do think that she could do a lot with her hair. I think it's cute the way it is. She could straighten it. She could curl it. Make it soft curls, big curl. I mean, I look at that and I think she could do a lot with it.
She can.
Hey guys, this is from the last stream. I want you guys to listen to this. It's a little low. I'll give you. I'll try to clarify it. If you can't hear it, let me know whenever you want me to hear. Stop it. The salon that woman was at right there, I called him on the last stream. It's gonna play into a pattern that I've been telling you guys about. Listen to this.
We do.
Okay, so just for like braids and weave and stuff like that.
Dreadlocks, weave, braids.
It's not a salon for that.
So why was the lady making such a big deal about you asking her to wash your hair?
I don't know what she was making a big deal about because we didn't get there yet.
I know.
Unless you want to recap it for us.
I'll jump. I'll get to it. But here's what I want you guys to hear. Listen.
We ask all the time on the first time before the plans.
Now, do people normally not wash their hair regularly or something like that? Is that the reason for the issue there?
No, the things like when you take down like braids, weave, or dreadlock, the hair get tangled, and we take a customer one next to the other, so we try to be on time. But when people take down one of those, they take longer. It take like 45 minutes to an hours to detangle the hair. Like can be like 2 hours or more. So
you guys should be telling me, stop it, John Galt. You guys ain't caught it yet, did you? Man.
Stop what?
Y'all guys ain't caught it yet, did you?
It's a little low.
All right, I'll keep playing. It's fine. I'm gonna keep playing.
We really don't have that time to do something like that.
Oh, they have to pay for that time.
Yeah, because we just, like I said, we try to be on time for our customers. We don't guarantee that, but we try to do our best. But we always ask if a customer had taken down braids or weave or twigs or anything similar before, because we want to make sure that they wash and detangle first if they took one of those. But if they haven't taken any.
You sound like a Hispanic guy. Are you a Hispanic guy?
Yeah, I am.
You do like the sisters' hair and all that?
We do, yeah.
Wow.
We do different people. We do.
Yeah, I heard the Hispanic voice.
There you go. You want to hear the rest of it? Listen to this.
African American, Latino.
Yeah.
Every yeah. We don't.
Do you know how to do African American? Do you do African American hair, or do they have someone that does Latino hair? Yeah, how does that work?
We do. I would say like maybe like 70% our customer or 60%.
Say that again.
I would say like 60%, 70% of our customer are African American.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
60 to 70%. Yeah.
70% of his clothes. This man is Hispaniola. Motherfucker, he figured out
I
a way to
can
get
bet
that
that
money.
he's Dominican and owns a Dominican salon, and most of the women in
In
Dominican
Houston,
salons are black women.
In Houston, Texas, get that money. Get that money.
Mhm.
Get that money.
And that's why they can't spend long on styles, because they don't go by appointments like a black salon or like a white salon would, or even an Asian salon. They don't book appointments. They're trying to crank people in and out. So they're not trying to spend a lot of time on here outside of what they're there to do. So if it's going to take a lot of time to detangle, blah, 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 they're not doing that. Because then they won't be able to pay everybody and make their quota for the day. Let's put it that way. They don't run on appointments. You just kind of show up.
Guys, you want to chime in?
You're making a good point, John. I think you made the point in the other stream that's like last into this stream. There's a certain amount of being honest. The woman that went there knew that they told her to wash her hair, but they're the problem.
We'll play the rest of the video here where
She should want to wash her hair anyway. If her hair's that tangled and messy because of whatever style she had before, like she should want to after taking that out, just clean her hair for the sake of hygiene.
Yeah, and irregardless of the business model, like they told her how to come in and she couldn't follow the direction.
Now, my Dominican salon, they will take your braids out, they will take your weave out, and they will do your hair. They'll charge you for it, but they will do it. But there are salons where the way they run, it's like a quick service. They're not spending time doing all that. Not like they can't do it. They can do it, but they're not spending time on it.
I think
So does that result? Does that result in like an inferior, I guess, finish? Like, does it look? I don't understand. Does that result in an inferior, like not as good a job?
No.
When they just run through like that, or is there?
The job comes out great. It's just they have to get a certain number of people in for the day, and they don't go by appointment, so they're not going to sit there and spend a lot of time on one person.
Yeah, they lose time washing hair. That's all this is about.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Man, I want you guys to hear.
No. They lose time detangling the hair because that's what takes time. So even if she washed her hair at home and detangled it herself, when she goes into the salon, they will still wash her hair, but they're not going to spend the time it takes to detangle it. Because by the time they're doing that, they could have probably washed like 1 to 2 people already, and that's money.
Okay. Gotcha.
See, I wash my hair before I go in and get it cut, because if I don't, if they wash my hair, they charge me more. So I make sure it's washed before I go in.
Yeah, the white salons, they kind of do a la carte, so they charge for everything. They'll charge for a wash, they'll charge for a blow, they'll charge for a cut. So some women, they'll come in and they'll wash their hair already. Some white women, they'll style their hair dirty because the style's better.
Ugh.
Believe it or not.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
I just
Go
ahead. I'm just saying all the women I've ever been with have had natural hair, even black women. So I will not deal with that kind of shit. The whole weave and all that. I don't care for it. I don't like it. It's just But I've seen plenty black women with natural hair. It's not kept and maintained, but it's natural. Most of them.
I was
But
trying
I've
to
seen
call
some.
I was trying to call a buddy of mine, and I'm going to get him on the phone at some point. He was telling me one time, and I'll never forget it. He said he rolled over and he smelled almost hair in the bed. He said that shit disgusted him.
Yeah.
He said the braids, like they can't watch. He said that shit just straight disgusted him. He like that Pantene. That nigga like that Pantene.
Not the Pantene. That's horrible shampoo.
Yeah, I used to use that back in the days, but it's not good. It's just not good.
He want that Pantene.
Pantene's bad shampoo.
But if you listen, but a lot of the people that wear wigs and stuff, the braids in particular, they can't wash their hair and or even dry it thoroughly. And so I would imagine, at least for people who are sensitive of smell, there is a smell factor. And listen to this one. Damn. It keeps going to another page.
Good boy.
Frizo, you ever play football?
$95 an hour.
You play football, Frizo? Have you ever played football, Frizo?
Yeah.
You remember the practice uniform? You had to put it on every day?
Yeah.
You remember that smell?
The smell, yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah. Because see, even when I was, like I hear a lot of guys talk about how they have a much lower standard for women they're trying to smash, and then that higher standard for women. I have a decent standard for chicks that I just want to smash. Even when I wanted to smash, like I still had a standard. I'm not just taking any old thing, and I would not deal with that kind of stuff. I just wouldn't.
Let me put a little more over here.
But that's on you. You know what I mean? What you
see? Yeah, it's a personal choice.
You got her something she was saying. So she asked me how long my hair was. I told her, and she asked me if I had recently taken out any braids, faux locks, twists. I told her, yeah. I said I got faux locks in. I said, but I'm taking them out the night before.
And she a little ghetto though.
So she booked me for Saturday at 5 p.m. Now she did make a statement saying, when clients take out. She said something of the impression like, when you take out faux locks, hair has to be washed, detangled, and washed again. Okay, so I'm thinking that's their procedure. I'm like, that's weird. I ain't never heard it. I ain't never seen it, but I guess they got to wash it, detangle it, and wash it again. It's just their procedure. Okay, I'm not thinking nothing of it. Get to the hair appointment. I'm excited. I'm like, I'm gonna get my silk press. I done had them faux locks in for 7 weeks. Like, I'm ready to see my hair.
7 weeks.
7 weeks.
All that kind of stuff.
That's damn shit.
I had my hair 2 buns. I had took it down because they walked into the boat. It was a guy walking into the boat.
Wait, so she hadn't washed her hair in 7 weeks?
That's what she said.
Oh man. Shout out to Kimmy, man. Shout out to Kimmy. We don't batch you in with these batches. We don't do that.
Because I washed my hair.
He's like, did you just
you feel me? Like that's
your hair.
That's gross.
I was like, yeah, I just took some faux locks out. He was like, normally she doesn't do your hair if you just took faux locks out.
Yeah, because that shit'll fall out.
I told y'all that I was gonna take some faux locks out. He was like, yeah, it only has to be washed and detangled. I said, oh, y'all wanted me to wash and detangle it?
I gotta wash my own motherfucking hair. I ain't washed this shit in 7 weeks.
He was like, yeah. He's like, well, let me go ask her and see. So she comes in there and she looks through my hair. And she was like, even though it doesn't look like it needs to be detangled right now, we can't wash your hair because you have to wash and detangle it, and then we come behind you and wash it again. I said, what?
I said, what?
I said, what do you mean? I have to. Now, mind you, these people $100+
100 plus.
So why would I wash and detangle my own hair when y'all finna wash and detangle it anyway?
Mm-hmm.
It's natural hair. When natural hair get wet, when you wash it, you have to go and detangle it out because it's natural. She said, yeah, because it's gonna take too many hours. Now, mind you, this lady ain't black. This lady like probably Dominican or something.
Oh,
she ain't black for sure.
What that mean?
She ain't. I don't think she was his fan.
What does that mean?
See that, Kimmy? She ain't black. She's Dominican.
What that mean?
Well,
Though?
that's
What
she's
does
from.
that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
What's
that got to do with it?
Sorry, I was texting Virgo in the chat. What does what mean? Sorry.
What does that person's race have to do with it?
I don't think anything. Because
it shouldn't have anything to do.
Yeah, there's Dominicans that look just like this lady on the screen.
She wasn't even black.
When natural hair get wet.
Sorry, you gotta understand. She's American. Americans don't really understand race and ethnicity that well.
She said, yeah, because it's gonna take too many hours. Now, mind you, this lady ain't black. This lady like.
What the fuck that got to do with anything?
She's American. They always go to race. The rest of the world is confused, but here it makes sense to people.
But I thought these were pops, people of color, the brown and the black coalition. They can't even get along.
There are Dominican women that look just like her.
Okay, well, they can't
They
get along.
share an island with Haiti. It's just a borderline.
Okay,
A lot of Haiti.
all right, don't seem to be a coalition though. Somewhere there's a break in the coalition.
I'm sorry, I could tell a Haitian and a Dominican apart. I can.
Sometimes.
No, 98% of the time, there's no getting it past me.
Because I know Dominicans that are Haitian names and they look Haitian, but they're Dominican. I know Haitian people that speak Spanish that got Spanish names, but they're Haitian.
Well, if this is why does Haiti look the way Haiti does and Dominican look the way it does?
They show you the worst parts of Haiti.
Huh?
Haiti is actually a really beautiful country, and it should be one of the wealthiest in the world.
Sure, I bet it
But
is
they
beautiful.
show you the worst of Haiti. Haiti has some of the most beautiful beaches in the Caribbean.
Did they? Were these man-made beaches or God?
No, natural beaches.
No, it's the Galt.
They don't show you that side of Haiti.
It's God given. God given. I've seen them. They're very nice. Very nice.
Yeah, they are. See line there.
Did the Haitians create the beaches, or were the beaches just there and the Haitians just?
That's why I say referencing things off the internet is not a good
The
idea
beach.
because they're going to show you what they want to show you.
It's a man-made beach.
No, John. It's a natural beach.
It's a natural beach.
The water's beautiful. All of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the Haitians make the water, or did they put the water in the beach? But what you talk about Haiti is beautiful. You talking about anything they had to do with anything.
I see what you're saying, John. I really do.
Like they had to do with that shit, right? The beach nice. Okay, shit. Did they? At best, you could say they didn't mess it up, right? They didn't mess up the beaches.
You're not making sense.
No, but Kimmy, I think this speaks to what Kimmy was saying. The lady in the video, I think it just speaks to what Kimmy was talking about. I guess she's used to going into black salons where they spend all day there, and because they do all of that stuff. And the Dominican ones, they try to
do it too, but they will charge you for it. But some Dominican salons, because they want to get a high number of people in and out, they're not spending time on that. Can they do it? Are they skilled enough to do it? Of course, but they just don't spend time on it.
Right, and apparently she's just figuring this out. So I think that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, but also she's wrong because she ain't washed her hair in 7 weeks. She should have handled that herself. Just out of just natural love and care for your body.
Right.
7 weeks is a long time. That's 2 months.
That's crazy, bruh. That's crazy.
You know how long hair grows in 2 months? She had to have an afro up under that.
Let me play the rest of the video here.
Probably Dominican or something. She ain't black for sure.
Black.
She ain't. I don't think she was Hispanic. Beautiful work on Instagram.
Okay, it look like she disagreeing with you. She saying she ain't black. I don't give a damn if she look like me. I don't give a damn how many Dominicans look like me. Goddamn it, she ain't black. She ain't no FBA. They not like us.
She's American. You got to understand,
I said,
Okay, do you think? Well,
the
clearly
rest of
she's
the world
making
don't understand this thinking, but it makes sense to people in this country.
I understand what you say. You know, play it to the audience here, but but I am highlighting her line of thinking, right? That all that black-brown coalition that the Democrats have spout to these people, like, she doesn't believe in that. It's propaganda.
Kimmy Cakes, can I ask you a question? I don't know that much about Dominican hair. I really don't know the difference. But isn't there C4 hair, C3 hair, something like that? And is it different per like?
Yeah, it's like a grading. Like it's like clothing, right? You have small, medium, large, extra large, and then the big girl sizes beyond
It's
extra
the
large.
paper bag test of
2X
hair. Lindyloo is the paper bag
So hair
test.
hair has a grading system based on its curl pattern, its thickness. Yeah, that's really all it is. Because length doesn't matter
So
when
is
it
she
comes to
saying
that.
this other lady doesn't have her type of hair? So I don't get it. I don't get what she's saying.
She doesn't think the woman is black like her, even though the woman looks black like her. She
Well, what is that
because
woman's
she's
hair?
from
What
a
great
private
hair does
island
she
that
have?
is not
That's
that.
what matters.
Lindyloo. Lindyloo,
I mean,
last time
look,
we had.
I don't even know why what the woman looks like matters. If you went to a place because you can trust their services, that they do a great job, then that's it. They do a great job. They do a great job.
Does anyone remember when Lindyloo was up here the other day? And
Oh my God!
Does anyone remember that shit was hilarious? That might have been the best clip of last week. Does anyone know what I'm talking about?
I didn't know what bout of nuts meant, and they just laughed and laughed and laughed.
I'm trying to find that shit. I'm trying to find it. Where is
Go
that
ahead
shit?
and find it, John. I don't care.
That shit was hilarious. Does anyone remember that?
I guess Kimmy Cakes, what I'm trying to say is Haitian or Dominican or whatever, is their hair like a different? I'm just trying to figure this out. Is it okay? She said C4. Okay, so C4. Do they have C4 hair or do they have an A?
A lot of Dominicans do. They're just like black people. They have a range of hair from whatever the lowest grade is to the highest.
Right. Okay.
It's not the same. It's similar but different. Their hair doesn't.
It's not different. They have the same hair grading system.
Man, we're gonna keep doing this.
Yeah, I vehemently disagree with you, Kevin. I really do.
If we're talking about Dominicans who are black or mixed, they have the same hair grading system. Now, if it's a Dominican who is white, I don't know what their hair grading system is.
I'm not even talking about white Dominicans, but you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, the hair grading system doesn't change based on where you come from. I know it's probably hard to understand that, but it doesn't.
No, I understand what you're saying. I just disagree with you.
Basically, Lindyloo, it
You
all
can just
boils
look it
down.
up. There's really nothing to disagree with me about.
It all boils down to how tight the curls are, Lindyloo. That's what it
Right.
is.
The curl.
Right.
And
So
the,
in different locations, is a Dominican have a different kind? Is it a B, C, or is it different
depends on
from
the
an African
person.
American woman? I just don't know
It
the
depends.
difference.
There is no
The
difference.
scale is the same. The scale is the same. It doesn't matter where you're at. Yeah, it's just the type of hair that you have. And I guess what Lindyloo is asking is their scale different than our scale of hair? No.
So
The
why
scale
would
is the
she
same.
even point out that this stylist was Dominican or whatever she said she was? She's not the same. If she has the same hair curl pattern, if she's a 4 and this woman's a 4, what difference does it make?
But the woman might not be a 4. Like, I'm not a 4. I don't have a 4 hair pattern at all.
But Lindyloo, also, the reason why she's saying that as well is because of my point versus Kimmy's point. Kimmy says that the Dominican women and the African American women have the same grade of hair. I'm disagreeing with that.
You don't get it.
No, I get it. Trust me, I get
The
it.
system is the same. Everybody is placed on a different grading No.
Okay, that's like saying, do Africans and Dominicans have the same grade of hair on in general? And no, they don't.
Some Dominicans might have the same grade of hair as an African person, depending on
Some,
their grade.
some, but
Others might
all
have.
African
All right, it's like
American
this. This is why I
women.
use the clothing system. Not everyone wears a medium, right? You're gonna find people who wears a large, who wears a small or extra small. It just depends on the person. But the grading system doesn't change. It's still the same grading system.
So do all African women have that C4 or that
No, they don't.
hair?
My best friend says, no, they don't. No, they don't. They just don't.
All right.
Nobody looks exactly alike.
So the
Okay,
people in
that's
the,
not the reality of life.
That's what I'm trying to say.
the people in the audience, I've been trying to look at this clip. I can't seem to find it. There was a tweet of a black woman saying, niggas be like, I'm about to nut. What you want me to do? Run and hide? Nigga, shoot up the club. And Lindyloo was like, what does she mean about to nut? The black woman said, nigga, shoot the club up. Niggas I heard that before, shoot the club up. And so that was a tweet. And Lindyloo was just fit to be tired. She didn't know what the hell was being said in that tweet. I probably showed on that that interracial talk tweet.
Okay, well, I don't know if Here for the Tea is offended when she said, who's African? I'm just using that term. I don't mean it in any way. African American women or American black women, however you want me to say it. So I'm not offending anybody. I'm just trying to distinguish. Kimmy knew what I was trying to say. I'm not trying to like be offensive. Here for the Tea comes in and says, who's African? I'm just trying to make a distinction. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know who's on the style your hair, but if you all you should care is that they have a license, they pass the health inspections, and that they're skilled enough to do whatever you want to provide you with the service.
Yeah, Samuel, you know what? I think I need to shut up because I think I'm offending people, and I'm not trying to. Jeez, oh, Pete.
No, yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, who's African? I'm trying to make a distinction. We call black people African American. You know what I'm saying.
He just got here, so he's probably trying to get caught up on the conversation.
I'm just saying.
In all fairness.
Anyway, I'm not trying to be offensive to anybody.
We all know.
And I guess I'm using the wrong wording.
And I'm sorry if I'm pivoting here, but I do wonder. I do wonder, like, because everywhere in the world has experienced slavery, and I just don't know why. Like, it seems like people, or the black people of America, are really struggling to get past a lot of what slavery taught them. Like, in the Caribbean, people really think they're beautiful, and in Africa, people really think they're beautiful. But here, it's like a different standard. Like, you have to have just based on what I hear y'all saying, you have to have a certain color, and all these technical things that really, from what I'm learning, comes from slavery times. But why is it held on to?
Here's what I say it is, all right? Here's what I say. I've been to Africa, shit. Nigga, you in Africa, you competing against other Africans. The bar is set on the African level, an index, the African index, the African 100. But you come to America, this shit kind of global, nigga. You competing with the world for jobs, housing, and sexual attraction. Now that little village where you had the little boy's eye, you done come to America, and that little boy, he see a whole lot of other shit he want. Diversity, right? Competition. And that is where the sisters, I think, find themselves in that they can't compete. Their men want a taste of diversity, the global marketplace.
I don't think it's just the sisters, though. I just noticed a lot of American people are really hung up on always identifying race and bringing it into the convo, and they really just hate themselves, I feel like. But why, after all these years, is that still like a thing you feel?
Kimmy K, listen. If I felt like I was out here competing with free zone loot, right? In one frame of mind, I may focus on free zone loot. Man, I'm gonna tear that nigga down for free zone, or I could focus on myself. He said, fuck free zone loot. I've never run track, but I heard this clip from a guy that ran track, an athlete, a football player, Travis Henry, one of them fast ass niggas in football. He said, man, when I'm running, I ain't looking back. See who close to me. Nigga, I feel like ain't nobody gonna catch me. And I think that the black women and blacks in general, like they so focused looking to the other people instead of just running their own race. How many times I focus here, they can't even pass the baton off. Individually, they're fast, but they haven't effectively been able to pass the baton off. And
Do
people
you feel
not
like
as
that's
fast.
something that's taught like by parents? Because my mom taught me to be whatever you want to be.
You focus on other people.
Never, but is it taught though? Like, where does it come from?
I don't know where the fuck it come from, but I know this. If you focus on other people, right? If you focus, like Kimmy K, you ever hear me talking about white people or white? As long as we've been out drinking, you see me get drunk, I'll never be like, man, white people holding me down. Be brave, holding you down. What the fuck I look like saying be brave, holding me down? I mean, he can't hold me. The man 70 years old. But if you focus on yourself, you won't have those problems. But they can't focus on themselves because they're so focused on white people.
Let me tell you a secret in the Caribbean and African community,
Hold on.
and maybe I shouldn't be airing this out.
Hold on. But that's why when she was in the beauty salon, she said, what did she say? They ain't even black. What the hell does that matter?
Right.
You heard it? Listen.
Wash and detangle my own.
We heard
y'all
it. Lindyloo
wash
was the one
and
that pointed
detangle
it out.
anyway.
I don't get it, John. I don't get it.
When natural hair
I don't get
wet,
it either.
I don't get it.
when you wash it, you have to go and detangle it out because it's natural.
Oh, jeez.
Girl, they're just not spending the time on you. You should have took care of your hair. Like when you took a shower, you should have washed your hair. Anyway,
Now mind you, this lady ain't black. This lady like
She ain't black. As if, what does that mean? What does that mean? No,
here's the
honestly.
thing. I'm
No,
gonna answer you.
Okay, what do you think she's meaning by that?
This is gonna be my answer as what you call me, a tether. So in the
That's
black
what
and
it-
in the
yeah,
Caribbean,
my friend.
in the Caribbean and the African diaspora, we don't really understand Black American people. When I was growing up, my mom always told me never be lazy like the Black people in America. She said they collect welfare, they don't want to work, they're always crying about the white man, and they're waiting on a check in the mail from the government. She said never be like those people. She said because you're growing up here with them. I didn't have to grow up here with them, but you are. So don't get it twisted. You're not like them.
So what I would say to you on that, Kimmy Casey, is that I've heard it from Africans. Matter of fact, I'm gonna call up an African right now. I'm gonna call
African
one
and
right
Caribbean
now.
people live and die by that. Like, don't be like
I'm gonna
those
call
Black
one right now.
Americans.
I'm gonna call one right now. See what he says. But he told me the same thing. And I think it's something that a lot of the blacks, I think they know it. They may not know what your parents told you about blacks, but they know it. I see what you're saying in chat there, Virgo. Shit, I've heard it. You ain't lying, Kimmy K, because yeah, I know Africans. Most of the women I've dated have been Caribbean and African, so I've heard it firsthand. And
But then
the
also,
reason
I met a lot of Black Americans who are homeowners, graduate from college,
that
professionals.
has nothing to do with it, though, Kimmy K. It ain't nothing to do with it. Like, I'm telling you straight. I'm gonna give you straight, Kimmy K. You know, I've told you many times when I first moved to New York, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, there's something different about these Jamaicans. You know what I'm saying? I tell you when I used to go to Brew all the time, I shown Brew on the stream. And I saw how the Jamaicans would team up. One motherfucking Jamaican owned the bar, and the other Jamaican would say, okay, you come out here and sell food on a food truck or you could just barbecue food. And my lady used to buy it. This shit was good. You know what I'm saying? He had
Hagerstown, Maryland, +1 240 866
Hold on for a second.
7808.
Give me one second. I gotta take this down. Which place you at?
160.
Oh, okay.
The one you sent me?
Did I send you the code?
I don't see anything to put a code.
It's a red front door.
Yeah, it's a red front door. I'm not seeing a pen pad or anything. It's just the door.
You got to touch the.
Oh, okay. I see. What is it again? 1, 2, 2, 3.
Yeah, that's it.
And then
hit the lock sign.
Okay, it's not letting me. 1, 2, 2, 3. Okay, thank you.
All right. Yeah, I know. FBA young boy, I know. That's just an Airbnb. Checking in. Gotta make that money. Anyway, so what I was saying to you, Kim Case, is like living in New York, coming from Alabama, by way of DC. The Jamaicans had that food that like reached basically the world. You understand? Like, motherfucking eat jerk chicken almost everywhere. So the guy could set up in Fulton and Putnam and sell jerk chicken to a diverse audience of people. He'd be playing his little reggae. People bopping their head. Reggae music is amenable to a lot of people. It's a culture that can, cross borderlines. And I think the Black Americans honestly don't have a culture that crosses borderlines. That's why you see me when I play that clip of Pop the Balloon. Those blacks in their own private setting who talk that they listen to rap music. Boss Man D-Lo, Mo Chicken and shit. But then when they go out in the public sector, they can't tell anyone in polite society that they listen to that kind of music. Whereas a Jamaican can say, yeah, I listen to Bob Marley. And a white person, oh yeah, Bob. Yeah, I've been to the Bob Marley Museum. Blue Mountain Coffee. Right.
First of all, it's nothing but white people at reggae concerts. I'm gonna just be honest.
Yeah, so you understand what I'm saying? So and a large aspect of your culture, music, has more or less crossed over into mainstream society, white man society, right? Polite white man society, corporate executive society, right? You understand? And that Jamaican culture, like from an outsider looking in, you may not even notice it. I did early on. I got to New York, like, yo, these Jamaicans, they on some shit. They're like the top dogs coming out of the Caribbean. Just like the Nigerians are like the top dogs coming out of the Africa. And so it's just something I noticed, that you may not even notice, like a lot of these Jamaican business owners, all over Brooklyn.
Yeah.
And I think that's why she went to race like that. The Dominican, they have their own culture too.
It's like Jamaicans and Africans are racist towards blacks in America. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the way my mom told me, she said they have everything free here. They go to school for free. They get free lunches in school. They have it so easy for them to like be so advanced, but yet they're so far behind because they complain a lot and they don't want to work and they want to wait for the government. They blame white people. And she just told me, like, I didn't have to grow up around them. I was already set by the time I came here, but you have to grow up around them. So just make sure you don't forget who you are.
And, I think, as you say, it's really a competition for resources, in my opinion. From the Hispanic man doing their hair to the Chinese and the Indian man selling them cigarettes and fried chicken and liquor in their neighborhoods. The world is very small for them. Their little ecosystem is very small, right? And that is what you're seeing here. This woman, she ain't even black, doing my hair. And she's going to say something else here. I want you to listen.
Like, probably Dominican or something. She ain't black, for sure.
For sure.
I don't think she was Hispanic.
For sure.
Beautiful work on Instagram. I said, I've never heard of that before. I said, why would the client have to wash and detangle their hair and then you come directly behind them and wash and detangle it again? Because when you have braids, it makes the process, when you just have braids, it makes the process longer. Every beautician does that. I said, no, they don't. I said, ma'am, I've been getting my hair. I've been going to a beauty salon since I was 18.
First, I see people in the chat saying there's fucked up people in every culture. I'm not saying she's fucked up. I said she's a very attractive young lady to me.
Oh no, I was saying that in response to what Virgo was saying. I don't really get. I don't know. It just sounded a little convoluted, but I think her point was that there's good and bad in Caribbean people, and like there are bad. There are families that are dysfunctional and all that negative.
It's good and bad in all people, right?
Yeah,
it's good and bad in all people, right? But I think what she doesn't understand, and I led off the example with the rental housing situation with the Africans, and I'm going to explain that again one more time before I have too many viewers here and I can't get it out and effectively articulate myself. I'm going to explain what's going on here.
Years old. Anytime I'm taking braids out of my hair, I said, I can see if I ask you to take the braids down, that's different. Or if I came in here with braids still in here, that's different. I said, but if you're about, I said, why would I have washed my hair last night and detangle it, and you to come back the next day, less than 24 hours?
I got to stop it right there. Deacon Dave, did you hear what she just said? Why would I wash my hair? If you're going to watch it again tomorrow.
Yep, I heard it.
Shit, it's been 7 weeks in this motherfucker. No washing hair.
That part I just can't. I can't agree with that.
7 weeks. You watch this 7 week caked up shit in my head. This shit caked up.
That's not even fair to tell someone else to do that shit.
Watch this caked up 7 weeks. Dirt. 7 long weeks.
What you gonna pay extra for that?
Nah, she ain't want to pay extra.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I wash my hair tonight if you're going to wash it tomorrow? I've been going 7 weeks without washing my hair. 7 long weeks. So why should I wash it now?
Later. And wash my hair again. She told me that's the policy we
Why? I take baths once a day, but I don't wash my hair every day. But my buddy Felipe want that Pantene smell in her head.
Text you that. I said, no, you did not say you as the client. She said, what difference does it make if I put you or not? A huge difference.
John, she's saying that she thinks she's just a nasty, and I could agree that she's just not a nice person. She's just not a nice person, and it doesn't have anything to do with race why she's not a nice person.
Right.
She's just not a nice person.
Saying 7 couple hours ago. 7 whole weeks. Does anyone remember that song? Does anyone remember that? What was it? 7 whole? What was it? Was it 7 whole nights? Was that Tony Braxton? Yeah, it was 7 whole days. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That is Tony Braxton right there. 7 whole days.
Oh my God, that's so funny. I just said that. That's hilarious.
That's correct. 7 whole days. 7 whole motherfucking weeks. 7 whole weeks. And not a wash in this dude. Somebody roll over.
So bad.
So look what you started.
You won't smell that 7 whole week, man. You won't
Give me your cracking me up.
Dig a day, you won't smell that 7 whole weeks. 7 whole weeks. That motherfucker here been sweating. She in Houston digging day. That motherfucker here just sweated out. Oh Lord,
It gets hot in Houston, man. 7 weeks. Good Lord.
That head mustard.
That had to smell like hell.
I'm still stuck at the 7 whole weeks. I can't.
Oh, that
She has the audacity to give that to somebody else to do. She is a mean girl, T. She is a mean girl.
Oh man, that was amazing. Boy, you roll over, smell that motherfucker, that Deacon Dave, boy, that'll have you. Boy, that'll smell it sauce, Deacon Dave. You smell it. 7 whole weeks.
I'm so mad, y'all. And my braid appointment after next week. I'm not good at silk pressing my own hair. That's why I pay people to.
Wait a minute. Did you hear what she just said, Deacon Dave? Was that you up here talking about them protective styles, Deacon Dave?
I'm so mad, y'all. And my braid appointment after next week.
Did you hear that? You heard it?
Her appointment's not until next week?
That's right. So she had the fake locks. She gonna get a little press out for a couple of days, and then she going right back to back.
That's so much stress on the hair.
That's why I pay people to do.
That's right.
Do you know they sent me out the salon so they want to do my hair? I'm trying to tell you, like, ma'am, I got stuff to do. I don't know about else. They can do me a silk press real quick. It's Saturday, past 5 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you should have washed and detangled your hair first before we can even touch it." I'm so tired of these beauticians in Houston. Look at my head. Look at my head.
Okay, it actually look kind of good.
Y'all do not go to Round Brush Salon in Katy, Texas. Talking about every beautician do that, and if they don't, they charge extra. I said, ma'am, no, they don't. No, they don't. I never heard of it. If you just took out some braids or some lines, you have to wash your own hair, detangle it down. I'm gonna come behind you and redo it. I ain't never heard of it. And she told me they charge extra. Since when? Tell me I've been doing hair for 25 years. I don't give how long you been doing hair. And nobody ever did that before. I'm so mad. I don't like to be walking around my hair looking like this. Tell me something. We tell people this all the time, whether you decide to read it or just to plan on ignore it. I said, don't you think if you would have specifically said you as the client have to wash your hair first and detangle it first before we touch your hair? Don't you think I would have did? And if I would have did that, I would have told y'all just spread iron because there's no point in y'all rewashing it because I'm natural.
John, can you pause?
You don't wash black people natural hair back to back in less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
I just can't believe she's still going on with these people. If they decline that they're going to service you, what more do you have to say? Why are you arguing with them about the fact that you're not getting service? I don't have it in me. I just don't have it in me. I'd be like, all right, thanks. She's like arguing with them about why they're not servicing her. This can't be real.
You would think, right? And I mean, she's about done with her rant, and I'm not gonna play anymore. But for the people that just joined, I did call the salon, and it surprised me. This is the man that answered the phone.
Yeah, because we just, like I said, we try to be on time for all our customers. We don't guarantee that, but we try to do our best. But we always ask if the customer had taken down braids, weave, or twigs, or anything similar before, because we want to make sure that they wash and detangle it first if they took one of those. But if they haven't taken any of those, we don't ask for that.
You sound like a Hispanic guy.
What's that?
You sound like a Hispanic guy. Are you a Hispanic guy?
Yeah, I am.
You do like the sister's hair and all that?
We do, yeah. We do different people. We do African American, Latino, every yeah. We don't.
Do you know how to do African American? Do you do African American hair, or do they have someone that does Latino hair? How does that work?
We do. I would say like maybe like 7% our customer or 60%.
Say that again.
I would say like 60%, 70% of our customer are African American.
It's a big number. God damn, 70%. Damn, that's a good number. 70%. Wow, that's amazing. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I think it's accurate.
Man, that is amazing. Like, damn.
Hmm.
And the lady went on to say, like, there was only one other salon that she trusted in Houston of all places. That's amazing. And I saw this.
But why you said in Houston of all places? What's up in Houston?
Houston, very black city.
Oh, okay.
Houston, very black city. So damn, if they can't,
Oh, right. There should be like a plethora of options. I got you.
right. There should be a plethora of options. You know what I'm saying? Take a listen to this.
Warning this morning about synthetic hair used in popular protective styles like braids and extensions.
For many Black women, braiding with synthetic hair extensions isn't just about style. It's a go-to for protecting and growing their hair. But a new study from Consumer Reports is raising serious concerns. They found 10 products contained ingredients that can cause cancer, and most of these also contain lead.
NBC News Daily anchor Zincle Asamoah is here with more. Zincle, good morning. So this is a pretty alarming report. Walk us through what researchers found and why it's such a big concern.
Hey, good morning, Joe and Savannah. So alarming really is the right word. As you mentioned, they looked at 10 different products from multiple companies. And the findings were that 100 potential to cause cancer, 9 out of 10 contained lead, and all of them, 100% contained VOCs or volatile organic compounds. All of those, of course, known to potentially cause and have harmful health effects. If we put that in context, just look at the state of California. That means that 9 out of 10 of these products exceeded California's maximum recommendations for allowed lead by 600%. Notably, synthetic hair is not regulated by the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and that is what this report now has many calling for. We reached out to the Environmental Working Group. They're a health research and advocacy organization. They said in part that while most of these products are below the FDA standard for lead contamination, when possible, of course, exposure to lead should be avoided. They went on to say that there really is no safe level of exposure to these chemicals, to these compounds. And this matters because, as you said, braids are often considered a protective hairstyle. We say protective because they can be worn for weeks at a time. They're often used to prevent breakage, to avoid heat styling and excessive manipulation. And so this really has many in the community asking, if these are protective, then why are these harmful chemicals in so many products, guys?
It really is crazy because there's also concern about hair dye potentially being cancer causing. NBC News just did a big investigation on that. It's very wild when you think about it that none of it's regulated by anybody, not the FDA. What are women who use these products telling you?
Yeah, it's not just hair dye, right? We've talked about hair relaxers as well. Many of these products predominantly used by women of color, Black women. One of them is Crystal Thomas. She said that she decided to get braids for the first time in a decade, and then her symptoms started.
As I kept smelling this, my throat tightened up. It felt very dry, and I noticed my hair was itchy, and it was just difficult to breathe overall. After a week of continuous washing, I said, seeing that the smell didn't go away, I said, you know what, I'm getting rid of these. As consumers, we implicitly want to believe that the products we purchase are safe. That's not always the case.
Now, notably, Crystal Thomas says she has only used synthetic hair for braiding. She's never tried human hair. And her concern is that this is not an anomaly. And so she's hoping that more products will be tested. Of course, Consumer Reports looked at 10 products, but there are a whole lot more on the market. We reached out to all of the companies that were named by Consumer Reports. We did not immediately hear back, but in a statement prior, Kaneka, which is the brand that Crystal Thomas used, told Consumer Reports in part that they manufacture the Kanekalon fibers that are used in hair products, but not the final products. They also said they need more information to analyze that complaint. And just generally, I think everybody is hoping to get a little more information about just what goes in to these hair products.
And Consumer Reports is asking the FDA to investigate very quickly what happens next.
Yeah, so Consumer Reports actually has launched a petition urging the FDA for stricter regulations on synthetic hair fibers. Right now, as I mentioned, those do not exist. Of course, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy just instated last month, so it remains to be seen what his stance will be around some of these issues, but a lot are pushing and hoping for change, guys.
All right, Zinkley, thank you so much.
Good to have you with us.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
Hey, John, I think if they had something in that hair that would make people just flip out, jump off the roof, off themselves, I don't think that would stop anybody from using those products.
I don't think so either. I saw this. Let's see. What was it? I think it was this. Give me 1 second. I think it was Here's a video of a woman. Let me see. Let's see. I think it was. Let's see if I can find it. Otherwise, I got something else to show you. But it was a lady, a black woman. She got brain poison and some shit like that. From the braids, something she alleged seeped into her brain. From the chemicals that leached off into her brain. I said, shit. But it just kind of makes sense that she would be kind of dangerous. But here's something interesting. Listen to this.
That the braiding hair is toxic. Let's take a listen.
Our latest investigation found carcinogens in all 10 products of artificial braiding hair that we tested.
No, it did not. Well, not quite.
This puts the health of people who wear synthetic braiding hair and the braiders who install them at risk.
You can't make these claims.
If you wear synthetic braids, one tip to decrease your overall exposure is to take breaks between installs.
Take breaks. Yeah, that's the only tips they have for you. You're going to keep doing it. Keep putting the poison in here. Just take a break. Why do you think they keep doing this shit? Knowing that everyone knows that she said it was she's heard about this shit. Why do they keep doing this shit?
They don't care. They don't care. They had a documentary on where they was getting some of the synthetic hair from out of clogged drains over in Asia. And it was yeah, that was wild.
Let me ask you this question, guys. Deacon Dave, I know you can read, but I want you to listen to this. Someone said the Undertaker music. Do you know what that is? Does anyone know what that is? Can anyone guess what it is?
Kirk Franklin, I can't see it that good.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Good. All right, let me play this.
The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there, my fiancée, a white, beautiful woman from United States of America. The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there, my fiancée, a white, beautiful woman from
The joke of all of this, I think, is that he was using her for citizenship, Nigerian guy. But yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on that. What do you think about that, Lindyloo, Deacon Dave? I'll give you my thoughts if you don't have any.
I don't have any thoughts on it. Right about now, I'm a little afraid to say anything. And I'll be honest with you. I don't know what to say. So I'm about ready. I think I'm going to jump off the panel because I really, honestly, just don't know what to say.
Well, you literally don't jump off. I'll move on to something a little bit more palatable.
Just from a few minutes ago, I'm kind of like baffled a little bit, because.
What do you mean about the hair thing?
No, about saying African American. Is that something we don't say anymore? We can't say that?
You know, every few years, I guess it changes, Lindyloo. You know,
well, I guess it has because you know I don't know. I'm just thrown off a little bit.
Digging Dave, what are you? You're African American. You're black. You're FBA tethered. Aboriginal American.
I don't know anymore. We can't.
What are you? What are you, Digging Dave?
That's how we call it. We call it.
I'm American.
See, he's
Okay, so now we're just American.
Go
Black
see.
American. I'm fine. I'm fine with whatever it is, but you know,
like, whatever you do,
just say African American, and then people just jump on it like I just curse them out. It bothers me a lot.
You know what that? You know what I think it is. I don't know what the genesis of all this is. I'm going to give you my opinion. And again, it's the same thing. Like, I think that black people in America were okay with the Africans from afar. They poor, they supposedly living in huts, whatever, flies around their mouth. Cool, I'll adopt one of them even more so. But now that they're here, I mean, those same damn Ethiopians that were on my TV up for adoption when I was a child, they running shit around here in DC. They don't need to be adopted anymore. They could adopt one of these FBAs.
I guess I feel a little insulted. I think enough people here know me well enough that when I said African American, I didn't mean it as some kind of. But all of a sudden, I get this pushback. African? Who's African? I mean, it just really.
Where I'm going with that is that what you're saying is a decoupling of all these people of color. In the video I just showed you of the girl with that nasty ass head, 7 whole weeks. She said,
John, look at the statement. Lindyloo, we are not African American. That's what we've been saying for years. We can only
Lindy, don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the trolls.
Now we can't say African American. Now that's insulting.
Lindyloo, but what they're saying is,
and it bothers me.
We're decoupling from these Africans. We're decoupling, right? We're decoupling from these tethers, these Caribbeans.
Okay, fine.
That's what they say. So they say, look, we don't want that African shit on us. We ain't
fine.
African, right?
Let everybody know then. Don't call us African Americans. Then let the people know.
Mm-hmm.
Because God forbid you say it and all of a sudden now you're going to get like a pushback. Like, because you said something that has been said for years.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now that's offensive. Don't call me that.
Well, it's just like
it bothers me. It bothers me, John, and I'm probably a little too sensitive about that.
No, you remember you remember American Man?
Yes.
Like, and he's Caribbean, but nevertheless, the point kind of remains is that a lot of the blacks, regardless of where they are, particularly like Caribbeans who've been here for a long time, they're becoming much more patriotic. So they're dropping the descriptor, African American, Black American. I'm just an American man or woman. Not too dissimilar from South Africa, where the South African blacks are trying to fight off all the other blacks that are fleeing their failed countries into South Africa. So now those South African blacks that once hated South Africa, wanted to see the destruction, they be like, hey, I'm busy right now fighting all these other Africans coming in, consuming the resources. And that is what I've been explaining to you here on the stream. And right now I'm going to go back into it one more time while I'm sober. And I want to see if you'll be able to get it now. I had a guy, African guy, he called me, he says, hey, John Galt, I want to rent a room. He shows up. He says, he called up a couple of days early. He says, I got a bunch of guys, 3 guys at least, want to rent a room. When you get there, he says, let me rent this basement from you, and I'll put 6 people in here. John Galt.
That's a lot of people in one room.
No, it's a basement, full of basements. So it's, basically the footprint of the house. I got a little greedy, almost, but I had to think a little better of it. And so, give me 1 second, Lindyloo. The guy, so the initial person that I was going to rent the basement to, I quoted them a price of $14.50 right here on the stream. Then the Africans come, they say they're gonna put 6 people down here. Well, what should I charge them? That's a question for you guys. An American, a couple with a baby, I gave them a good price, $14.50. The Africans, I charged them $1,800. They ain't blink. But do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem? Does anyone see like the problem here? Not for me, but for the average American who's out there looking to buy a place to live. Now you could extrapolate it even further to looking to rent a place to live or buy. Do you see what the problem is, Lindyloo? Deacon Dave.
Well, yes, I guess I see
What's
what the problem is.
What's the problem? Not for me.
Well,
but
they're willing to live.
You're almost there,
In 8
Lindyloo.
ways, you're right. I am. You're right. I'm too close to
bigger-
Detroit. You know.
The bigger problem is, Lindyloo, is that what becomes a problem is the price that I can rent to an American for, which would be a decent price, not too cheap, not too expensive, or he might look elsewhere. The African who's going to split it in 6 ways,
Right.
that $14.50, I could charge the African $2,400. It's only $400 a person.
Yes.
What's the difference between $300 and $400? When you got 6 people, those numbers start to scale. You understand? We went from 14 to 24 without, much of a difference to the African. But the American renters say, damn, it's $14.50. We got to come up with $14.50. The Africans say we got to come up with $400. It's a big difference. The American can't afford to pay $2,400. The African, 6 of them can. One of the first streams I did was about an African, I think his name was Ebro. He put 30 Africans in a cellar.
Jeez.
And he charged them $300 a piece. Anyone remember that stream? Does anyone remember that? It's like one of the first streams I did. Right there in Queens, New York. And I highlighted it here where these Africans were willing to pay me much more than any American would be willing to pay me for my basement apartment.
Yeah.
Anyway, very interesting. And so that's why I think a lot of the conflict is coming from Lindyloo, where the blacks don't want to be, confused with the Africans.
They don't. Okay, so from what I'm understanding, there's a rift now between Black Americans and Africans. Let's put it this way. But several years ago, it was very acceptable for an American Black person to be called African American. In fact, that was just what they were called, right? They wanted to be called African. They wanted to be part of the African, that's where they were from. So now, if you say African, now that's offensive now because there's this rift now going on between Black Americans and
the Africans are here.
Am I correct?
Yeah, the Africans are here, and it's an economic rift. It's an economic rift, in my opinion. You hear all these Africans, they call into the stream here. They don't want to live around blacks. They can live in the Southeast with the blacks or in Northwest with the whites. They want to live in Northwest. And did you hear the African that called in? Anyone hear the African that called in? He called in and he described the difference between the blacks and the Africans. Did anyone hear that? I guess not. Let me see. I think I have it. I think, I have it. Let's see. Here it is right here. Listen to this, Lindyloo. This really highlights the rift, honestly, in my opinion.
I think an eight probably knows what I'm trying to say about all of this. It's just so confusing sometimes to people that are not in the click of things. And now this is like offensive to say that word now, okay? Because now everything's judged on, from what I see, everything is judged on, first of all, where are you from? Are you, like this tether thing is coming. no, we're not African Americans. We're just Americans. I mean, it just never, it just doesn't stop. Now keep everybody abroad of what the proper word is to say, or else you're going to get pushback, or you might be, whatever. Even though they know you're not coming from a bad intent.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, in that sense.
I'm not coming from any bad. I was just trying to distinguish a difference.
Yeah.
But now it was like I was coming from some kind of negative intent.
Yeah, now I understand where you're coming from. I imagine a lot of white people
I hope so.
Similar situation. Yeah, I understand where you come. Come on, Lindyloo. I understand the way of the world here. But for some people, it is kind of confusing. You don't know what to be referred to, but I want you to play. I want to play this clip for you, Lindyloo.
Okay, and I'm done, John. I'm not going to say anything else about it. I'm
done.
No,
you're fine, Lindyloo. I enjoy your conversation.
I get a little weird about things, and it's like, what the hell is going on here? You know what I mean? People that know me are like giving me pushback, and that bothers me.
Oh shit! Hold on, Lindyloo. Let's see who the hell this person is. Give me 1 second, Lindyloo. What address are you at?
I'm at 16.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I send it to you right now. All right. Yeah. She just need the Wi-Fi code. But yeah, Lindyloo, take a listen to this. So this kind of explains to you like the what's happening with the blacks and the Africans. The Americans are privileged.
Yeah, to be born here.
Really?
Yeah.
And you think do you think they kind of don't take advantage of it?
That's a more advantage, yeah. The only problem they don't take advantage of it. I don't know if they are not aware of it or whatever, but they have to take advantage of it because they're born here, they're citizen here, but it seems like they don't take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities here. There are lots of opportunities here that can make someone rich. But the only thing is kind of hard though to be rich in the US. It's kind of hard, but
to be rich and be what?
In the US, rich and things are too expensive. Yeah. Things are cheap and
like what?
No, for 1 year. A night.
If you
in the city, in my
how hard is it to make $100?
$40 to $50
for the whole year, though.
Let me say the ministers, so I feel like I'm getting the same pay with the ministers in my country here in the US.
Really? Did you really say he feel like he getting the same pay as the ministers in government back in his country? That man on top of the world, Lindyloo. You can't tell him nothing. He loved his country. The opportunity that is provided for him. And I have other clips on him. If you want to hear it, you go back and listen. Like, their orientation, Lindyloo, man, like he talked about people getting their arms and shit chopped off. Talking about how if he were back in Africa, it would be hand-to-mouth subsistence living. And so when we get to America, man, it's like a full court sprint here.
Yeah.
So that means you're doing pretty well for yourself.
Exactly. There are a lot of.
You heard that, Lindyloo?
Yes, I heard it.
He said,
"Yeah, I heard it."
You heard him, Deacon Dave. Did you hear what he said? If you still there?
Yeah, I heard what he said. He's right. Most people don't take advantage of their opportunities, but that could be, you can say black, white, whatever. I don't even think you have to put a race to it. I know what he was saying, though. I know what he was saying.
look, what we're talking about. Listen, hold on now. Like people at the bottom. If you're next to the man who's like running the race, it's 10 people in the race. You next to the man, and he's starting to pass you. What do? You hit him with the baton like that black girl did in Virginia. He passing you. You supposed to be faster than him. He from Africa. So you hit his ass in the head with the baton. It causes you friction. It don't make you run hard. It make you want to knock his ass out. And that's where they are. Listen to what the African is saying. He said he's successful in this country. Listen. And then I want you to think, I know you probably already thinking, I hope I ain't have to draw the parallel for you. That black American lawyer. We spent 14 motherfucking hours up here trying to squeeze blood out of a black American lawyer.
I feel like I'm getting the same pay with the ministers in my country here in the US.
Really?
Yeah.
So that means you're doing pretty well for yourself.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah. So when you let me ask you this question: when you hear the black people, the black Americans saying it's so hard here and stuff, how do you take that?
Well, because I'm not in their shoe and I'm not raised here, I don't know how they grew up here, but I just say like you just have to work, and then I don't feel like it's hard everywhere, but trust me, the US is better than most places.
Now, what are you doing? What are you doing for a living here?
I work in Whole Food.
You work at Whole Food?
Yes.
Do any black Americans work there?
Yeah. A lot of black Americans there.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Which one do you work at? 14th Street?
Black American.
Do you find it?
No, Georgetown.
How is it working with, you work in Georgetown, how is it working with the African Americans in Whole Foods? Do you see a difference in working with them versus other people?
I think most of them like to work in the customer service instead of being inside doing like the actual, like, I don't know how to put it. Instead of working inside, like for example, the prepare food, the bakery, the meat department. But most of them, I think most of them they don't like to work inside. They don't like to work. They don't like to do hard work.
Was that not everything? Was that not everything right there, huh?
Yeah, summed it up.
And that pretty much summed it up right there, right?
I don't think like this is anti-blackness. Some people say that, or somebody is saying that.
It wasn't anti-black, but it does.
I'm the guy who says that whole saying like self-hate, anti-black, that kind of stuff. That's like that's a matter of opinion. That's not necessarily objective, like an objective statement. But like you get on this channel, you'll tell people the truth, and it's taken or interpreted as anti-blackness or self-hate. I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, no, I think it's an inability to cope with what's happening right here. Like that guy's attitude will set him far ahead of the young black men who coming into the wars meet. You understand?
Yeah.
His attitude alone. Did you hear the King Shinada had with Be Brave today? Man, what the fuck, bro?
He said that they let him go because of weed in his system from 2 months ago. Like
he also said he made a mistake at work. But he kept complaining about what the external factors, but he didn't focus on the internal factors, the problems, the mistakes that he made at work. Right.
Yeah, what he contributed to his demise. Yeah, that was kind of wild.
Right. And Brave would say, look, bro, like once you open the door, like you open the door. Right? You let that other man have an opportunity to take your position. It was on you. You didn't test positive for weed, make a mistake at work. You still had your job. You wouldn't have been complaining, but you didn't, and now you are. Right? That's the way it works.
He'll be the first one to put a bunch of effort into telling you that it's a racist country. It's this and that stacked against you. And I think that's what the African was saying. It's like you're not taking. If you did right by the opportunities you got, you wouldn't have the same issues you have. You want to allow this lower standard of how you conduct yourself to dictate what you call everything. What you consider white supremacy or racism. Like, bro, stop fucking up, man. You won't have any problems.
That is correct. That is correct. And King Shinar more or less admitted to that point, right? Like he admitted that he fucked up. He admitted that caused him the problem. That was King Shinar. I think that really shows the difference. Hey man, since you were listening to Brave, what did you think about when I mentioned like all the job opportunities in the black neighborhoods are pretty much off limits to the blacks? What do you think about that?
I don't think they are. I think they're just late. There was gas stations on sale. Like you have an opportunity to purchase that.
Well, I mean, without purchasing, okay, yeah. If you go purchase it, yeah, okay. But like,
are you considering all opportunity, or you just what do you mean?
I'll show you what I mean. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. This is at Popeyes and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. That's what I was talking about with Brave. There's a sister girl working there. Hispanic man. All Hispanics in the back doing the making of the food. Well, of course, black customers, right? This is right in their neighborhood, bro. If they can't do this shit, bro, they're not gonna be able to do much else. I'm just being honest. That's my opinion.
That's sad, man. Why wouldn't brothers and sisters be working there? If that's their neighborhood, that don't make sense. Instead of sitting around looking dusty, on
the stream one day, I was let me see if I can find it. It was a Hispanic man. He was walking to work, and I'm like, "Yo, what the fuck you doing over here?" He was like, "I work here," and he could barely speak English, bro. And I said, "Where the fuck you work?" He like, "That Popeyes right there." I said, "What? You work at the Popeyes that I just showed you? You couldn't even speak English, bro." Like, bro, if you can't sling chicken at Popeyes in your own neighborhood, bro, it's over. Like, you gotta call it what it is, bro. Yeah, I'm just
it's a wrap.
Yeah, I think it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't do that, bro, like, you gotta figure that shit out. It's just too simple. You're talking about fucking Popeyes chicken. Anyone can sling with chicken. Shit, I worked at places like I worked in Long John Silver's growing up. You ever worked fast food?
Yeah, I worked at Burger King. That was my first job.
Yeah, very simple work. Very simple. You ever read the Moynihan report?
Not word for word, not all the way through. I've glanced at it.
Yeah, I read it years ago. I haven't read it in a long time though, but I do remember that years ago. The Moynihan report. And I got a lot of Cherokee. Man, I get so many emails. A lot of people want me to talk more about real estate. I don't know what you think about that. I don't know. Then a lot of people want to hear about the news, the comings and goings, entertainment shit. So there's always a balance, I guess you could say, right?
I'm more interested in the computer side of it. If you ever got into that.
That's right. Like, we can do a stream whenever you want to do it, man. Like, I've taught myself. It's always been a passion of mine. We could always do anything. We do it.
So wait, do you still do it at all, or no? You just do the.
No, I haven't done it in probably like 2-3 years. I think this is the longest that I haven't been at work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, as long as I haven't been in work doing software. But yeah, shit, I did it for 20 something years. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think you could just hop back in it, or you have to get caught up?
It's like riding a bike, bro. Like as I tell people all the time, I think it's about. This is my thoughts. I think it's about pattern. The ability first to see patterns, right? That's most important. You understand? Like, I talked about here, like if you look at, say, this message, right? Right. So this message has, well, let me do this one. This message has an image, right?
Mm-hmm.
Text for a name, right? Send, right? And then text for a message, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? Now this message here has the same pattern, but there is no image, right?
Right.
So this person had an image, this person didn't, but everything else is the same. So you have, in this case, it would be some kind of, if there is no image, show his avatar, right? You see the logic there, right? If there is an image, show the picture, right? Everything else is gonna be the same, but the avatar versus the picture is conditional. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Right? You understand? And so every message is like that. You see that? Everyone is like that. It's either the image or the avatar, right? Everyone. And so then on the side, if you're looking, say, in StreamYard, you see basically a list of messages, right? You see that? A list of messages, right? You see that?
Sir. Yep.
And they're all basically the same pattern. Image, text for their name, and then a text for the message, right? That makes sense. It's a list of them, right? And they keep getting populated. If someone writes a message, it gets populated, right? Right? That makes sense? It keeps adding to the bottom. They don't put them at the top. It adds them to the bottom. You see that? Tyrone just sent a message. It adds it to the bottom, right? And when someone else adds a message or submits a message, it gets added to the bottom. It could add them to the top if you wanted, but that wouldn't make sense, right? And so from a software perspective, what I see there is something like is this right here. Richard just joined all this. So it's something like, you may say it's a generic list, right? It could be an array, but let's just say it's a generic list, right? And that's what I see there, right? Now, another software developer, Richard, may say, well, I see it as an array. I may say, well, what about a generic list? Because someone may send a message from Twitch, and Twitch needs to be added to the list too. Someone may send a message from Kit. And so it should be a generic message that it satisfies the it will satisfy, I guess in this sense, maybe the signature or whatever, and you would add that new item to the list there. So that's what you're seeing on the StreamYard side right there on the right. And then of course there are buttons and shit to end the stream. Well, you can't see that, but so that's kind of how you have to look at it, without writing any code. Richard, what do you think about that? Fried plantain, beef tallow. That's the way to go there. Richard's he's a software developer. He's maybe a lead developer, I think.
So which program do you work with the most? Like, do you like JavaScript or Python or anything else that you?
I started out in the back end, so like I started out like VB5, something like that, VB6. Then I moved up to like from VB into like more object-oriented programming. Are you familiar with that?
No, not at all.
See, Richard said generic makes sense. If it's from, that's right. So you see what he's saying right there, right? Generic makes sense if it's messages from different platforms. So you heard me say Twitter, Twitch, Kick, whatever, right? If you want to add this message here, because there are messages from, I could add a new stream here from Twitch, and the message will still populate, even though it's coming from Twitch. Right now, we're just streaming on YouTube, 2 different YouTube channels. So, the list could be a little bit more concrete, right? But with a generic list, as an example, each message JSON object would be a different format. There you go. And so, so generic list would be like a back-end server-side technology. And, we could talk about that. So that would be maybe how this is being returned. There could be like a service returning a generic list. It would probably return JSON, right? It would return JSON, right? JSON is just, would it be like a formatted text, basically? The person making the request for when you see the messages pop in, there's probably some kind of, would that be like a subscriber type pattern, Richard? Yeah, I guess it would be like a subscription, right? Or polling type, where it's checking for messages every now and then populating it in StreamYard, sending it to YouTube too, however that works.
How long did it take for all this to get so familiar that it's just you can look at it and tell what's what?
Man, shit, you never figure it all out. That's the thing. When you say this fair, Richard, you never figure it all out. Yeah, it could be a WebSocket. Yeah, I never really worked much with WebSocket, but polling in the API. So you see, I was saying polling, right? But you say most WebSocket. I never really worked with WebSockets that much, but yeah, it could be polling in the APIs and anytime a new message. Yeah, see, Richard says there's always something to learn. You'll never learn it all, bro. And I think that is, what you have to really become accustomed to. You can't learn it all. You just have to be very good at, knowing, like I like to say, you got to be able to see patterns.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like the way I just described the pattern here and here. And the ones without an avatar. Well, I showed you ones without an avatar. So you got to be able to see that pattern. You say, oh, those are the same thing. One just has a conditional image versus avatar. And then you can see that in just little blocks of code. And then what they call it, like skinny methods and fat classes. So you want to, how would you say it? Like break it down to the smallest, functionality and component. You don't want to have a lot of functionality in one particular class. As a, let me see how I could best describe it. I'm trying to give you a good example. One would be like you crank up your car, right? Well, for you put your key in the ignition, but everything that happens after that is abstracted away from you, right?
Okay.
So that may be a method to say, I don't know anything enough about an engine, but fire the pistons, right? And that should be isolated because the fire the piston method should apply to any car. You understand?
Right.
And so that's the other kind of way of thinking. Like, okay, this should be a method that if it's called by an SUV or a truck or I don't know, what's the other kind of sedan, like change gears, up gear, low down shift. That method should be the same no matter what type of car calls the method. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The process is still the same. You're going from third gear to fourth gear to third gear. No matter if it's an SUV or a car or a truck, right? Richard, I'm gonna explain. I'm a little drunk. I'm not drunk, but I've been drinking a little bit, so I may not be explaining it as well. I see Richard put a little bit in the chat.
Yeah, it'd be cool if Richard could hit the link.
Richard never joins the chat, man. But that's more or less. And so now you're getting into like polymorphism, inheritance, and shit like that. The principles of object-oriented programming, and those are like it used to be. I don't know if it's as much anymore. It's more back-end code, but if you're on the back end, those are things that are very important to write very concise code. You understand? Because as I just explained to you, like a car, truck, van, they all do the same things, but they're different. They may be subclasses of a vehicle, but they all need to call the same method, right? So that introduces the polymorphism. Yeah, I'll show you that word.
It makes sense because I know ladder logic, and it's like following a diagram.
Yeah, let's see, polymorphism, Java. Let's see. Yeah,
I dabble with it a little bit, but I didn't have enough time to like get caught up and nobody to explain it to me.
Yeah. Once you it took me a long time to get patterns, bro. Like all those fucking constructor patterns, you end up doing it anyway. But once you understand how it all comes into play, that's when you're really good at it. You start getting your stride. In my opinion, it may, different experiences for different people. But Richard, did you go to college for software development, or did you just learn it on your own? I wonder. Yeah, and that's basically it. So, you ever heard of something called like spaghetti code?
Somebody's mentioned it through conversation, but I never got into it.
Well, you ever heard of? You ever found yourself doing the same thing over and over again?
Oh yeah.
Right. And so in software, you don't want to have a method. You don't want to have methods all over the place to do the same thing. Right. Hey, do this. Right. And so in this class, in this library, you got to do this method. And in this class, a library, you got another do this method. And they all do the same thing. So once you update what needs to be done in the do this method, then now you got to update 5 different routines, right? They're all over the place. And so that is one of the ways you kind of want to kind of think about how you architecture a solution to not have like what they call spaghetti code or redundancies there, because you'll find yourself forgetting to update a method that needs to be changed that is more or less just redundant. You understand? You don't want to, and I think software is like kind of trying, the goal would be to reduce the redundancies, or yeah. So yeah, that's one of the things what Richard's saying. You don't want to rewrite the same methods over and over. So if you find yourself rewriting the same code, you probably need to, extract that out into a method all its own.
Right. So similar to like the HTML and that kind of stuff, just doing that. That's over and over again.
Yeah. I'm sure there's probably some kind of like, even in HTML, like, nowadays they may write up a component, right? So they may give me the HTML for this, right? So it may be, I don't know, I'm not very good at HTML, but I don't know, H1 or whatever the fuck, and whatever. And then that's static. And then I wire it up to be dynamic. You understand? Yeah. So you say React components. Yeah. React. So they would give you the static HTML code and say, okay, make this work dynamically. Right? Like on this website, this list is updating dynamically. As people write in messages, it gets updated and displayed dynamically. So there's 2 things going on. It gets updated, the list gets updated, but it also has to show it, right? So there's 2 things happening at the same time. And then,
much respect to those who learn how to do that, man. That sounds like a lot to get into. There's no start point for that, man. You got to know what you're doing.
Now, as I said, like to me, what I think is a way of thinking. Once you get the thinking down, it all comes pretty easy to you. I mean, the code is out in the internet. You can Google for the solutions. It's just a matter of like making them make sense, if that makes sense. And, once you're doing the same thing over and over at different places. You go to Walmart. Okay, they want you to build a point of sale system. You go to Kmart. They want you to build the same damn thing. Yeah. As Richard said, once it clicks, it's not that bad. Nah. The hardest part probably is mentally staying up on top of everything because shit keeps changing. Nothing stays the same. So that's the hard part. Man.
You have to use a lot of abstract thinking.
Yeah, I think it's to keep down the man. When I at one point in my career, I used to try to write the skinniest methods possible. Just trying my best. Like, what could I do to make this 3-line method 2 lines or 1 line? Right? Just trying my best. Make it very, very concise. Yeah, Kmart. Yeah, Kmart is not around anymore, right? Is that right?
Kmart been gone. Yeah, Kmart gone.
I used to shop at Kmart. Oh man, Deacon Dave, you Stanley, you come up with late nights when Stanley's on?
No, I get up early in the morning. I'm up at like 4 o'clock every day. Try to get to the gym by 5, get to work by 7.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Man, I was going to show you something. Oh, yeah, this was a start off showing. I pulled it up. I was going to show it for HB. Hold on. Now I think I'm going to do this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a good one right here. Let's see. Give me 1 second. It's coming. Can you see my screen?
To beat up her child's one-year-old Nicole Barnes. Our partners at the Post-Dispatch say the 26-year-old rapper also shared Barnes' address and a photo of her home in a Facebook post. Barnes says she and her family had to move out of her Hazelwood home and now live in constant fear. She's seeking $5 million. Rapper Sexy Red is in legal trouble today. A new lawsuit claims she asked her fans on social media to beat up her child's grandmother, 51-year-old Nicole Barnes. Our partners at the Post-Dispatch say the 26-year-old rapper also shared Barnes' address and a photo of her home in a Facebook post. Barnes says she and her family had to move out of her Hazelwood home and now live in constant fear.
A 6-year-old, damn, threatening her grandmother. Fucking amazing, right?
Yeah, they out there calling her government name.
I can't believe Sexy Red is this popular. There's someone, I can't remember who it was that really launched her career.
Oh, somebody launched Sexy Red's career?
Yeah, I can't remember who it was, though. Deacon Dave.
It was great.
What do you think about this right here, Deacon Dave? Your thoughts.
You stab until he was dead. This 12-year-old boy randomly stabbed a 9-year-old to death and later sought the death penalty in court. However, after learning about his background, the victim's family not only forgave him, but also hoped for his recovery. On an afternoon in August 2014, Jamarian Lawhorn, afraid to go home, randomly chose Connor Verkerka as his target at a playground and stabbed him 6 times. Instead of running away, he called 911 and waited for the police to arrest him. Lawhorn's defense attorney argued that he had suffered years of abuse from his parents and pleaded insanity in court, but the judge rejected the claim. A physical examination revealed multiple bruises and signs of chronic malnutrition, all caused by his mother and stepfather. This severe mistreatment left Lawhorn feeling utterly hopeless, ultimately leading to the crime. Upon learning the full story, Connor's parents forgave the 12-year-old boy. Ultimately, Lawhorn was convicted of first-degree murder, but since he was a minor, the judge issued a blended sentence. He would stay in a juvenile facility until he turned 21, at which point he would be tried as an adult. Was this a fair ruling?
What do you think, Deacon Dave?
I think that's twisted, man. I don't know how to feel. Man, he needed He needed, man, there had to be signs there before that ever happened.
Amazing. He stabbed it at that point. Damn.
So what? He goes to school every day, has a normal life. Just one day, the abuse that he was dealing with at home, he decided to take it out on somebody else. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how psychopaths think, man, but I'm not a psycho. That's some psychotic shit. You there? Or you frozen? What does that mean? Damn, John, you playing dead. What's going on? Yeah, nobody gonna hit the link. I see we up here just hanging out. Yeah, we must have to log out, log back in. I don't understand crazy people. I really don't. I mean, I'm kind of crazy, but I would never take it out on nobody else. I just go to the gym. One way to get that aggression out. What happened? I ain't never been on the island. What's up, Brooklyn? Come on up here so we can holler about that hairdo.
Yo, Dave,
The hair textures.
I don't know what the hell happened to my computer here. Is there someone in the background? I may have to restart, Deacon Dave. I don't know what the hell. My computer seemed to have frozen here. Unless someone want to come up, I'll restart my computer. But damn, I don't know what the hell happened here.
Yeah, Brooklyn coming up. Me and her gonna have hair texture debate.
Or Brooklyn, come up. I'll let you up, and then I'll restart my computer. I don't know what the hell happened here. All right, give me 1 second. Kimmy Cakes.
Nah, I don't know if she up here. I was just joking, but
No, she coming. Let me give her a link. Copy. Let's see. And I'm gonna restart my computer. Post comment. Here's the link.
what's up, Snake? What's happening? I don't ever be in the chat when I'm up here. I don't know who's saying what. Y'all could be down there talking hella shit.
I just posted a link. I'll be right back, Deacon Dave.
All right, bro. Tyrone Sly. Everybody here. What's up? What's happening? Drink 30. Up here having me a sip. Give me cakes.
Hi, Dave. How was your day today?
Oh man, I worked so hard. I'm so tired. How
Yeah,
was yours?
same. But at least we have Monday off because it's Eid.
Yeah, man. It's hard trying to act like I'm busy at work. That's all I do. Is acting.
Act like it.
Yeah, man. I'll
You're
carry
living
an
a
empty
life.
box from one side of the shop to the other so nobody bother me.
You're living a life, Dave.
It's all right. It's all right.
So what you want to fight me about?
Yeah, we're gonna have to.
I'll be honest with you, Dave. I don't.
Give me 1 second.
What's up?
Hello. Hey, everybody. Ja. Hey, Ja.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, Kimmy Cakes. Hey,
What's up, Porch?
Dave. I'm saying Ja. I'm not familiar with Ja. John, are you familiar with Ja?
No, I'm not familiar with.
Well,
I'm about to
actually,
log back on.
yes, I guess I'm new to this channel, and I was listening to John Galt's on a different channel on Kazorian Empire's channel.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a mod over there, so I just decided to, subscribe and then come over here,
Oh
hang
man,
out
I'm
with you
glad
guys.
you're here, bro.
Thank you for subscribing and coming in. So, Ja, you're from what channel? You say?
Kazorian Empire.
That's the African guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all Negroes are welcome, no matter if you're Caribbean or African or American. So, welcome in, Ja. Welcome.
Thank you.
Hey, Ja, are
Well,
you African?
no, I'm African American.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, all right, I'm African American. We just
Yeah.
had someone um, get into it with one of our panelists because she referred to black people as African American. So I guess you're African American.
Yeah, I mean African American, Black American. I use it interchangeably, so it doesn't.
Okay, so you don't take offense to being called like an African American.
No, no. Why not? Well, like, why would?
Well,
Why should
someone
I?
took it. Some, there's a movement to like among the blacks to say like they're not African. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, like you talking about like the pretendians and the FBAs.
No, the FBAs are saying that they're African, I think, right? But there is like the Aborigine type blacks or whatever saying that they were here.
Yeah, that's
Right?
pretending.
Yeah.
Oh, is that
Well,
what
I
you
mean,
call
I,
them?
I
Okay,
kind of
all
look at
right.
them. I kind of look at them as the same because even when you talk to some of the FBAs, they tend to like repeat some of the things that the pretend.
No, she cut out.
I'm here. Hello.
Yeah, I think you cut out. I don't know if I cut out.
No. That was me because my screensaver went on. Yeah, but I tend to look at like the FBAs and the pretendians as like pretty much the same because they like some of their rhetoric is pretty much like overlaps each other. So it's just a group of people on social media that's like denying their roots or you know also denying accountability for a lot of things as well. But it is what it is.
I'm not knowledgeable enough to debate you on that, but I think that African American stuff started with Jesse Jackson. That's not something that they used to say before him.
Yeah, I mean, so when you look at our history, like our name has changed like throughout our time here in America. So at one point we were like Negroes, and then coloreds, and then like it's now Black American, African American.
And then there's the traditional blacks. I mean, the new age rhetoric I don't agree with. So maybe I might not call myself black because what is it? It's a culture or what are we doing? It's a race. It's an identifier. What are we
I
doing with that?
Yeah, I guess it's like an identifier or
But
like a
when you're
social.
outside as a black man or black, what we consider black, you go outside of here, you're an American.
Yeah, an
That's what
American.
they don't. Some there are places that won't say, "Oh, that's a black American." They'll just say he's American.
Yeah, no, that's
So
true. Exactly. Just like in other places in the world. I mean, you have China, for example. You have different ethnic groups in China, but outside of China, they're all considered Chinese, which is their nationality. There's no ethnic group in China called China or Chinese. You have the Han Chinese, you have all these different ethnic groups, but outside of that, they're called Chinese, regardless of their ethnic groups. Same with like Nigeria.
As
You have
someone who works with Chinese people or people, let's just say Asian people
Mhm,
internationally every year, what I've learned from the small children that come here from China and all over, they don't like to be referred to as Asian. And
mhm,
if they're from Taiwan, they don't want to be called Chinese, they're
yeah,
Taiwanese. They want to be called specifically where they're from. I don't know if
yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah. That's true.
I know this is how it is in China. And when it comes to black people, for them, a translation of black is like a color, but they would never
Mhm,
call a black person black because they don't have a translation for that. So in their translation, we're all African. They just say African people
mhm.
because black to them is like the actual color, like not a person, not a person's race.
Yeah, I look at it more like a social construct, more than just like a color, because you have people who are like lighter skin, lighter complexion, who identify as being black. So I think it's more than just the color. It's sort of like again, a cultural. I mean, a social construct that didn't originate from us, right? It didn't originate, like, we didn't start calling ourselves black. It was another group of people who identified as being black, and we just accepted that term.
But I'll be honest, if someone referred to me as black or African American, I really would not lose sleep over it. I probably wouldn't even hear a difference, honestly. Like, I don't know. I don't care.
Yeah.
But
call
that's
me
just me.
colored, I guess. Call me swarthy. Call me anything. Like I've noticed, I've recognized this black thing as like it's more like a culture of its own. and what they consider black because they included Kamala. I don't want nothing to do with that.
Oh, I don't know. I don't care.
So Kamala's black, right?
I mean, that's a little complicated for me because
Here we
she's.
go. Let's get into it.
Well, hold on,
I
hold
feel.
on. Hey, hold on, Kimmy. I got a question for Ja. I was muted.
Okay.
Ja, do you date the sisters?
You said, do I date any sisters?
Do you date
Of
the
course.
sisters?
What do you mean, Black American, African American, or just Black women in general? My wife is Ethiopian,
Uh-oh.
so if you want to consider that, the sisters, I don't know.
So
Let's not.
wait a
Why
minute.
not?
Okay, you don't have to. You don't have to.
I don't consider that as a sister like a black. I don't consider. Would you consider her like a black American?
I consider like as a black person, not a Black American, obviously.
You know,
I agree with Ja.
okay, what's the difference between have you ever dated a sister?
Of course.
So explain to us the difference between dating an African woman, East African, and the sisters you've dated.
It's a lot of difference actually. I think it's more of a cultural difference than anything.
Okay, explain it to us then.
Just I mean, my wife, she's Ethiopian American, so she grew up in America. Like her father grew up in America, listening to like the same music that our elders listen to. Patti LaBelle, all that type of stuff, right? So
the differences, right? Let's get to the differences.
yes, no, I'm trying to explain the difference, but it's kind of hard for me to say because my wife is actually American. She's an American Ethiopian, so her culture is more assimilated with ours compared to like a Ethiopian straight from Ethiopia. Like that's a totally different culture.
Well, so what's the difference between the black American women you dating and this Ethiopian American? If they're no different, you say they're no different. She's assimilated fully.
Yeah, I mean, yes, she assimilated. I would say, yeah.
Yeah, my sister-in-law is Ethiopian.
Oh, really?
Does she listen to any Ethiopian music?
Of course she does.
Oh, wait, me?
No, so your wife.
Not really. No, she's fully assimilated, so she doesn't even speak like any like
Amharic.
Well, I mean that's Amharic, but you have a lot of like different
Does she
languages out
eat
there.
Ethiopian food?
Yeah, she'll eat it here and there. Yeah. I've tried it. It's all right. I mean, I wouldn't eat it. I wouldn't eat it every day.
You don't like that gomen? That gomen is good, bro. That gomen.
It's so good.
I mean, that's one of the best collard greens I ever had.
I like the lamb tibs and the shiro.
Well, I don't know. Like I eat it here and there, but like for me, it gives me acid reflux. So, like I don't know if that happens to you guys, but
No,
yeah, I don't know.
But I don't have acid issues. But if you have a more sensitive digestive system, you have to be careful with sauces, tomatoes, things like that, which they do put a lot in their food.
Yeah. Maybe it's just like the different spices because I don't necessarily have like the digestive issues, but maybe it's the different spices. Maybe I'm not
If you're
familiar with.
getting
I don't know.
reflux, that means you have a more sensitive system. You need to be eating more like raw salads and foods that's not, like you said, too overly seasoned or spicy.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't typically get that. Like I know my body, like I don't typically get acid reflux, but I noticed like the couple of
Because
times that
you eat
I've
something
tasted
that doesn't agree with you.
Ethiopian food. Yeah, exactly. So those couple of times that I've eaten it, like I've gotten that. So I don't know. I blamed it on the food. I didn't really say like, oh, my body's like. I
No,
don't
but
know.
your body's telling you the truth. Like me, if I eat gluten, my face breaks out. When I don't eat gluten, I'm good. But my body just can't take that.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. It's not a bad thing. Our body tells us what's up.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Kimmy, you're Haitian? Like, are you off the boat Haitian or? I'm
I'm not Haitian at all.
Are you second generation?
No, like I'm not Haitian at all. Like there's no one in my family named Haiti.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I could have swore I thought you said that before.
No. I just have a lot of respect for what Haiti could have been.
Me too.
Wait, you said you're FBA?
No, my parents were both born and raised in Jamaica. I'm first generation American.
Oh, okay, Jamaica. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on. Let me ask y'all. What part of the country you live in? Because I live in DC. There's a lot of Ethiopians here. So I'm curious to know what part of the country you live in. Ja.
Oh, me? I'm from Boston.
Is it a lot of Ethiopians up there?
Not really. We have more like Cape Verdeans, the Dominicans,
Boston has a
Haitians.
lot of Haitians.
Yeah, like so I would look at like New York's sort of racial demographics is very similar to us, except that we have we have Cape Verdeans. I don't think I ever met a Cape Verdean in New York City.
Cape Verde is like off the coast of
Oh
Africa.
yeah.
Right? That's
Yeah.
They have Cape Verdeans out here, mostly in the Bronx, like in like Mount Vernon.
DC
Okay.
is the
But they're a
biggest
very small
population.
group.
Exactly. See, out here in my state, Cape Verde, we have like the largest Cape Verdean
let me ask you,
population here in America.
Let me ask you, did you have an Ethiopian wedding, bro?
Nah. It was just like a typical, American wedding.
Do you know what the shoulder dance is? The Ethiopian shoulder.
Yeah.
I've been to Ethiopian wedding, bro. This is an all-day festival. You know.
You say you've been to Ethiopia?
I've been to Ethiopia too, but I've been to Ethiopian wedding in Atlanta. It's like
which part of Ethiopia did you go to?
Well, the Addis Ababa, and they would have like protests and shit all in the street. Like,
oh wow,
maybe it was like maybe it was.
Was it during the height of like the whole civil war with the Tigrayan rebel groups?
No, it wasn't recent. It was probably 10 years ago. Yeah. I was on my way to Tanzania, so I stayed there for like 2 days.
See, I don't know what it is about Tanzania, but I'm heading there this summer.
Yeah,
I met a lot of people who want to go to Tanzania.
It's my favorite.
Yeah, that's on my list. I ain't gonna lie.
It's my favorite African country. The goat meat. What do they call it? Damn, I can't remember the name of that shit. Damn, those goat meat. That's the best goat meat in the world. Well,
really?
The best goat meat I've had. Yeah, I forget the name of it. Damn. Yama, some shit like that. That shit. They just grill it on the side of the road and shit. Like, that shit is good right there.
What do you prefer, John? Tanzania or Johannesburg, South Africa?
I've never been to Johannesburg, but I like Uganda better.
You say you like Uganda better?
I'm sorry, Tanzania better. Yeah, because of the it's kind of Americanized. It's safe. Like when I go to Ghana, man, it's like you living behind walls.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm used to like, my neighbor over there, what's up, man? We meet up at the corner for a cup of coffee, chit chat. It ain't none of that shit. It ain't that in Tanzania either, but the food is probably kind of more my speed.
What about the society? Like, from my kind of sort of understanding, like it seems like a very like a modest sort of society, like very decent in that way, right?
What in like Ghana?
Tanzania.
Yeah, I mean all the African countries I've been to have been kind of modest living. There's some rich people clearly, but most people live fairly modest. So
no, but I'm talking about in terms of like culture, like they're like I remember watching a video once, like this African American woman went there. She was single, and she was wearing like a typical dress, like a typical like a clothes that you might see out here, but she wore it out there with her cleavage sort of showing. And I remember like the women in the community were like, like giving her dirty looks, and she didn't understand why at first until someone pulled her to the side, like, we don't dress like that here. Yeah, so that's what I mean by modest in that sense.
Oh yeah, I can see. I imagine a lot of that clothing, like when people get dressed up to go over there, it's probably more functional. Would you say that's the case, Kimmy K? You from the Caribbean?
If what is more functional?
Like if you're getting dressed up in, I don't know, in Jamaica, right? Like it's hot, right?
Yeah.
Your dress might be, if you getting up going out to work every day, your dress may be more functional.
Functional, like more revealing.
No, functional in terms of like less revealing is more functional, right? If it's hot, you
might have on like crop slacks and a button-down sleeveless shirt as a woman, with flat shoes.
Where Americans just go out their day to day. A girl may go out to the grocery store and just dress any kind of way. I was dating a girl from the Virgin Islands, And she said they used to get so mad in America that would walk into their grocery stores with bikinis on. She said, what the fuck is that grocery store? Like, you coming here out of the beach in a bikini? You don't do that in America, you know, in the States. But, you know, it's kind of like what you're saying there.
It got bad though. It's bad to the point where like I don't know about a lot of islands, but many of the islands they'll have signs up like "Do not come in here in your beach clothes."
You know what happens?
I think he has to step away.
Yeah, but Kimmy, you from where you from?
Brooklyn?
Brooklyn? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be out there. I had some family out there.
Okay. Are you originally from like born and raised in Boston?
Yeah. So my mom, my mother's side is from Georgia, and my father's side is from North Carolina. But my father's father, my great grandfather is Jamaican.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. They talk a lot. I mean, I don't know. I guess you know from the channel that led you here, but they talk a lot here about like a lot of different things. But sometimes the conversation goes around like people who are born in America for centuries, and the people like me who might be first generation American or migrated here at some point in time or history, and how big the differences are. But I try to tell them like, I don't know who else is having this conversation, but you don't really in like Caribbean circles, people are not talking about FBAs and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I don't really hear it in African circles either.
Wait, so let me ask you a question. You like this is kind of crazy. Asking a woman her age, but you was pretty much born in like the 90s, would you say?
No, 80s.
80s, okay. Well, I was born in the mid 90s, but when I was growing up, because to me, Boston and New York, like we have like similar racial demographics. We have like a lot of those Caribbean cultural influences in our cities.
Yeah.
So when I was growing up, like we didn't really look at it like that. We just looked at us all being black. We didn't have like all this ethnic divide or ethnic tension as you see today. Like we just didn't see it back then.
But you know, as I tell you, like you can listen to the calls on this stream. We did 14 hours. And what were we doing, guys? We were what were we doing? You all know what we were doing. We were
God, you silly as hell, man.
We were adopting the FBA. And bro, what I'm trying to say to you is that most of these FBAs grew up telling their mama to adopt an African. And the tables have turned. And the Black Americans who can't, compete with these Africans come here, they're getting angry as hell. And that's why they...
Exactly.
Some of them even like, it's strange now hearing blacks call themselves Americans. They want to make America great again. That shit's kind of strange to me. You don't find this strange? Any of you guys find this strange?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, I don't really pay it too much mind, me personally, because I think there's two things happening here. I think we have like this social media kind of like community, and then you have like people who are like just living day to day on the ground, and it's completely different. Like the people on the ground do not reflect the social media, and vice versa, in my opinion. Because, and I've done like my own sort of like social experiment, like asking like Black Americans, like, oh, have you ever heard of like FBA or Tariq Nasheed? Literally everyone that I've access to, no one knew what FBA was or who Tariq Nasheed was. Like so.
Yeah.
Like from the social media, you would think that this is like a huge movement on the ground. People like, got their picket signs on the corner, like FBA, but it's not like that actually.
But we played a video where Dr. Umar showed up in the HBCU and he got a Michael Jackson like applause.
Play that again, man. That's it.
and who did he holler at? He said my queens, right?
No, white bunnies, snow bunnies, never.
He's my queen. And so they, at least in the college circles, they know who the hell he is, right? Because they like, yo, they gave him a standing ovation, And you're right. I don't hear much about him in the streets, but you do hear a lot about him in the internet. And again, I think, you're going to see a lot more of this bubble up as the Africans come here and they seem to do better for themselves. Did you hear the clip from the African that I played earlier today?
No, actually, I just came in like for like the last, I guess, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, it was a guy that rents a room for me. He's an African guy, and he doing. And, you know, I'm gonna play it just for you. Let me see if I can play it. I want you to hear this. Yeah, I've been renting a lot of rooms to West Africans. I don't know why so many West Africans, but this is the clip I want to play for you. And let's see. You take it back there. What's the guy's channel? Khazarian Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. This is the clip I want to play for you right here. Let's see. Okay, let me see. I just played it, motherfucker, but I had to restart my screen. Restart my computer. Let's see. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, here it is. All right. All right. Really?
Yeah.
And you think?
Mhm.
Do you think they're privileged?
Yeah, to be born here.
Really?
Yeah.
And you think? Do you think they kind of don't take advantage of it?
That's a more advantage. Yeah. The only problem they don't take advantage of it. I don't know if they are not aware of it or whatever, but they have to take advantage of it because they're born here, they're citizen here, you know. But seems like they don't take advantage of it. There are a lot of opportunities here.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there are lots of opportunities here that can make someone rich. But the only thing is kind of hard though to be rich in the US. It's kind of hard, but
to be rich and be what?
In the US.
Oh, really?
In the
You think
US
so?
here.
You think so? Cheaper?
Yeah. For 1 year. A night.
A room. If you
in the city. In my $2 million $100 make money, which is to $50, $40 to yeah.
But that's for the whole year, though.
Like here in the US, I can see it. There some of the ministers they pay them like the government people. Let me say the ministers. Some of them they pay them like 30 million, which is equivalent to like something like $1,800 for a month, and which I can make here like so. I feel like I'm getting the same pay with the ministers in my country here in the US.
Really?
Yeah.
So that means you're doing pretty well for yourself.
Exactly.
Here's an African say he's doing as well as a minister in government in his country.
Working at Whole Foods.
All right. And if I continue playing it, he's gonna say something that I think is key.
There are a lot of opportunities here.
Yeah. So when you let me ask you this question: when you hear the black people, the black Americans saying it's so hard here and stuff, how do you take that?
Well, because I'm not in their shoe and I'm not raised here, I don't know how they grew up here, but you know, I just say like you just have to work, and then I don't feel like it's hard everywhere, but trust me, the US is better than most places.
Now, what are you doing? What are you doing for a living here?
I work in Whole Food.
You work at Whole Food?
Yes.
Do any Black Americans work there?
Yeah. A lot of Black Americans here.
Oh, really? Okay. Hey, Ja. Nigga, they gonna shock your soul, nigga. Well, he about to say right. Nigga, they gonna shock your soul. Ja, they gonna shock your soul, bro.
I'm listening.
All All right. Which one do you work at? 14th Street?
Black American.
Do you find it
now? Georgetown.
How is it working with you? Work in Georgetown. How is it working with the African Americans in Whole Foods? Do you see a difference in working with them versus other people?
I think most of them like to work in the customer service instead of being inside doing like the
administrative,
doing like the actual, like, I don't know how to put it. Instead of working inside, like for example, the prepare food, the bakery, the meats department. But most of them, I think most of them they don't like to work inside. They don't like to work. They don't like to do hard work.
Oof. Oh, nigga that came over African and identified a weakness in your ass.
That nigga run around here being a foot soldier for these nothing
talking about my mom, though.
Fuck that nigga talking about. Oof, boy. Anybody remember In Living Color? Anybody remember that shit? It motherfucker. Remember what?
Yes, I remember.
Well, you probably know what
And
I'm
the
going.
Jamaicans had 10 jobs.
Niggas in Jamaica got 10 jobs. and the blacks made a TV show trying to put down the Jamaican because that nigga had 10 jobs. And here this motherfucker African like came over here to America and say, nigga, y'all niggas don't even want to work hard at all. Not even one job.
Yeah.
It didn't take him long to see it either. It didn't take him long to figure it out.
But listening to that, right? I didn't really like view it as like a big thing or maybe something that's like disparaging towards Black African Americans. Like I didn't really see it that way because
No, they were trying to teach Jamaican people. That's why you wouldn't see it that way. The joke was on the Jamaicans. Yeah.
Like
again, no, but I think on I guess on the Black American or African American side. Well, I think generally, when you look at African American, Black Americans, and then you look at some of the other ethnic groups that are coming from like foreign backgrounds, obviously I think there's like a historical there's historical differences, and I think that's what kind of shape our view now or how we sort of operate in today's, I guess, world. But when I look at people that come from an immigrant background, they don't, and then compared to us here in America that have a different historical experience here in the country, you know, you have people that come from an immigrant background. They don't have this sort of historical grievance with white Americans in that way, right? How Black Americans might have.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm glad you said that, John, because I asked that question earlier.
I've been saying this here. I've been saying it. I've been saying what question is?
I had asked, like, it seems like the Black Americans that were born here, like, have been here generationally. They like have like they're holding on to like something from the past.
Man, they focus on beating white people so bad. They focus on beating white people.
It's like we had slavery in the Caribbean. There was obviously slavery in Africa. There's slavery all over the world.
Yeah.
But why can other groups move on from it? But it's really difficult here.
Because they have a place to go they call home. This isn't my excuse, but you could always escape and go back there. That competition isn't there 24/7 like it is here.
Yeah,
like,
and I was gonna say like the difference. Yeah, I gotta finish. I'm sorry.
This is a global marketplace, Kate. Like in Jamaica, by and large, Jamaican man gonna have him another Jamaican woman. By and large, maybe get him a girl off to a boat, right? But in America, like unlike probably most places, in my opinion, like if you want your white girl or Hispanic girl, or you want to live in a white neighborhood, you can do that. And that competition.
We have white and Spanish Jamaicans. We have it all.
I understand.
So can I say something real quick, right? Because I think someone said like, we all went through slavery and then like, what's the big deal? But I think it's a little bit more.
We all went through slavery. Other groups have moved past it.
Yeah, exactly.
But it seems like groups here are stuck.
Yeah. So I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that, in my opinion. Like when I look at African Americans and then I compare with the different Black ethnic groups that went through slavery and stuff like that, colonialism. Like the African Americans seem to have, because of their historical experience being here in America in a predominantly white society, which is them being the minority, compared to like the Caribbeans and Africans who are the majority there. I
Yeah.
think the Black Americans have a more direct experience or more direct experience with slavery, and not just only slavery, but just oppression here in America, right? So I don't want to overlook that part. I'm not saying that we should just be victimized people or whatever. No, but I think it's important to look at the historical experiences, right? So with Black Americans, you had slavery, and then from slavery you had sharecropping, you had Jim Crow, you had mass incarceration. So when you look at Black Americans, the totality of their history here in America, majority of that was spent in oppression. Only, I want to say only like 50, 60 years ago, were Black Americans considered to be like equal on equal,
So you're saying it never really
legally.
ended. It just shifted from one thing to the next.
Not saying that I'm
Right?
not saying that I'm not saying that it ended. I'm saying that I think Black Americans are still responding from those recent sort of wounds of oppression or recent grievances with oppression, compared to maybe Jamaica or Haiti, where obviously they had like less sort of direct experience with white people or white oppression in that way. Obviously, you guys went through slavery as well, but you guys are also the majority there in those countries. So I think it's a little bit different. So I don't want to say Black Americans need to just get over it. No, I think there's some.
No, I think
I think there's
you're
some
making a valid
traumatic.
point.
I think some people have I think some Black families are still experiencing some
Yo,
trauma from those times, right?
They're
And again,
really not.
there's people even in my even in my family, like some of my older aunts and uncles who actually lived during those sort of times, like the civil rights times and stuff like that. So again, I'm not saying that we should embrace victimization or we shouldn't, whatever. No, but I'm also not saying we should get over slavery. No, I think there needs to be some sort of healing, or there's something that Black Americans have responded to. That's what I would say. Yeah.
They ain't got time for that, man. I appreciate you saying that and all that, but there's niggas that just want to win the Victim Olympics. Like, there's nothing holding them back. They just don't realize it.
Yo, let's take a look at this video. You guys remember this dreadhead, this Afro head Negro? Anybody remember him?
Yeah, Pearson.
Yeah. I want you to move. I'm a doubles time the speed. I want you to see how this Negro, these Negroes are out of pocket. Out of pocket.
The Tennessee House of Representatives. It is a pathetic excuse for you to not answer the question of why we are doing nothing about the gun violence epidemic than to personally attack me. But let me explain to you what I have been doing, Representative, since you asked. My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024. And since that happened, it shattered my family like gun violence has shattered so many families. Shattered my nephew's lives, my mother, my father, my other brothers who are remaining. I buried my brother. I planned for his entire funeral. My fiance made his obituary. I made sure that he was taken care of, even in death. That's what I've been doing. But also, not just that, I went to all of my nephew's schools. I met with their principals and their teachers to ensure that they are okay. I gave them and made sure that they had grief counseling and that they're seeing a psychiatrist. That's what I've been doing. And while you're talking about hard work, you need to realize that our job is not just in this state house with these marble floors. Our jobs are on the streets and in the communities that we serve. And so while you've been here passing bills that have been hurting transgender children, while you've been here passing bills that have been hurting the poor, hurting the marginalized, hurting the disenfranchised, while you've been here passing bills that have not ended poverty, while you've been here passing bills that have not helped people who need Medicaid expansion, while you've been here doing the hard work of making sure that our state is not the state that it can be, because you have decided.
Representative Pearson.
Reality of our situation is only to be.
Representative Pearson.
While you've been here doing that, I've been in my community.
Representative Pearson.
Meeting with young people, going to school, registering.
Representative Pearson.
Voters. That's what I've been doing. Hard work doesn't just happen with this legislation. It happens.
Representative Pearson.
And if you will, Chairman, just one more minute, because Chairman Gormer seems to think that he somehow
Representative Pearson.
seems to understand my life better than I do. You need to understand that hard work isn't just sitting there and shutting up and passing a bill. It's doing the hard work of justice and love and mercy.
Okay.
And it's taking your
all right
and your pain and your heartache, and it's standing in front of people who you know may not like you, standing in front of people who you know will disrespect you, people who you know
India are people who died from gun violence. India are people who died from suicide. We need to pass better laws.
Representative Pearson.
And fight for a state where everybody is able to live more freely from the pain of gun violence that me and my family are experiencing. That's what you need to think about, Sheriff Paul. Come on. Don't touch him. Hey, Representative Pearson. No, sir. No, sir. No. Don't touch him. Do not touch him. Do not touch him. Do not touch him.
Can you believe that nigga put his finger in that white man's face like that? Any man's face. But he went straight at that white man. That shit is amazing, bro.
Emotionally out of control. And he reminds me of something, and it's not masculine.
Yeah, I agree.
That shit is amazing, bro. Complaining about gun control and shit, he could solve this shit himself in his own communities. But their ire is like always, aimed at white people. You know what I'm saying? Like the Caribbeans and the Africans, they don't come here thinking about white people like that.
Not at all. Like again, I think it goes back to, like I was saying, like the historical experience. So they don't really. I don't think Africans and Caribbeans, they don't have that sort of like, I don't want to call it like a not victim mentality, not a victim mentality, but again, they just don't. I don't want to say that. They just don't have that similar historical experience. So they view as white people as like just white person or just a typical human, whereas maybe some black people, not all, but some, might still look at white people in the lens of like slavery, Jim Crow and all that type of stuff.
They look at white people as something to overcome, right? Even though white people have been lapped in this country, by other groups of people doing better than white people, but the blacks just have to do better than whites. Right?
So the other groups of people are doing better than whites in what regards? You talking about like household income?
Financially, like Indians are doing better than blacks.
In household income, you mean, right?
Household income, yeah. But the blacks said, look, we have to do better than the whites. Even though the whites are like number 4. If we can get number 3, fuck being number 1. At least we'd be triumphed over the whites. I think what I think their whole life is centered around, to be honest with you.
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Do you know about like the Maslow hierarchy of needs? You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I look at, I guess, Black Americans and then like the other Black ethnic groups, immigrant backgrounds, I tend to it reminds me of that Maslow sort of hierarchy of needs, and I think Black Americans are like that at the top of that sort of pyramid. Looking for like self-fulfillment and maybe some psychological needs. Whereas Africans and Caribbeans, when they come here, they are just looking for the basic needs, safety, security, food, water, warmth.
It's part of it, bro. But I'm gonna tell you, man, it's. I wish I ain't gonna look up the clip, but earlier I played the clip and it was self-identified as poor white trash. This guy's named Be Brave. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he'd be on like what's the other channel? Chaotic Truth channel. Yeah.
He's talking to a black guy. And the black guy is saying, man, I was working down on the factory floor and these white people sitting up doing nothing in the offices getting paid, and yeah, I had a bad weed test, drug test, and yeah, I made a mistake in work, but blah, blah, blah. And the white guy, poor white trash, is saying, all that shit you about to say don't matter. If you fucked up, that's what matters. You open the door for someone to replace you. But the black guy kept going, but the white people. He couldn't focus on himself and say, I fucked up. Right?
Yeah.
He kept saying, but the white people, but they hired a crackhead. Nigga, none of that matters. You fucked up, you open the door. Whatever they do after that, they had nothing to do with you. They can hire their brother, their uncle, their crackhead sister. It don't matter. But you fucked up. They gave you the opportunity, you fucked up. And he was so hell-bent, but the white people ain't doing anything. And it makes it almost impossible to hire them because, as I've explained here on the channel as a landlord, bro, in at least 2 occasions I've had blacks try to run a coup in my houses. They get together and tell the other blacks, hey, don't pay rent, fuck him, right? And they do the same thing in their places of employment. You know, all to fight it, you know, white people, or in this case, me, the landlord, which is kind of like a white person to them, because most landlords that they encounter are not black. So they treat me like a white person, you know, in terms of paying their, most of them, you know.
How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I don't give a shit what the niggas okay. Ain't gonna pay up, man. You know, when I used to go down to the housing authority, bro, you get treated like a white man down there. You know, because the whole slumlord mentality. But they never ever think these niggas ain't got no money. What the fuck else do they deserve but the lowest of the low? Nigga, you on Section 8, what the fuck do you deserve? Right? Like, think about this shit. Like, these are slum people. On the other side of a slumlord had to be a slum ass person that lives there, right? Anyway, these are my thoughts about that.
You know, John, it feels, John, like that demographic, that's where they get their political strength from. That victimhood. It's what gives them the position they have. You know what I mean? The seats they have.
It's like a dog whistle.
Visibility they have.
It's a dog whistle. And them Democrats do that to them and they perk up.
It feels like without that.
Go ahead,
It feels like without that that mobility from that play, they wouldn't be anywhere near where they are right now. They wouldn't have a black mayor in Chicago, for example.
No, that's very true. Wicked, I was over here in the ghetto, Malcolm and Martin, Southeast DC. And I went into a Popeyes. I don't eat that shit. But I was just curious to see who working there, motherfucker, because I saw a Hispanic man going to work one day. I said, who working Popeyes? Your people, Wicked. Look at that, Hispanic. All in the back.
Damn.
Look, all the men in there, he's there, motherfucker with the mask on, Wicked. That's one of your people, Wicked. With that mask on.
I bet the food real good as a result, though.
Hey, you can see the serve. They running that motherfucker, Wicked, right?
Yeah. And you know, for the most part, they'll keep it clean too.
Look at this shit, organized. Look at the bottle shit, organized, chicken, everything, you know, like is clean, fairly clean back here, you know. Ain't shit just strung all about, you know what I mean?
Right.
This is at the corner of Malcolm and Martin Luther King.
Shit.
Man. They might as well change it to the corner of Benito Juarez and
Caesar.
Rodriguez, Fidel Castro.
Right.
Look how clean it look back there, Wiki. Look at that motherfucker.
Man, look, Hispanics, you gotta give them credit in that regard. Like they're good at manual labor, man. They're good at these kind of jobs, you know. And they do it with their head up, you know. And ain't no shame in these kind of jobs, John. Let's be honest.
Nah, man, shit, bro. Like, bro, like, if you can't get this, you can't get shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Lowest of the low, bro. Like, this lowest of the low.
You know, I feel like, you know, man, play your part. You know what I mean? Like you, for example, right? You play your part well. I'll play mine. Play your part.
Wiki, you don't work in the jails anymore?
No. Put it this way. I'm not on the pods anymore with the brothers.
So are you still with the government, you know, authority where you're not at liberty to talk about some of the stuff you used to see?
Yeah. Put it this way, bro. Yes and no, right? Like I'm in the mix. Put it that way, you know?
Yeah. Well.
And put it like this. I suspect I always will be. Like I said, man, I'm playing my role. You know, we all play your part.
Yeah. Yo, what's the you know, ever since I watched that movie Boss, the TV show series The Boss in Chicago, Kelsey Grammer.
Never heard of it.
Yo, bro, you never heard of this shit? You know what ever heard of this Boss? I've shown you.
Nah.
Boss. Let me share with you.
I heard
Boss.
Power.
Nah, this is much better, bro. Kelsey Grammer Anyone ever heard of this shit? Boss Chicago. Was it Boss? Was it Boss Chicago TV series? Was it Boss?
I'm telling you.
Yeah. This is it. Yeah, this is it right here. Boss Chicago, played by Kelsey Grammer here. And so in this,
Is it old or newer?
is 2011, so it's fairly old. But bro, it's kind of timeless though. Honestly, it's kind of like some what do they call this shit? Tom Wolf type.
It
You
looks
know?
good. It looks like, Chicago politics,
Yo,
right?
yo. Let me see if I can. You see what I just Googled, right? Hispanics, Chicago, boss.
Right. What did it say about them?
Let me see if I can find it. It was an interesting clip in there. I can't play it, but I'll tell you about it. So there was so basically, and when I started explaining to you, you know what I'm talking about. So they wanted to build something by the airport, and they contracted out the Hispanics to do it because the Hispanics were business minded, and they had the labor force to do the work, right? And the blacks were more like political grifters. You understand? Whereas the Hispanics had the labor to grift politically, but provide labor. So, value added. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Right.
One of my buddies, real quick, bro, not long story short, that his family owns a cement company, and it's a lot of money in getting city contracts.
Right. And, so in this episode, the Hispanics were doing like the construction at the airport, whatever. That was part of their grift. But the blacks only had the political grift, but all the money was going to the airport and they had no play. They could only get some play once the airport was built by the Hispanics. Does that make sense? That's when they can get the concessions in the airport. So most blacks end up, using their political clout to get concessions in the airport because usually the city runs it. Does that make sense?
So what you're saying is the blacks, they didn't have like the bite behind their bark. You know what I mean? As far as like they didn't have the means to get the construction going.
Right. Right. They didn't have the construction thing. Like they're so overeducated. They're lawyers and shit. Them niggas ain't running no forklift. They're lawyers. Or they're Uber Eats drivers. Right. One or two, but they ain't. Listen, Wicked. Ja, you want to tell him what I played earlier? Ja, you want to tell him what I played? I'm gonna play it again.
Pretty much with the African, the African I work at. He worked at like a grocery store with Black Americans, and he was pretty much saying that the Black Americans don't work as hard as they don't like the physical manual labor sort of work. They would rather be on the cash register instead of being like in the back with the meat, meat and whatever.
I'm going to dig a little bit deeper to that, and I'm going to play it for Wicked, and I'm going to tell you exactly what he's saying here.
Doing like the actual, like, I don't know how to put it. Instead of walking inside, like for example, the prepare food, the bakery, the meat department, but most of them, I think most of them they don't like to walk inside. They don't like to walk. They don't like to do hard work.
So what he's saying, bro, like, if you go into a grocery store with your mind right,
you see the jewelry, but it's fake.
If you go into
the houses,
if you go into a grocery store with your mind right, and you willing to work, you can easily transition, parlay that shit into working at a bakery. You could parlay that shit into work at a butcher shop, a high-end restaurant where you know how to cut meat, right? Master Kim has come on this channel talking about all the time. The Chinese, they know how to cut that meat and preserve, all the meat, save money. But he said blacks want to be cashiers. They just want to, breeze through. And
So basically, like the skill level in a way.
Say what?
So basically, like sort of like the skill, like that cash register work. There's no real skill in that.
Right. There's no
compared
skill.
to like
anything. Right.
Yeah,
it's
compared to the meat grind and all that stuff. You can carry that to another job.
Carry it to another job or carry it to your own fucking business.
Exactly.
I told you about the guy, the Hispanic guy. He worked in a pizza restaurant. Nigga, he ain't Italian. He worked at an Italian restaurant. He learned how to make pizzas really well. Then he went off and he opened up a pizza shop in my neighborhood. Right. Mm-hmm. If you're the cashier or you're a waiter, you're not learning how to make pizzas. You just learn how to deliver the order to the table. A robot can do that. Right. And that's why they want to focus their energies, because it's just a job to them. You understand? It's just a job. They're not there trying to learn anything or further progression. So they just want to make some money here and now. The 15 minutes, 15 seconds in front of them is where their mind is centered.
Yeah, but it feels like what you're describing, John, is you're describing a man, right? As opposed to a little boy. You get what I'm trying to say?
Well, I don't think so. I think that there's part of that, but I think the part is like white people, by and large, in this country, the ones that we see. And I'm telling you, from when I grew up, everyone my age, I'm 49, wanted to work a white collar job. Nobody wanted to fucking get dirty, right? So you had to go to school to keep from getting dirty. And so a lot of these people went to school like my tenant, and he got educated. The colleges took advantage of him. They piled student loans on top of his head, and they took their income, their paycheck, from him being a student in their classroom. And then when it was time for him to leave college, he had nothing to do with all that education. So we were running telecom for that nigga, right? Everybody done got paid. Yeah. Everybody done got paid now, right? Tell me everybody done got paid. The colleges done extracted by $200,000 off this nigga, put the loans on his head, right? They're not held accountable.
Right.
And now he's left, to me, for benevolence to keep him being out on the street. This is an American educated black man.
Everyone that's supposed to get paid got paid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? This is the way of the world, man.
Everybody got paid. Mm-hmm.
Some of us are gonna, progress. Some of us are not. You know what I mean?
No. But part of it is being able to see like the propaganda. Man, let me share this clip. Damn, I hope I got it. Let me see where it is. Let me see if I have it. I want to share this with you. Yo, can you hear the music I got playing in the background, by the way?
Yeah, it's slow, but I can hear it.
Do you know what it is, by the way?
Nah, what is it?
Mm-hmm.
I can't really tell, but it sounds like something like some Wu-Tang sort of early 90s type of music. Hip-hop
it is
music.
Early 90s, it is early 90s. I am an early 90s type of guy. Damn, let me see if I can find this shit. I know I have it. Let me look at my email. Give me time. Be patient with me. Let me see. I get so many emails, let me see if I can find it. I thought a lot about this though when I saw it. I said, damn. Let me see if I can.
While you're looking for it, I wanted to ask La Wicked a question. La Wicked World.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're originally from what, DC?
Nah, I'm from Chicago.
Oh, okay, Chicago. Yeah. What you Puerto Rican, Dominican?
I mean, I'm American, but Mexican descent. What about
Okay,
you?
that's what's up. Yeah, Black American, African American.
Oh, but are you like a FBA? Are you pretending, or what do you see yourself as?
Nah, I'm just American. African American. Yeah, so I don't subscribe to that FBA pretending bullshit.
Oh, okay, I feel you. I got you. So how'd you come across John?
Now I was with a different platform. I was on a different platform and I heard him speaking and I was like, you know what I'm saying? I rock what he was saying. He seemed very educated and stuff like that. Yeah, Kaizoran Empire, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, Kaizoran.
So you dropped I think you dropped the link to your channel and I just subscribed.
Oh
What
yeah.
kind of channel is that one?
It's a channel like I think we call it like an Afrosphere, so it's like different black people, but it's other ethnic groups that come there as well. But it's like it's mostly focused on like geopolitics, economics, and then we kind of bullshit around too, talking shit to each other. So it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah. You know how I would describe John, man. If someone were to ask me, I describe him as raw, real. You know.
Hey, you know what? I was on Be Brave today. He was talking about Ak and he's saying, you know, he said let me see if I can find it. I got a clip of that shit. You know, I had to clip that shit. I like.
Yeah. You ever heard of Rock Nation, John?
Yeah. We're going out from time to time. Hey, you know,
Nation?
Ak Nation.
You ever heard of Rock Nation? Rock Nation News?
Nah, I don't think so. Nah.
Yeah,
Put it in your YouTube. Put it in YouTube. Rock Nation News.
I'll check it out.
Fair warning, you know, trigger warning.
You can't trigger me.
Hey, Brave was talking about me and Ak, and he said he said CT and CT Ak, John and Afrodamus.
Yeah, Afrodamus is my guy. I've been on his channel as well.
And so Brave said, what did Brave say? Let's see, yeah, where the hell am I? Brave said this, and I said, I had to capture that shit. Fuck did I put it? No, I got it somewhere. The fuck did I put it? I'm about to say that I had to put that shit on my roadcaster, on my fucking my Stream Deck, whatever the fuck it's called. What the fuck did I put it? I can't believe I just lost it. Okay, let me pull up again. I know where exactly where it is. I can't believe I fucking lost it. But so here's what I was on Be Brave today, and Be Brave said, he said, John, he said, you are, and he said, you are CT, and he said, Afrodamus, he said,
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you
I am that nigga John Galt.
You know what, bro? I'm gonna keep it real with you, John. CT does a hell of a job, a great job, entertaining. But as far as the realism goes, the keeping the realism, I think you and I, man, you and I and Black Gen Z, but I haven't seen him. I hope he's staying out of trouble and he's doing good. You ever heard of Black Gen Z?
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, I know. He used to stream all the time, but I say this though, Wicked. Now, nigga over here, we bring out the dead bodies.
Right. Yeah.
Real live motherfuckers. Niggas still want.
Oh, yeah. I think, John, you, like I said earlier, John, you know, I want to ask you, how do you want your steak cooked?
Say what?
I'm telling John, you know how they ask you when you go to eat, how do you want your steak cooked?
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
If you like your shit red, you like it raw, John is your man. Look, I've told you before, John, like, what I does, and when I'm there with them, we're damn near sociologists, bro. And you too. You are too, John. We're just observing things, you know, and we're interpreting them. I could be wrong from what the plenty of shit I've seen, but I swear it's what I've seen. You know what I mean? If I see behavior patterns occurring so much, what am I supposed to do, John? Ignore it? Why the fuck would I do that?
Now you can't ignore it. Hey, Ja, how long have you been listening to the stream? Ja.
I mean, not too long. It's probably been like a half an hour now.
No, I'm talking. This is the first time you've been on, bro.
Oh yeah, I've been subscribed to you, but I never really like listen to the stream full time because I was a little busy, but it's my first time like listening to you and shit like that. But I mean, I heard you on Kaizo's channel, and I was already rocking with you from then.
My
So, you know
nigga, you ain't heard nothing. Nigga, you ain't heard nothing.
Yo, what happened with your
Nigga,
what happened with Deloitte?
but shit, hey, bro. Oh, listen. Oh man, hold on.
This is a call that
You
came
hear
in on one
this?
of our live streams. Illiterate black
Listen.
man, 34
Oh, nigga,
years
I ain't
of
even gotta
age.
hide this
We bring
shit.
this
This
real
my
raw
shit.
content here on YouTube. Take a listen and take your like it.
Okay, damn, you ain't never tried to do Uber Eats and nothing like that? DoorDash?
Nah, I can't even, man. I can't even drive
Nigga,
right
what?
now, man.
Why not? Well,
I cut head.
your license fucked up?
Nah, my license, I ain't never had license. I can't even pass the motherfucking test.
Oh, that's
because
right.
I can't
Damn.
stay focused.
Right,
I can't focus, man.
Right,
and then I get so nervous, I'll probably pass.
I probably
almost
passed out.
about to pass it. And then something just lock up in my brain. It's something mentally with my brain, man.
That's not the lawyer, is it?
Nigga, that wasn't on the news. I want you to know that wasn't on the news, nigga.
Here we go. Newton's Law. 4th down. Peggy, what we got? What we got?
That was live right here. John Galt call in. It was live right here, bro. Motherfucker. Something wrong with his mind. That's some real raw shit right there. What do you think about that, Job? Wicked, had you ever heard that clip before? I think John may have stepped off.
Nah, yeah, I kind of missed it. I was doing something.
Oh, you missed it, man. I gotta play it again, bro. I love this clip, man. This clip right here.
Let me hear
This clip right here, fucking. You got this clip right here, fucking. I could play this, man, bro. This shit here is like content gold right here. Nobody else brings it to you like this, John. Damn, let me put it in the chat. Let me put it in the link again. Let's see. All right, here we go.
We bring some of the rawest content here on YouTube.
Yes, we do.
Okay, damn, you ain't never tried to do Uber Eats and nothing like that? DoorDash?
Nah, I can't even, man. I can't even drive right now, man.
Why not? Well, your license fucked up?
Nah, my license, I ain't never had license. I can't even pass the motherfucking test.
Oh, that's
because
right.
I can't stay focused.
Right,
I can't focus, man.
Right,
and then I get so nervous, I'll probably pass. I'll be almost about to pass it. And then something just lock up in my brain. It's something mentally with my brain, man.
Did you get a chance? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard that shit. Yeah. I don't know if he. I don't know if the guy's background. I don't know if he's trolling or he's just like being serious.
That nigga was calling in for a room. He was trying to rent a room, bro.
Oh, get the nah.
Hey, bro, you want to hear some more what he told me, bro? Bro, you ain't gonna believe some shit. You want to hear this shit? Bro. Man, bro, I got some real serious dope over here, bro. Let's see what I got. Let's see what that nigga tell me. What he say? Is that what it is? Was it? Oh yeah. Peep this right here, bro.
I'm lucky, bro. I love God, bro. I love
Go
God, bro.
Yeah,
I'm lucky, bro. I love God, bro. I love God right now, bro.
Yeah, how the fuck you get on them dippers, bro? What made you take that shit? That shit,
because one day I met a little white joint.
Nigga, did you hear what he just said? So you have to understand, bro. A lot of these questions I ask is really for the audience, nigga. I already know that shit, nigga. I've been around a long time. This you. Nigga, I know, nigga. The only reason I asked him so I could prove to the audience what I already knew. Right? Did you hear what he said, y'all?
It sounded like he said he loved God or something like that. That's what he said?
Let me rewind again. There we go. You stepping up.
Right now, bro.
Yeah, how the fuck you get on them dippers, bro? What made you take that shit? That shit.
Because one day I met a little white joint, and she like the difference.
That's crazy.
Nigga, you ain't heard the rest. Nigga, you know what's crazy?
Shit. So you know when you interacting with that type of lifestyle, you know I used to be in the streets and shit. So I met this girl. She liked the dippers, and I went to go get her some dipper from the person I used to fuck with uptown and shit. So I bought it to her one day. She was like, "Oh, I want you to hit it," and I'm like, "Damn." She like hit it, test it out, and I'm like, "Nah, I don't smoke that type of shit."
Yeah.
So she like, "What the fuck you on? Like, is you the police? Smoke this shit, top it." So
Yeah.
I said, "You know what?" It was like not a peer pressure, but it was like when she said, "Damn, what you the police?" It made me feel like, "Damn, let me show this bitch I ain't no police ass nigga."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I smoked
Some
it,
weak lame shit.
and then we started being intimate. She started getting me.
So she finally gave you that ass once you hit that dip.
When I hit that dipper.
Yeah. Damn.
So wait, so let me be clear. Like dipper, that's PCP, right?
I think that's what that shit is.
Yeah.
And then
dipper
the other day, bro, we had a bitch calling my tenants. I said, "Bitch, you behind on your rent? You out here dancing at Red Lobster for John Galt. And at the crab bar, the urban crab bar, the other name of the place, just ain't enough." So I said, "I got a room that you could move to upstairs." And she said, "I would, but them niggas smoking that boat." Black woman said she smoked, them niggas upstairs smoking that boat. Pedophile, child molester motherfucker. Been in my house for a long time though. Paying the rent better than all them other niggas can. And so she said, "I can't afford to go up there and live around a motherfucker smoking that boat." So she gotta live somewhere where she can't afford in another unit because she's so afraid this nigga smoking that boat. And so these are like the costs that I highlight, the what I call it, the black tax, right? What blacks place on each other and everyone else that can't swim, that have to swim upstream from them. That's what we highlight here, or what I highlight here when I'm streaming. Other people talk about different things, but that's kind of been my point of emphasis here.
Yeah, one thing I've gotten from you, John, and I already knew this, but you kind of reinforced it, is how the tethers, right? The tethers are like the foreign Africans. They work. Like if they give them that bike, right? That city bike or whatever it's called, right? They're gonna make money off of it. But if you give it to one of the well, from what you've said, right? These FBAs or whatever, these American blacks, they're not doing that.
Look, hey, my man, look at it. Listen to this.
I don't know, man. This shit's been stressful as fuck. I ain't gotta show you that.
Yeah, but how much money do you have on you right now?
Yeah, I got $6 on me right now.
What? That's one more than you had last week.
Yeah.
$6.
Yeah.
What? God damn. That's a black American. How much did you say you had?
$6.
The last $6. They just can't keep up. They just can't do it.
That was the lawyer, right? That was the guy that was a lawyer.
Probably got more money.
You think so? All right, let's see. Listen to this shit. I got a motherfucking drunk nigga. This nigga a straight drunk. This nigga come on the stream every day drunk. We call him the 12th man. And I said, listen to that. Listen. All right, let's see then, 12th man. All right, let's see. Hey. All right, let's see, 12th man. Let's see.
All right.
You got to mute up, but we're gonna call this nigga with a law degree and see how much money this nigga with a law degree got. You think he got more money than you? You think he got more money than you, 12th man? Is that what you think?
Probably.
I bet you $50 and you got more money than you, 12, man. You want to bet $50?
Really?
You want to bet $50? We bet $50.
I ain't betting no $50.
No,
Let's
black.
call this nigga. I didn't come on here to gamble, John Galt.
Hey, 12, man. Let's call
we'll wait for football season.
Hello. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
All right. Yeah, I was just giving me a call to see how you able to give me money to pay me.
I'm still waiting for him to hit me up here.
How much you expecting from him?
200, another 200.
And can you pay anything now until he pays you?
Man, I got like $5 in cash on me. That's it.
All right. What time do you think he's gonna pay you?
Be honest, it could be any time between now and I don't know, 10 and 8.
All right. Well, just give me a call back and let me know. All right. What you think about that, 12, man?
Oh, you asking me?
No, how's the video?
Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you again.
What do you think about that, though?
Yeah, what do you think about it, John?
I'm a little confused. I think it's because I'm new to this channel, so I'm a little confused. So are these people that's calling you on your personal phone? Like these are people who are like tenants or
they call in and we patch them into the channel, and we just do. Man, we got so many calls like that, bro.
Man, I gotta tune in more, man. It seems funny as hell, man. These people are
You might
crazy.
find a dead body. You might miss the dead body. You might miss.
But let me add some context to that call you just heard, though, John. I think it's important to say this, John. When John was talking to him at a later date, he was in the process of evicting him, right, bro? And the guy kept thanking him.
Yeah,
Thanking him, bro, for everything he's done for him.
Yeah.
So John's applying pressure. I mean, he got to get his money at the end of the day, right? But with that said, but with that said, when you're dealing with a populace that I guess they suck or whatever the word is, John. I mean, John was helping him out the best he could.
Yeah, bro. I got the nigga, man, if on my stream that was hooked up on my other computer. That's it. The one man, he said, I just want to thank you because you're black. And he died about 30 days later. Man, I think I got that next conversation. Let's see. I know we got it up on the stream, but I got this shit condensed.
Would he die from like an overdose or something?
Yo, let me see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Man, God almighty, so much content we've done over this 1 year. Can see his remains. This is where he was laying here. Oh wow, this is the blood. Let me hit the floor right here. His remains. His remains right here. Let's just kind of see. Got everything that he had right there. Just kind of see all the stuff. And this is.
Yo, like I said, John, how you like your steak,
Hey,
bro?
what's up, sir? How are you?
Who is this?
This is Detective Ryder from the City Police.
And what are you calling me for?
Hey, sir, listen.
I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for? I'm just asking you. What are you calling me for?
Oh, you're the landlord, right?
What are you calling me for? I don't fuck with no police. What you calling me for?
Okay, sure.
I'm just asking you. You just answer the question. That nigga done Galt, man. Around the world, seen a lot of shit. I ain't coming to these conclusions by happenstance here. Wait a minute, Richard, you never heard that one? Oh, man. Police called me about that dead nigga shit. Cause when I saw that dead nigga, I backed the fuck up. For those of you that were lucky enough to see it on the stream live, I was like, whoa, yo, like, let me see if I got it. Let me see, I'm gonna play the audio. Y'all guys want to see the audio? Y'all want to hear the audio? Yeah.
Yes, sir. In one of my houses, man, walked in on the nigga. Nigga was dead.
Damn. Let's see. Damn, wait, okay. I know I got it. I'm gonna play the audio for you, motherfucker. The dead, I should change my background. The hand of the dead body. Where the fuck is it? Short. It's probably in the shorts. Dead. Oh, no, that's not it. I can't find it. Fuck it. What the fuck? Anyone got that clip of the dead guy? Yeah, I played in the background. Oh, okay. I think I said. Oh, yeah. I think I found. Oh, yeah. yeah. I found it. Yo, is that it? Oh, is that it? Look up close. I say I gotta look up close. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah. Here it is. Oh, yeah. Is it? Oh, yeah, that's it. All right. I'm gonna let you guys hear this shit. Can't share it with you, but I'll let you hear it. Give me 1 second. We had to
It's
take
a lot wicked world.
Oh, listen.
Yeah, what up?
Yo, my man.
Now I was saying this is that raw steak you was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Listen, I never heard nothing like that, man. The other platform that I be on, the most craziest thing that we heard was like, this African woman, she was like cooking a dog in the oven and stuff like that. But besides that, like I ain't never heard nobody like, calling in and like a couple days later they end up dying. That's crazy.
Yo, can you hear this? Can you guys hear this?
Yeah, we can hear it.
You hear the guy say, yo, that's me.
Yeah.
Look like he's already dead.
We can't see no video of you playing it though.
Can't show this shit to you.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know. Hey, but John, let me ask you this, John. What was John saying that got your attention?
Hold on. Somebody said they can't hear it. Can you hear it?
No, I don't hear nothing now.
Okay, hold on for a minute. Hold on. Hey, take this shit down. Y'all, you done got me fucked up. Listen.
Yeah, but to answer your question, Wicked World. I don't know what it was. I mean, the guy came on the platform, and there was another brother named True Egway who was questioning him.
Yo, my
Hello?
man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Yo, my man. Yo, what the fuck, yo, is this nigga dead? This nigga dead? Hey, yo, my man. Yo, my man. Yo, my man. Yo, what the fuck, yo, is this nigga dead?
Oh, that's wild.
This nigga dead. And then some fuck niggas. Hey, yo, my man. One of them fuck niggas came down, like, motherfucking tenant. This fucking nigga gonna call the police and get a nigga my number. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck are you giving my number for?
I mean, but you're the landlord, so automatically they're gonna try to contact you if they don't have any leads, right?
Nigga, what the fuck you giving my? And I'm like, you ain't gotta give him my number. I ain't call the police. What
Wait. Not let me ask you a question. Not to like kind of put you out there, whatever, right? But the guy that passed away, whatever, right? Did he like pass on in your property or something like that, or what?
Yeah. He the hell yeah. If I could show you the video, you see the motherfucker.
Yeah. So I think that's the reason why the police contacted you, because if they don't have a lead, then obviously they're gonna probably like contact the owner of the the property and to try to get some, maybe if you know anything, or to try to get like a background research on a person.
I know
So I think that's
nothing.
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
don't
then
know, right?
and then there's always shit like this right here, my man. What you think that is? If you can't see it, I can zoom in if I can. What you think that is right there?
I can't even tell. I'm over here driving, but I'm trying to look at it. It looks like a piece of
I hold up. I'm gonna leave it up for you.
Some type of fabric. It looks like a type of fabric right there, the blue fabric.
Fabric. That nigga said fabric.
I can't really tell because you know what I'm saying, like cameras.
Is that your final answer? Fabric. Is that your final answer?
I mean, it looks blue. Like I don't know what the hell that is, bro. Let me be honest.
What's that? This black.
Oh, I think it might be blood. Is it blood?
Is that your final answer?
I can't even tell, so I'm gonna say yeah.
Anybody else want to chime in? Anybody want to chime in? What that? This is a long time ago. One of the first streams we did here.
I was gonna say old dish rag or something.
What's on that dish rag? What's that long black?
I don't know.
Red bloody. What is that?
Like a dreadlock.
This show is going to be about nothing in particular. Give me 1 second. Let me move my screens down. That's a dreadlock. That's a dreadlock.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's a dreadlock. Damn.
You pull a dreadlock out of the drain. That's right. I remember now.
The dreadlock.
So why is there a piece of dreadlock on a cloth? I don't get it.
That motherfucker was in the drain.
Yeah,
he was in a drain.
That now that's a dreadlock, not a he. This is a day in the life of John Galt, snake and drain, pulling dreadlocks up out of drains.
Oh, that shit wild. So like I'm still hold on, but John, I'm a little confused. What was it, like a suicide, something like that?
No, that nigga died, man. He his foot was fucked up. Man, that nigga was shitting all over himself. We got phone call, man. Nigga like, man, bro, it's shit. And he's like, bro, nigga called in, bro. Like, you remember that? Remember the nigga called in? I said, it's been a shitty week. I did the streams. It's been a shitty week, bro. Real shitty.
What was wrong with him?
He was sick, man. He was sick.
Just give me a little bit of what the guy did got left behind. This is the mattress. I've taken the sheets and everything off the bed. You can see this.
That shit, nigga.
Man.
Shit, right there. Brand new mattress cover. Shitty shit.
Look at all that shit, nigga.
Shit everywhere. That's that shit. Hey guys, just give me a little bit of what the guy did got left behind. This is the mattress. I've taken the sheets and everything off the bed. You can see this is all shit right here. This is a brand new mattress cover.
That's right. That's that shit right there. And then the lady called me, bro, this was probably the saddest part of it all. The lady called me and she was like, yo, I thought the nigga was homeless. We got the phone conversation. I thought the nigga was straight homeless, bro. No lie. And she said, nah, he wasn't homeless, John. He came to die in your house. I said, what? And he wanted to die around black people. And that's what he said on the stream. You can hear it. And that's why in the clip he says, man, I'm just glad you're a brother and you answered my phone call. That's very true. People that were here on the stream, they heard it all. Anyway, so it's a very interesting stream, man. We do a lot of shit over here.
Yeah, nah, I see, man. This is crazy.
Yeah. Yo, but John, if you don't mind me asking, I asked you, John, what did John say that caught your attention in the other stream?
Oh,
I mean, yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I was pretty much listening to him for like an hour straight. And I just liked like how, you know, his delivery, and like he was just pretty much like objective. He seemed pragmatic. So I'm like, yeah, I kind of rock with him. And I can tell,
Yeah.
and based off the instance that he was saying, like I can tell that he grew up in the hood. So I can, you know, I can identify with certain of the things that he said because I grew up in the hood too. You know what I mean? So,
Where you grew up at?
well, I'm from Boston. I grew up in Grove Hall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So pretty much Grove Hall is like, it's kind of like the black sort of epicenter of like Boston, where Malcolm X and, you know, Farrakhan they used to, you know, preach at the like the Nation of Islam temple right there. That's you know, in Grove Hall. So
Okay.
yeah, that's sort of like the black cultural center of like Boston, right?
Do
But
you think
so a
Boston
lot of
is
things,
racist?
but like when I obviously from my experience, like because I traveled as well, like every hood is pretty much the same. So when I was listening to
Yeah.
him, pretty much giving his answers and stuff, and just the takes that he was like he was just being objective as well. But the things that he was
Yeah.
saying, I could just identify with it. Like, I know this guy grew up in the hood. Like, I know he dealt with black
Right.
people, and he's not sugarcoating shit. You get what I'm saying? A lot of people's gonna
No.
a lot of people's gonna get on these platforms and sugarcoat it, and you know they don't want to, you know, take accountability, none of that type of stuff. So
Right.
yeah. So
Now, do you
that's what I initially when I heard him. I mean, that's when it initially drew me into him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's one of them older cats.
Yeah.
I feel like that was way more educated than me. So you know me, how I am, I like to pick, you know, the older guys' brains and just listen to them and
Yeah.
just rock with them. You know?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, bro. Now, do you think Boston is racist? Like, if there, yes or no question, like, is Boston racist in your experience? A little
Not
bit.
not not from my experience. No.
Okay, see, I respect that answer. That's a real answer. You wouldn't people try to find like they will say microaggressions and say it's racist, right? Like if some lady was like eyeballing them in the grocery store, oh,
I
it's
mean, so
racist.
yeah, I don't know why, but everybody tends to look at Boston as like, I mean, I think historically it had its racist moments or whatever, but like me
Yeah.
personally, I grew up in the '90s, so I never really experienced like racism like that. And
Right.
another thing is too, Boston is like, I think it's like similar to Chicago in a way where it's like it's sort of segregated behind like it's segregated behind like invisible racial lines. So most of the
Yeah.
time black people are in the black communities, like we have our own communities, you know what I'm saying? Within that community
Right.
you'll have Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Cape Verdeans, like Haitian. Like, you get what I'm saying? That's how I grew up.
Yeah.
So I
I
didn't grow up with
think
a lot of white
anywhere,
folks like that anyway. I grew up in predominantly black
any,
schools. I grew up in predominantly like a black environment, you get what I'm saying? So I never really experienced
Yeah.
racism in that level, you know what I'm saying?
So you're right.
anywhere you can be racist. Like you don't want to be a white boy on the south side of Memphis after dark either. I
Nah,
mean,
I don't
anywhere.
want to be even during
You
the
know what
day.
I'm saying?
You heard him, John? During the day too. What you mean, dude? Yo, but this is the thing, John, right? I like your answer. It's honest, right? But let's just say for a second, Boston was racist, right? Like, like where you could feel the racism, right? At the end of the day, me and you both POC, right? That's what they call us, right? We're POC. That racism from the white people pales in comparison to the threat that we face from our own. Me as a Hispanic man and you from as a brother, right?
Yeah, facts.
The
I
the
agree.
biggest threat to because I've heard people tell me that the biggest threat to their safety is the white man. That's a whole damn lie. You know? For me too. I mean Hispanic, you know how Hispanic is like getting down. So I mean, I don't gotta tell you.
Yeah. See, I think what it is that people conflating like racism with like white supremacy. I think those are two totally different things. I don't think when I look at it like a individual sort of isolated racist event, I don't look at it as like some sort of I don't compare it to white supremacy. when I look at white supremacy, I look at something like institutions like IMF, World Bank, like, you know what I mean? That type of stuff. Sort of institutionalized type of things, right? But like isolated racial events, I don't look at it as like white supremacy or whatever. So I tend to look at things a little bit differently. Like even if I did experience like some sort of racial event or whatever, it's really no skin off my back. Like I don't really pay attention to that. Like I'm not gonna be like, oh, you know, all Boston is
They don't
racist because
care
of this
about
one
that
isolated
poor
event.
white
No,
folks either. They
I don't
don't
know. I
care
just look at
about
it differently.
average,
But
regular
Yeah,
white
for
folks
sure, for
either,
sure.
dude. They don't.
Man, I used to work in Norwell. You probably know what it is, right?
Massachusetts.
Yeah, is Dickie Dave? Damn, Dickie Dave left. Yeah, Norwell. It was I can't remember. It was like a damn. It was like a damn. It was some kind of waste management type company, and so I spent a lot of, not a lot of time. But I spent a good little bit of time in Boston. I never had a problem there. So,
yeah, nah, it's smooth over here. I love it over here.
I mean, downtown Boston, I spent quite a bit of time there. So, I never had a problem. I always felt like
I'm driving through downtown right now. I'm about to pass TD Garden right now.
I always felt like the athletes could have spoken out more. Many of those athletes spent years playing there, and they kind of let the racism angle just, perpetuate itself.
Right,
Bro, I hate it. I literally hate it. I hate it, man. Because I remember watching a streamer and he's like from New York. And he came to Boston. He was like, "Oh, I heard Boston's so racist. Like, I'm in the most racist city in America." And I'm like,
Kyrie Irving,
I grew up. I'm born and raised in Boston. Like, there's not racism out here, bro. And if it is, it's very subtle. It's not like in your face, like maybe down south or anything like that. But
like
it's not
chase
like
you
that.
down and hurt you. Nah.
I
But
wonder
you
if
know,
that.
Go ahead, Torque, man. You've been quiet, Torque, man. What's up, Torque, man?
I wonder if that comes from when Boston and that whole area was controlled by the Irish and the Irish mob. They were pretty damn racist.
Man,
Torque, but the thing, but I don't know if you heard me right. But I said that Boston is like is like segregated behind like invisible racial lines. So whatever the Irish were doing, they were doing it in their neck of the woods, like in like South Boston. That's their neck. That was their historically. That was their neck of the woods. Now it's more gentrified. It's more diverse now. But back then they were doing that over there. And in Boston, they had their own sort of gangs here. They had like the 5%ers. They had Nation of Islam. Like it was good.
How many of you guys were here when we covered Michelle Obama's thesis at what was that? Was it Princeton? What was it, Princeton? I can't remember.
I missed it.
Well, in her thesis, I think it was a thesis, but no, it wasn't a thesis. But in her thesis, she talked about racism. This was at Princeton University, and then she later went on, worked in Chicago, and she talked about her disdain for the Irish political families who ran Chicago and Illinois.
Yeah,
and that's just the way it is. That a lot of these political families tend to run things, and the blacks are kind of on the outside looking in.
For sure. I mean, I kind of agree with that as far as here. Look, man, this is Cook County, the county of crooks. That's the way it's been, John. It's the way it's always gonna be.
Yeah.
I know it sounds very hopeless, but hey, look, I'm a realist.
I mean, there very well could be another group that comes along and supplant the Irish, but unlikely that it'll be the blacks, right?
Well, the black. I was just talk about this, man. I'm personally impressed with the blacks. Remember what we talked about earlier with the blacks' political momentum or their muscle comes from that victimhood, that claim of victimhood. I'm impressed.
That shit is promulgated by the Democratic Party, just by the way. You know what I'm saying?
But here in this city, they seem to have created their own machine, John, where it's ripe with nepotism, and they're helping out their friends. Now they're not helping out all black people, but they're helping out their black people. You know what I mean? Kind of
Yeah. But I think again, what you'll see the biggest difference is. Hey, John, did you hear about the Black Lives Matter Plaza being dismantled here in Washington, D.C.?
No, I never heard of that. No.
You didn't hear about that? Damn.
Yeah.
Did anyone hear about it? You heard about it? Did Did anyone see any videos of it being dismantled?
Nah.
No
No,
one.
I didn't hear about it, but good riddance. Like Black Lives Matter, that shit was a scam.
Let me show you a video of it being dismantled. Let me show you a video of the black.
About black people. Man.
Let me show you a video of it being dismantled. I want to see if you guys get an idea of what I'm talking about here. I'm just looking for it. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, that Black Lives Matter shit was a scam, man.
It was mostly white Antifa that were
Exactly. Listen, whoever just said that, right? Whoever just said that, right? I'm from Boston. I remember driving by like some of the protests that happened during Black Lives Matter, and it was mostly like white college kids, and then like you had like the Antifa guys. You had the Antifa guys who were like, they were wearing like all black, and they were like breaking into stores, and like it was a mess, man.
Yeah.
Let me show you. Man, I got something else. I got something I want to show you.
What they call that? The Year of Love or something like that, where they was doing that shit from coast to coast.
I got it up. Let me share my screen with you guys. Take a look. We don't need to watch. Summer Love. That was it. That was it, 12 man. That was it, 12 man. Yo, I want you guys to take a look. And I'm going to explain something to you in a minute. Can you see what's going on here? They're destroying Black Lives Matter Plaza right here. Downtown Washington, D.C. I got pictures of it. I was down there when they were just doing yoga and, just having a jolly old time. I'm here live in Washington, D.C. And we're viewing right here the destruction of Black Lives Matter. Does anyone see anything notable about this destruction of Black Lives Matter Plaza here?
We went over this before, John.
Yeah, we did. But John's here. Yeah, that's right.
The heavy equipment operator might be white.
That's right. The blacks cannot build or destroy the Black Lives Matter Plaza. I'm just telling you, nigga. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
Ain't nothing racial. They're just doing a job.
I didn't make it racial. I didn't make it racial at all. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you what I see. Right? Don't blame me. See, the truth is like a lion, 12 man. You don't need defending. The video right here is proof enough. They couldn't even destroy their own Black Lives Matter Plaza. They couldn't build it or destroy it. All that heavy equipment is being operated by Latino.
See, these are the Latinos that voted for Trump, too. They ain't worried about being deported. They got a decent job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yo, didn't Baltimore use illegals to fix that bridge or some shit? The bridge that crashed down with the bone?
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I could have sworn they said it was. I know it was in Spanish, but it could have been immigrants. I don't remember.
A bridge and some immigrants.
Oh, they probably built the shit and we'll rebuild it.
Yeah, it was fun while it lasted, right?
Well,
hell no, it wasn't fun. That shit was, they were destroying the neighborhood. They was doing all type of shit.
Man, like here in DC, man, like you realize like this shit is a big fundraising, it's a fundraising scheme. You know what I mean? Like what you're seeing, like look at all the buildings around here. I've said this time and time again, and I keep saying it. Very few of these buildings are for profit businesses. You understand? All around here, you see that red awning? I think that's a hotel right there. I think. Let me see. I'm trying to orient myself where they are. But the White House is directly behind these workers. There's a hotel directly behind them on the corner, at the corner of the White House right here. This is a 16th and K between K and what comes before K? The alphabet. H, I, J. There's no J. There's no J Street in DC, by the way. That letter is mysteriously missing. Did anyone know that? Did anyone know that? Did anyone know that?
I don't know.
Huh? There's no J
don't
Street
know.
in DC. There's every other letter except for J. And J Street would be what comes before K? H, I, J, K. J would be the street directly behind this worker, which would be basically parallel to the White House.
MNLP?
J. So this looks like K Street right here. And so J Street will be the closest street parallel to the White House. But there is no J Street in Washington, D.C. So what's the letter that comes before J? That would be right there.
I?
Yeah, it must be I Street. Yeah, I Street. That's the street. Because again, mysteriously or not, there is no J Street in Washington, D.C. Who knew that? Did anyone know that? There's no J Street?
No. What about it though?
Yeah, I didn't even know you guys named your streets by like letters. Like I didn't even know that.
Yeah,
so.
you know,
I didn't need it.
the streets in, like, you know what's interesting? The streets in DC go, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? All the way up, right? And then let's see, the streets that's going east to west, north to south. The streets go. It start out like A, B, C, K, right? And then they start names. So one syllable names. Let's say A would be, I don't know. B would be whatever. Then C would be whatever. And then D would be whatever. Then you get to someone says J is geometric. What is it? Geometric. And then you get up until, you know, the one syllables, then two syllables. A would be like Allison. And Allison would be 2. 3. Then you get 3 syllables. Allison. E. Emerson.
Sounds confusing as fuck.
No, it's actually very simple, because if you get to a 3-syllable word that, like, let's say Farragut, and someone tells you they're at Emerson, then you know you need to go backwards a block, because E comes before F, right? If they tell you they're 2-syllable E, like Euclid, then you know you need to go to the 2-syllable. And then the rich.
I'm sure it's very simple for you because you lived there for years and years.
Yeah, well, it's all alphabetical. It's not like New York. New York, there are calculations that you can do off of the zip code to figure out where you are. And then if you're in a nice neighborhood, there are like neighborhoods by like flowers. So
I'd fucking be lost over there, dude.
Yeah, that part you can't get lost there. That's where Obama. That's where Obama lives, where the streets, maybe not where the streets are named by flowers, but very close. Yeah, where the streets are named by flowers there. So, anyways, this is the Black Lives Matter Plaza here, and you can see the guys here, the ones in charge of destroying it. And what do you see there, guys?
What was it, John?
It's all Hispanic guys.
But I mean, again, John, behavior patterns, man. They're there. You just gotta, open your eyes and look.
Yeah. You know, when they would. Go ahead, Troy, man.
Are those city workers, more or less?
They are not city workers. These are employees of private companies. See, much of the working in inner cities today is not done by
It's all subbed out. Yeah.
Right, it's all subbed out. Yeah. Humble President said no J Street. It's just a coincidence. It's just a coincidence, that is for sure. Yeah, it's very interesting why they don't have that. Yeah, it is.
Surprised there isn't a J Street protest or some shit.
Have you guys been following the AI at all?
What about it?
Man, the AI, like all the AI stuff. I have a buddy of mine.
A little bit.
My buddy Philippe, he works in AI. He builds out the data centers. So, Bill Gates right now is saying that AI will replace doctors and teachers within 10 years and claims most humans will not be needed for most things. What do you think about that?
I think the prospect of it is going to be devastating to employment, right?
Mm. One of the things I talk about is many of my tenants make their living off of Uber Eats and DoorDash. Many Americans have, given up working regular jobs, even learning skills to do this DoorDash. I think that shit is a big trap, to be honest with you. A lot of the Americans work for DoorDash or Uber, and they turn around and order their breakfast, lunch, and dinner from the same fucking company. That's true. That's true. I know because I go in the houses. I know because I go in the houses and I throw the trash away. I see these motherfuckers bags of food from restaurants 10 miles away. They didn't bring that shit home. It was delivered to them. You understand? And the Africans that I've been renting to, the Africans that, the 6 guys wanted to rent their basement. One of the things they said, man, look, we need a place with a kitchen because they cook. They're not really accustomed to like fast food, stuff like that. So take a listen to this.
To launch in the nation, driverless taxis from autonomous vehicle company Waymo are expected to launch in the nation's capital in 2026. The District of Columbia Department of Transportation anticipates that Washington, D.C. could see a large increase in vehicle travel and metro transit riders over the next several decades. DCST expects metro ridership to fluctuate by neighborhood, with some areas turning to taxis. Waymo co-CEO Tekedra Mawakana says, quote, "We are excited to bring the comfort, consistency, and safety of Waymo One to Washingtonians, those who work hard and play in the city every day, and the millions of people around the world who travel to the district every year." While the Waymo One app won't be available for another year, Waymo taxis have sent test drivers to Washington, D.C. to map out the city. The company claims to be in contact with D.C.'s community and emergency responders as it prepares to launch. A District Department of Transportation spokesperson told the Washington Examiner, quote, "Our priority remains ensuring that any company operating in the district, such as Waymo, does so in a manner that prioritizes safety, aligns with our regulatory framework, and integrates seamlessly into DC's unique transportation ecosystem." Waymo reported 4 million fully autonomous rides last year, quadrupling its total before 2024. Driverless taxis now operate in Austin, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Phoenix. The company is averaging 200,000 rides a week. Atlanta and Miami will be the first to receive driverless taxis in 2026.
I have a buddy that's building out. Well, he built out a lot of the Waymo data centers. He's now moved on to some other company in Silicon Valley. I think he's working for Facebook. I think it's the government now, building out data centers for them. But that's quickly coming, and all of the tenants that I have that
What would Bob Woodward think?
work for Uber, DoorDash, and shit like that, man, their days are numbered, bro. And so if you're doing like a urban landlord credit check, that shit won't show up on a credit check. But we've done so many credit checks here on the stream on how to get around the limitations of FICO, right? Anyone remember those streams? Remember the Nigerian credit check? I did a Nigerian credit check on it. I did it live. Anyone remember that shit?
Nah, I don't remember that one, John. Follow it up.
No one remember that? Let's see. It's a Nigerian credit check. Shit, hold on. Kester, you on the? Yeah, Kester, you on the phone?
Hello?
Yeah, Kester, you on the phone?
Yeah, I am.
We got two.
Yes.
We got two Nigerians on the phone here. And I'm doing a I'm doing a background check, Nigerian style. And all I want to know, the first question is, who make the best fucking jollof rice? Ghanaians or Nigerians?
Listen to this. Listen to this. Listen, you know me well.
That's kind of something.
I was talking to a Ghanaian lady about the jollof rice.
I can't hear it too well.
America is making bombs.
What you say, Kess? You got to speak up, Kess. You got to speak up, Kess.
I think I'm speaking up. Can you hear me?
You got to speak up, Kess. Look, I'm about to side with the Ghanaians if y'all Nigerians can't speak up. Nigerians, speak up. We want to know.
Listen, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, who got the best fucking jollof rice?
Nigeria and Ghana are talking about jollof rice, right?
Yeah.
Why America is talking about artificial intelligence?
See, is it? You know, Kester, how long? Yeah, that's a Nigerian credit check there. You ever interested in doing a credit check? You want to get around FICO? A Nigerian credit check is in order there. Anyway, guys, I've been hogging the conversation here. What's up, Jai? 12 man, what's going on?
Not much. I'm just.
I couldn't hear that too well. Sorry.
No, I don't feel like playing again, 12 man.
It's all good.
Yeah, what you about to say, Jai?
Now I was gonna let him cook. I'm actually driving right now, so I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm on the highway, but
oh yeah, we can hear that.
Yeah, when I get off the highway, I'm pretty sure you're gonna hear me better. So that's why I was just kind of like laying low for a little bit.
Oh,
But
no.
I mean, in terms of the jollof, the whole jollof thing, like I don't even think I would say neither of them cook the best jollof. The best jollof comes from Senegambia region. That's where it originated from. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Wolof people. It originated with the Wolof people. So.
That's interesting. Now
I
that's
don't
a
even
great.
know what that is. I guess I'm not black enough.
I heard that name. I just don't know. Yeah, I just don't know where the Damn, it was another clip, man. We had so many great clips up here from the Africans that have been calling in over the last couple of months. Let's see. I want to play one more. Damn, we had so many clips. I want to get the one. Oh yeah. Damn, I want to. Nah, it may be too low. I want to get the one. Oh yeah. This is the one I want. City Center. Is it City Center? Damn. Dang, I can't fucking find it. I don't feel like looking for it. But anyway, so it was an African called in. He was looking for a room for rent. And he was there like a concierge or whatever at a upscale apartment building downtown DC. And so I remember that the blacks were like looting these let me see. Oh, okay, let's see. Yeah, I got it. Listen to this shit right here.
Just a single room.
Say what?
Just a single one. Just a single room.
Yeah, what neighborhood? Northeast, northwest, or southeast?
Northwest.
All right, and when you looking to move?
As soon as next week.
All right. I'm going to send you an email, a text message. You can take a look at some of the rooms we have. We have a lot of rooms. Just whenever you want to take a look, come out and take a look. I can show you the rooms.
Oh, okay. That's right.
And where you located right now? You in DC right now?
Yes, I mean, actually, I'm at my job right now, yeah.
Oh, I mean, you're in. You heard him. I'm in my job right now. He's my tenant right now, by the way. DC though.
Yes, I am.
Oh, where you from, by the way?
Nigeria.
Oh, Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians here. How long you been here?
10 years.
What brought you to this?
I actually live in Baltimore, but my job is in DC, so it's putting a lot of stress on me. I have to move. Yeah, I have 2 jobs, so it's putting a lot of stress on me.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm the head concierge at an apartment called Camden.
Okay.
Then I'm at another apartment called a residence at the city center.
Oh, that's a nice area. That's downtown.
So my job is tasking. That's why I'm looking for something around Northwest.
Ain't that what the young boys be looting and shit? Weren't they looting down there the other day?
Exactly.
Were you there when they were looting? Imagine what that African thing he's talking about. He down there working 2 jobs and the blacks are looting.
Welcome back to American Science. Now I'm going to go through a lot of.
Anyway, so there's some of the stuff you hear and see on this channel. I mean, we do so much other stuff. We do a morning roast. That's one of the popular shows as well. You like the morning roast, 12 man? Have you watched the morning roast at all?
Oh yeah, I was on it with you one day.
That's right.
You did the StreamYard that one day.
Yeah.
Usually it's just you and HP and Universal Jones.
Yeah, and in the morning time, a lot of times you'll see me do like an OBS stream where it'll just be me from OBS, so there's no panel. So the layout is a little different. The news, the weather will be strong and stuff like that. Anyway, we do a lot of stuff here. When you say this, fair 12 man, we do a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff, man.
Yeah, so I had to think about it, John, right? And so when I seen you on Kai Zorian's channel, like I actually seen your name before, John Galt. Like maybe it was from CT's channel.
Yeah, CT probably, yeah.
So is that like the sort of like the base channel that you usually go to or that you're associated with?
No. You see me here, shit. We here we here every day.
No, but most of the guys that you mentioned, I think you mentioned like HB. I think he's another guy that be on CT's channel. Be Brave.
Maybe.
Yeah. Do you know there's another this white guy that I'm pretty cool with. His name is Snowman. Do you go to his channel?
I think he's been on this
I've been
channel.
Snowman's been up here.
He's been on a little hiatus lately, but unless he has a new channel, I'm just not subscribed to that other one. But that's pretty much my guy.
Bro, Be Brave and I used to do a show, bro, and it went off the rails. Some people, Be Brave is a little persnickety, as they say. But we had Be Brave and I, we were gonna have it rocking, bro. And I still go on Brave show a lot. Let me see playlists. What is it? Be Brave and John show. Yeah. Let me share my screen. Man, we had it fucking rocking, bro.
Come on, John. You ain't going there, are you?
Be Brave and John. So we did. You see, we did what, about 3-4 episodes here. The first episode.
I don't think you were getting that many views on that one.
Well, we got 510 views on that one.
I have a suggestion though.
What?
To make a ladies' night like every Thursday night. I don't know if Portia could do that, or maybe you get San Jose or Here for the Tea or Kimmy Cakes or somebody, any of them to host it, and it be only women on panel that night. Guys can type in chat, but it'd be all only women for the Thursday night panel. Make it ladies' night. Ladies' night panel. I think that would be awesome.
We gotta get that back. We've had some ladies' night. Here's one of the snippets from Be Brave and John. This is probably the best snippets here for we Be Brave and John. We had a chemistry there. fuck is taking? The fuck is taking so long? What the fuck? I bought this brand new fucking laptop and this shit ain't giving me that juice like I want it. Is it? Can't get. I need that speed. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Did you see that, Brave? Did you see that, Brave?
Did you notice how much smaller that black woman was that kicked that white woman's ass? That's what I'm saying. White women, you're no match for these. Don't. I told my sister, who was a mouthy old woman, a young woman, I said, I said, this ain't the old days. I said, I know what you're saying is right, may need to be said, but when you're around black, don't you dare say it. I said, they'll attack you and kill your ass.
My nigga be brave.
He funny as hell.
Nigga, that's all brought you by the mind of that nigga John Galt. Shit. All brought to you by the mind of that nigga John Galt.
He said this ain't like the good old days. Oh man.
I said, they'll attack you and kill your ass. You shut that mouth up.
Man, I don't even know we've been streaming a year yet. But you gotta admit, that nigga John Galt, we came in, we dropped some straight dope. You gotta be. We brought the dead bodies. Fuck the news. We made our own news here. I think you have to say that's fair. Right, nigga? We ain't be showing up with our own clips here. John Galt, yeah, we done our thing. So this is what we do here, Job. All day, every day, most days. Make some real live content here.
Oh yeah! Shout out to Decap in the comment section.
Or
that's
the
one.
Decap.
Yeah, that's one name that I noticed. He said, he said, what brings you to the Uncle Ruckus Chitlin Circuit channel? Oh man.
You missed it like him. No, we just doing a walk down memory lane. This is a kind of weekend review, I guess you could say. Josh is fairly new here.
Yeah.
Josh in there, right? Yeah, and so
hey John, thanks for having me on. I gotta bounce for a bit.
Where you headed to 12th, man? Get another box wine. No box wine.
Take care of a little business.
Hey, 12, where you from? Like, what state you from?
Well, right now I live in Casilla, Alaska.
Oh, okay, nice.
To live in the lower 48 and do all the big cities and shit when I was on all kinds of different tours with the motorcycles and NASCARs and all that shit. But
nice.
I got tired of all that. I settled down, man.
Bro, you know what else we did? We did some wild shit. Some shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we did some shit. Oh, man. Does anyone remember when Master Kim used to be up in this motherfucker? Like, you know, he moved up in the world. Anyone remember Master Kim when we used to call damn. I gotta find this. Hold on. I want you to hear this. Damn, this is my computer. Let's see. Okay, I want you to hear this, John. Shit.
All right, John, peace out, bro.
All right,
have a good night, 12.
I want you to hear this,
You
bro.
too, John. Take care, man.
You too, brother.
Oh shit! I want you to hear this.
Yeah, I think somebody else wants the link too.
Oh yeah, put me in chat. Yeah.
Oh, you do it in there. I see. All right.
Let me see. If this is it? Damn. Let me see. Right here, we had this guy, businessman, and he's in the convenience store business, gas station business. And so he says, the key to black wealth is like these corner stores and shit in your community, because you can hire your family, so on and so forth. Damn, should I call Master Kim, guys? What do you think? Should I call Master Kim? Man, he's so busy these days. Maybe he's available on a Friday night. What do you guys think? Let's see. Master Kim, so he's a Korean guy, and he really wanted to come on and help black people learn how to like buy these businesses in their community. And so this is a corner store here in Baltimore. Wait a minute. So this is the owner of the store on the phone, and Master Kim is doing basically
Animaduagemin, FaceTime audio.
the business evaluation right here on the stream. Listen. With the seller of the store, and they're both Korean.
Animaduagemin.
Are you looking for a video, John?
Hmm?
You looking for a video?
No. That was Master Kim right there. He was basically showing us how to go about buying a convenience store.
Oh, okay.
In your ghetto, in your neighborhood, right? And
Oh,
so,
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear anything.
oh shit, you can't hear. Oh man, you missed it. All right, my bad. Now you can hear it, right? You can hear it, right? You can see it, right? Let me see. Let me get it back.
A lot of times, a company will buy that guy.
Wait.
Yeah, everybody in the chat was saying it was no audio.
Okay, damn, my bad. Okay. The fuck is going on? Oh, cycling. Yeah.
We haven't done like an actual evaluation on the inventory, but it was included in that upside. But Mike's happy to run it the way he did. He's been running for the last 20 years on his own. So yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely double check on that for you.
160, the 165 gross sales is, if you don't mind me asking, Joe, is that pre-COVID or is that a current number? Like 13,000 a month in gross sales?
Current number. That's yep. That's
This is two Koreans talking to each other. Master Kim is our panelist. He's telling us how to go about analyzing and basically, negotiating the ownership of a convenience store. Most people don't even know how to do this, right? Here he is on the stream giving you the nuts and bolts right here.
Current, that's actually that's annualized for this year.
Yes.
I think last year was a little bit lower, and this year it's been fairly recent. I want to say, yeah, this year it's been very consistent month to month. But yeah, through June, it was a little over 80,000 through June. So we annualized it and said 165-ish is what we're looking at to do for the full year.
Yep. Okay, and then I guess also, does that price include the inventory to pick out the outdates, or how's the inventory going to be handled? Is that part of that number, or is the inventory separate?
Yep, that's we estimate. No, the number on that we posted is including Corey. We estimated, I think, somewhere between 7,000 to 8,000, but we haven't done like an actual valuation on the inventory, but it was included in that price.
Okay, good deal. And then as far as the asking price, how firm are you folks on? I see that you guys want cash. You don't want, you want to be paid out cash. How firm is that number, if you don't mind me asking?
So that number is, I mean, there definitely is a little bit of room, but not, I would say not much, because that's already a lot, I guess, lower than what they were expecting. But I work in banking, so I kind of, talked to them and said, I think,
bro. Now, when you heard the guy say he works in banking, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Before we called the guy Master Kim, it basically described the whole scenario down to a T. Anyone in the chat, if you remember, you'll see someone in the chat, the Capriona said, Master Kim teaching the blacks. He's a benevolent master, ain't he? And he really was teaching the blacks. That was his kind of his goal, really, to be quite honest with you, is like help the blacks own some of the corner stores in their neighborhood. And this was an exercise in Baltimore, Maryland, on how to negotiate and buy a corner store, and down to the owner, to the owner's son, and the owner's son profession. Before we even called the guy, he had nailed it down to the T. He said, I bet the son's owner probably is a professional guy, a lawyer or something. He doesn't want to run the corner store. And that's exactly what it was. He knows his people, like I know mine, right? Mm-hmm. And so he knew how to negotiate with those people. He knew what angles to come at those people from, because those are his people.
A good number. So there's some room, but nothing like discount from that.
All right, because I think you guys remodeled not too long ago. And then I guess one more question: are you folks or are your parents affiliated with the actual building owner, or no? You guys are tenants. And how much life of your lease is left?
See, what you don't understand right here. I ain't gonna say you don't understand. What Master Kim right here is trying to do is backdoor him. Mm-hmm. That's the question that he's asking him, so he can backdoor his ass. Mm-hmm. And we later talk about this right here. And he's Korean too, but they'll backdoor each other. And so he's seeing how wide is the back door
as your tenants.
Yeah, so we're just tenants. We're leasing.
You see that? You got it. Now watch what Master Kim asking him again. See, a nigga like John Galt, I knew what Master Kim was asking, but for the audience, we have to play it out as a teaching moment for the audience. Go ahead, Master Kim.
In the place, and my dad has been considering retiring in recent years, so he's been on a year-to-year lease. But when we spoke to management, saying, "Hey, we're looking to sell."
Do you understand what that means? We're on a year-to-year lease. Do you understand what that means? From a guy looking to buy your business. What that means is that, like, bro, you really don't have a business. You're on a year-to-year lease. I could just wait you out. Go to your landlord, offer your landlord a couple $100 more than what you're able to pay, and then I'm in business. That's what Master Kim is saying.
And what they said was that they'd be happy to, whoever ends up purchasing or coming in after us, they want to do a longer term lease. I think.
Do you understand what Master Kim is getting at here? He want that long-term lease because in business, a long-term lease is an asset, right? A long-term lease is an asset. That's why Master Kim said, "Oh, you got a short-term lease? Can I get a long-term lease?"
3 years with options was the last that they had mentioned. But
So if
currently,
the lease rate would be kind of currently where you are, or are they going to accelerate it, or do you know what the?
He want to know, can I get the lease at the same rate you're getting if I renew?
What
That nigga Master Kim slick.
they've proposed if someone were to come in and do a
the lease rate, you're saying?
Yeah, the lease rate. So right now you've got a very attractive lease rate. Do you know what the future tenant's lease rate?
Oh, fuck. No, that one. I don't know if my dad ever got down that far in terms of discussing what the lease rate, the new proposed lease rate would be, but I couldn't thought that.
Joe, I don't mean to bother you. Joe, do you have an email address? I'd love to maybe email some follow-up questions. I'm in Georgia right now, but I've got my business partner in the Washington area. I'd like him to come out and maybe see you within a week or two. Are you going to be leaving town anytime soon? Well, first off, Joe, if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah,
they're in Washington.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have an email address? I don't know if it was on Biz Buy Sell.
Yeah. I'll text you the email address after we get off the phone. And yes, we're available. My dad, he's at the store Monday through Saturday, and best time to come by would be sometime between 12 and 2 o'clock.
Excellent.
So if you guys can let me know your business partner, you can share my number with them, just to say, hey, we're going to come by this day at this around this time, and then I can give my dad and answer any questions.
Got your contact off the internet. If you don't mind me asking, what is your last name? Saving you on my phone, but I got a lot of Joes.
Oh, my last name is Chung, Chung.
Okay, good deal. So, well, good deal. All right. Well, hey, Joe, thank you very much
And what
for your
was your
time.
name again?
Yep. So my name is Michael, and my last name is Kim, Kim. Are you Korean, Chinese, Joe? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh yeah, we're Korean.
안녕하세요. We come from the store business. We got stores in Michigan. I'm in Atlanta right now, but my business partner, who's American, is up in DC right now. So I'll reach out to you if you could text me your email address. I'd love to stay on your radar. And
well, anyway, that was a Master Kim negotiating the sale of a business in Baltimore. Anyone could have bought it. They were in the Baltimore area. They were interested in doing that instead of working for a living, a 9 to 5. And Master Kim showed you how it was done here. What's up, Latino?
Not much.
We do bring in the dope here on this channel. I tell you, the dead bodies in the dope.
I got a little interesting video that reminded me of something that you said a while back.
We doing?
When you said I don't know if it was you, but it might have been you. It sounds like something that you might have said. How like families want to, instead of being united and together in a home and all working together to like purchase a home,
Oh man, yo, was that on Twitter? I saw that. I was looking for that. Send that shit. Put it in the back stream. I saw that. It was it calling it a psyop? Was it calling it a psyop? Was that Twitter?
Yeah. He was calling it a psyop, and I kind of
I've been looking for that shit, bro. I've been looking for that, bro.
I kind of agree with him to a degree. To a degree, I kind of agree with him, dude.
Yeah, I might do a stream.
He makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I might do a stream on that, bro. Like, yo.
So what's the psyops?
Yo, put it in the back chat, Latino. I'm playing this shit. Right now. You know, I was looking for it earlier, but I couldn't fucking find it. I saved it, but I couldn't fucking find it.
Yeah, man. When I saw this video, I was like, I have to save this video for
Did you think about some of the shit I've been saying on this channel?
Yeah, man. And you hit you knock it out the park, bro. Like,
I am that nigga Jungle.
You a fucking wizard, bro. Like, hey, man. I send it to you in the back chat.
Yeah, man. That shit made me think long and hard about a lot of shit too, Latino.
And it's crazy because, look. When my grandma had 7 kids, right? And she had only one boy, which was my dad, right? So my dad had a little shack in the back in the Dominican Republic, and like all the girls lived inside. And that's how it was until they got here. But when they got here, everybody just went their own way, and we divided. But when they were together, man, everybody had money because it's like you don't really gotta chip in too much.
You hear me talk about that a lot, don't you, Latino?
Yeah,
I do talk about that a lot.
And you know what's funny, John? Like when I notice some of the groups with the highest, the ethnic groups in America with the highest household income, they tend to operate in that way where they, they all share one space. They live in one apartment or one, house together under one roof.
Bro,
they share expenses, and they work as a unit, instead of like individually. Everyone else here are just like very individualistic, where they everybody go their own separate ways, and
yeah, bro. Like, the problem is that as a poor person, a bunch of poor people can make as much money as a fairly middle class person. You know what I mean? Like maybe even an upper middle class person. Because of the synergies. You get 4 people making $15 an hour and they're sharing bowls of rice.
Bro, John, you said it with the car, man. One person does Instacart. That car is on 24/7, man. All day.
And then it's an asset as opposed to a liability, where most Americans, their car is a liability. And so
because it's just them.
Yeah, it's just them. And, overnight when they go to bed, the car is sitting there and not making any money. And that's a kind of a fundamental advantage that the migrants have, the immigrants have coming here to America, to be quite honest with you. Give me 1 second.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think Americans in general are like very individualistic in that approach, right? Compared to and I lived in like predominantly Asian neighborhoods. Like, to us, to Americans, people look at that like, oh, wow, all these people are living under one roof. Americans tend to look down on that a little bit. I don't know.
They banking, bro, because look. Even the Central Americans right over here, they do the same shit.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Exactly, like Mexicans.
Same shit, bro. Yo, and peep game. These motherfuckers, right? Guess what they will eat for breakfast, bro? Scrambled eggs in a tortilla with black beans straight out of a can, bro. These motherfuckers will eat cheap, bro. Like, and all their money, bro, they stacking it up and sending it back. Because they're not planning to stay here, bro.
Yeah. Or even if they are staying here, they are still building up what they have their home, right?
Yeah, they build up.
So they're not. So the one thing I noticed about like sort of immigrant groups, like they're not really that invested into like American politics or invested in that way, right? They're just here for the economics to make this money, and that's pretty much it. And I think, I think a lot of Black people, Black Americans specifically, should take notice that and should move in that way. Like we tend to be so invested into like the politics and Democrat, Republican. Like to me, they're two sides of the two wings to the same bird. You know what I mean? Like let's focus on this money.
But you know, the problem is, bro. Like as I said to you, like like the blacks are focused on the white people, bro. That's the battle that they want to win above all. That's the battle they want to win above all.
I'll even take it a little further, John. To be honest, bro, because I had a friend of mine tell me this, man, and he's black, and he said to me, and that shit resonate because in a way, what he says is kind of true, but I kind of disagree a little bit because look, he goes like, look, black people don't have no ambitions, bro. Like all they want is a chain, some shoes, a nice car, maybe a nice crib, just to get pussy, bro. You get what I'm saying?
I mean,
and it's like when you look at other cultures, right? These people building up, like they got houses, they thinking about investments, they're thinking about other shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, we think about it though, Latino. It's like like Be Brave talks about like the white ecosystem, and there really isn't a white ecosystem. I just showed you a Popeyes on Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Man, I see poor white people than me, bro. Stop playing.
Where it was largely black Hispanics working in the Popeyes, right? You also, so, and that's right in the black man's neighborhood, and he can't even work there, slinging fried chicken, right? So the bodegas and all these other places are owned by foreigners. Like, just the world gets smaller. And as Charleston White said, like, it's much easier to make your money on the chitlin circuit than it is out, And they've more or less seeded the chicken circuit ground to other people here. Let me play this clip, a Latino, because I was looking for this. I'm going to bookmark this shit because I might come back. I already have it bookmarked, but what's the name? Families should stick together. Okay, cool. Let's go.
I think that moving out of your family's house is a psyop. It is not just the act of moving out of your family's house, but consider this. If you have 10 members of a family and they all scatter to the four winds where they at least a half hour apart from each other or more, 2 hours apart, states apart, and they will not see each other anymore. And they're going to pay 10 different sets of rent, 10 different sets of utilities, 10 different sets of groceries, 10 different sets of everything. Then what are they going to do? They will live alone in these apartments or in these small structures. They will desperately crave connection with strangers. They will spend tons of money on escapist entertainment. The research actually shows the average American spends about 5 years of their life on escapist entertainment now. And that was before COVID. We need to actually update that information for after COVID now. But the average person, their depression is off the charts. They are crushingly lonely. Among millennials, for example, the research shows that up to 65% of them report overwhelming loneliness, and 35% of them report such incredible loneliness that they report feelings. So I know that this system is not working. I know that shoving people back into bad families is not the answer, but fixing families where they are truly loving and caring and nurturing, building better systems where the families can take care of each other and where there's accountability as well, so that families are governed with real love and care and nurturing, and then getting people reconnected so they're not financially struggling with 10 different sets of rent, but they can all pool their money, and then everybody has more money and more resources and less stress that way. Building that system back is exactly what we need, so that people can at least find some safety and security in this world, and then they can talk about the problems and they can solve them together as a family.
Man, that's exactly what I've been preaching. Would you say I've been preaching it from day one here?
Bro, yeah, man. Like literally, bro. I was like, I gotta save this shit, and I saved it right for you, bro. Because I just knew, man. I'm like, yo, this guy's always talking about this shit.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to know what's funny? I'm like, even as a kid, I even thought about this. I was like, damn, man, it would be nice if I all four of my brothers and me and my sister, my mom, and my dad, we all came up I don't know, $700 a month for a purchase of a mansion. It's doable. And if you think about it, that mansion, that money grows. So if we want to one day break apart, we can.
Yeah. Man, you know, Latino, man, like, I promise you, this has been something, man, like, I'm going to see if I can find this article for you. I probably won't be able to find it. Let's see. Detroit Park. Friends. I might find the Latino. I'm getting good at it.
Yeah, but that man hit it right on the nail, man.
He did.
He did, man.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just got me thinking too of grandmama. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna kick me out, grandmama?
Yeah, grandma.
Grandma.
Yeah, that was definitely that. You know, it really highlighted the difference in the two. Damn, I want to find this article. Man, you know, Latino. Fuck it. Before I'm gonna stop looking for an article, because I want to talk about this. What we just played on the screen here. Anybody have any thoughts on that? You know, I tell you, when my mother first moved to DC, she lived in my house, and I charge a little. When I say I charge it, basically she paid for the additional cost to living it there. I was still, you know, I was a young man. I was still trying to make my way in the world. And so I said, look, Ma, I don't have cable. If you want cable, pay for cable, right? And I think it came with about $400 altogether, what she paid me every month. She didn't like that. Now, for the last 12, 13 years, she's been paying $1,300 a month, $1,100 a month, give or take. She could have paid me $400, but now she's paying someone else $1,100, $1,300, whatever her rent is. Plus utilities and all that kind of shit. You know, like, that's exactly what the guy is saying, right? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's like how can I explain it, man? Like for instance, when you have like Kawhi Leonard, right? He's a great example. You see, if you look at Kawhi Leonard, right, his agent, a lot of people don't realize, but I believe his agent is his father. You see, so you keep the money circulating in the family. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Why give somebody 10% if I could give it to my brother or somebody close to me?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. And that's what I've been talking about here. You know, when
But you would agree too, John, that in certain instances, mixing you know, business with family doesn't work, right?
well, no. I think
Especially like in your sort of like
hold on. Among blacks, that's the mindset that has led them to where they are, because there is no trust. And in their case, it probably is better that they don't do business with friends and family. The problem is, what do you eat to strangers that want to do business with you?
Yep.
And I don't think you meet strangers that want to do business with you. That's where I think the hard part comes in.
Because I mean, even in Spanish communities, there's certain family members you don't mess with. That happens. I mean, all across the board. But you better off growing with your cousin, man. If you have a cousin or a brother or a sister that believes in whatever it is that you're doing, trust me, in the long run, that's only going to benefit that person.
Yo, bro, I'm gonna tell you,
more than it's going to benefit you. Trust me, bro.
A buddy of mine, he used to go around looking at condos or whatever. I guess he did it for a hobby. He went buying shit. And he caught wind that it was the same people showing up at every fucking condo. And I said, bro, they're buying them shits together, dumbass. They ain't just going around looking like your stupid ass is. They're actually making it happen. And I can't remember exactly how they're making it work, but they were putting their money together. One would buy one, then the next one go and buy the next one, and so on and so forth. When I lived in Brooklyn, there was a Chinese people. They bought like a brownstone across the street from me. I think they paid, a little bit too much, but whatever. They had the money and they were able to do it. And I think, that's kind of what you have to do. And so that's kind of what, where it all like leads to. There's even a quote from, you ever read Booker T. Washington, y'all?
I know who he is.
Yeah, up from slavery.
And he has several books. Let me see if
I've seen historical documentaries and shit.
Yeah, the only one I read was up from slavery. I don't know about that one.
Shit, Booker T. Washington. When was it? Last time I read on anything on him was high school. I don't even remember any of that shit, bro. To be honest.
Let me see if I have this quote from Booker T. Let me see if I got it. But anyway, so Booker T. Washington, he was like, "Yo, don't spend too much time on politics." He said, "The man who owns the land will control the politics no matter where, the North or the South."
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, Booker T. Washington was the truth. I think he was more of a realist, and he focused more on the economics rather than obviously the politics. And I guess he's seen Black Americans in their their condition at the time. I think they were like sharecropping, and he came from that. He came from slavery, So I think he had the best sort of format for that time, in my opinion. And I think even what's his name, Marcus Garvey was greatly influenced by Booker T. Washington. Like they were like I guess he read his book Up from Slavery when he was in London, and that pretty much sparked the fire in him to start his sort of Pan-Africanist movement. And it was based on being self-sufficient in that way, right? So I think if Booker T. Washington was alive and see what became of Black Americans, he would not be happy at all, if you ask me.
You're right there.
Like I think he's to me, in my opinion, he seemed to be he would have been pro like segregationist. Like he would have never been into like this sort of civil rights movements where they were like sort of asking or begging for integration. Yeah.
You ever read The Atlanta Compromise?
The Atlanta Compromise. By who? Who's the author?
This is Booker T. Washington.
Oh no, I never heard that. No.
You ever heard of it?
I think I've heard of it, but I didn't read it. No.
Yeah, it's a speech about Booker. I'm gonna read it for you. Give me 1 second. I ain't gonna read the whole speech, but I read it.
Oh, it's a speech.
Yeah. I'm gonna maximize it on the screen for the people that are looking in the audience. Give me 1 second. Y'all niggas ain't ready. Booker T. Washington, in a speech given in Atlanta, and I think it was 1895. 1895. Washington also eased many whites' fears about blacks' desire for social integration by stating that both races could be as separate as the fingers, yet one is the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. That was Booker T. Washington. Let me see how Booker interpreted. How many of you heard that speech before? They'll probably teach that in Black History School. Black History class.
Definitely not in mainstream sort of
Mm-hmm.
schools or whatever. No. But he's right. I believe he's right. People like Malcolm X and Nation of Islam, they were like saying that during the civil rights, and nobody listened to them.
Damn, they might got this shit by let's see, AI. Let's see.
Even you muted, bro.
Anyone ever heard it saying "cast down your buckets where you are"? You're hearing Booker T. Washington say that now. Are you able to hear the audio, by the way?
Yeah, I hear the audio.
And so Booker T. Washington, cast down your buckets where you are. You see so many people complaining about, external things about, how things could be where you're, if some optimal world, theoretical. And he's saying, look, you're in the middle of the ocean. You want water. Water's all around. Cast down your bucket where you are.
The grass is greener when you water it. Something like that, right?
Well, I like to call it low hanging fruit, right? Like, yo, you know what's so crazy? I'm gonna tell you two things, and both of them are somewhat related to Booker T. Washington. It be niggas come up here, King Chanel like niggas. Come up here and talk shit about me, John Galt. Nigga, you a slumlord. I said, well, show me your slums, nigga. You ain't got no slums for me to see. My shit right here, nigga be see. Nigga, motherfucker be calling. I want to thank you, Mr. John Galt. I want to thank you, right? They do say that. The Latino,
Bro,
am I
I'm
lying?
blessed, man. I'm blessed for knowing a brother like you, man.
Joe, bless be a brother, man, like you. And
honestly, I'm truly blessed, man, to have a brother like you. I'm honestly, I didn't even know you was gonna call me back.
yeah, dude, I'm blessed you can call me back. Damn, I gotta pull up that video, man. Where's that video? It's on my other computer. And then there's the other thing is that, like, the people get up here, again, they criticize me and they have nothing to show. Nor will they even help the people that they say I'm taking advantage of. That'd be the most amazing thing. We'll be running the fucking huh?
Man, we've been taking, man, the bodegas has been taking advantage of y'all for years, man. What are you talking about?
I mean, like, we even run campaigns to adopt these motherfuckers, to help the blacks. And the only people that donate are the whites.
Shit.
That's true. Latino, am I lying?
You ain't. The same shit with 7-Eleven, man. Like,
we did 14 hours up here trying to help a black man not get evicted by John Galt.
Hey, John. Hey, John.
Adopt a foundational broke ass.
What you about to say?
I was gonna ask you, do you think the whole civil rights integration push was like the biggest psyops that negatively affected black people, black Americans?
Of course.
I gotta get all my shit on this new computer right here.
Bro.
I had my mom up here on the stream. She like, this whole segregation shit, this integration shit was a setup from the beginning. She like, it's fucked up. And my mother had the opportunity to go to integrated schools, bro. She graduated in 68 high school. I called up on the stream the other day, and she would have graduated in 68, so I mean about 66 or whatever, the integrated school. She had the opportunity to go to integrated schools. She chose not to. She like, all my friends, my neighborhood, the schools in my neighborhood, why the fuck would I want to go to an integrated high school?
Mm-hmm.
So she said,
far away.
Bro, let me show you something. Let me show you something. I'm gonna show you something. Since you said society, I'm gonna show you like, nigga, I grew up in Alabama, bro, and I'm gonna show you what really went on.
Man, Martin Luther King, before he died, he made a speech, or not a speech.
He said he felt like he led my people into a burning building.
Yeah, I led my people into it. Yeah. See,
so he started to see the economic downside to what he was doing.
That's why he got popped.
Like, hey,
but hold on, but John, in the beginning of the conversation, not to cut you off, OG, right? But in the beginning of the conversation, I told you how I grew up, right, in Boston. I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood. Predominantly,
I'm from Boston too, bro. Shout out.
Are you from the Bean too? Say less. You already know what time it is.
Bloody Bean.
What part of the Boston you from?
I lived in Dorchester for a while, but now I'm in the South Shore.
Okay. I'm from Grove Hall.
Hey, look. Why you getting your thoughts together? I want you to take a look at this picture before you ask me this question. Do you have children, by the way?
Me? Yeah, I have two.
Boys or girls?
I have a boy and a girl. I have a 5-year-old. I mean, a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Okay. What about you, Latino?
I got
You got
2
boys?
girls, John. You should know this by now.
All right. I can't remember. You know, shit, we 5 hours in.
Hold on, but I wanted to say this, right? Because again, I was gonna say, John.
Yeah.
In the beginning of the conversation, I was telling you I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood.
Mm.
Latino, if you know, Grove Hall, that's predominantly black, Haitian, Puerto Rican, Dominican. Like we all pretty much grew up together. So
Around
my childhood was rich, and I told John earlier that I've never really personally experienced racism because I grew up in a predominantly black neighborhood. I went to predominantly black schools. I went to the Trotter for elementary school, predominantly black. I went to the Boston Pilot, and I went to PCLA.
Me, that ain't like, bro.
So my childhood was rich. But now as an adult, I'm not gonna
white
lie,
people wanted to hang out with us because they thought that we were cool, bro.
Let me ask you guys, what do you see in this picture right here?
You gotta zoom it in a little because I'm a little bit blind, man. I'm a little bit blind in the eyes.
It looks like
Never
civil rights.
Never mind. I got it up here in the big screen. Yeah, I can see.
What are you seeing right here?
What am I seeing right here? What I see personally, bro. I see one white man and they're agitating this man basically, and I think they're about to take the dogs on.
All right, hold on. Like, what's this right here? What's this right here?
Because that lady ain't even afraid.
All right, that's a lady. She ain't afraid of the dog. This motherfucker right here, like she about to run.
She look like she want to kick that dog.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, motherfucker. This girl right here, like she about to run. Right. This man, like he might want. The rest of these niggas are backing the fuck off. Right. They're drawing a clear line. They didn't say stuff. Right. Am I wrong? Right. Am I wrong?
It looks. From this picture, it looks like that exactly. Yeah.
Okay, is that what you're saying? Okay. Now, I asked you earlier, do you guys have daughters?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a daughter. Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm gonna ask you the next question. Would you send your daughter out to be involved in some shit like this where a dog could bite her ass?
Nah. Hell no.
Why not? Why not? Nah, she should know better. She could be 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, I mean, if she's of age, I mean that's.
No, I'm saying if she's 14, 15 years old, like these young ladies.
Oh no, if she's under my care, no.
Okay, all right. So listen. What you're saying is, okay. So I'm trying to like lead you somewhere, right? And I'm without like just telling you, right? You understand?
Yeah.
So, and I'm telling you from my mother's perspective, right? So
and to be clear, I'm against integration. So yeah,
right. So
I would have been against integration at the time, probably. Yeah.
So what I'm asking you is, who would send their daughter out to be allowed to do this shit?
Shit, not me.
Someone who's emotionally invested into the whole civil rights thing.
Okay, but see, you guys both are missing one big, large element of this whole shit. You understand? My grandmother worked for white people. If those white people had turned their fucking TV on and saw my mother out there protesting, my grandmother lose her job.
Yep.
So mama couldn't go protest and could not be used as a pawn to be out here protesting. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Because mama and grandma need their job. Their child can be seen out here protesting. Well, now the question you must ask is, well, whose child could be seen out here protesting? Have I delivered you right up to the answer here?
Yeah.
You got it. Do you get it now? Do you get it now?
Yeah, mama working, Papa not at home.
So whose children are allowed to be out here protesting? Do you understand?
Yeah.
John, do you get it?
I think so.
Okay. My mother's mother worked.
Okay, yeah.
Her husband worked for white people. If they fucking cut the news on and saw my mother, like this young girl out here in the news, they're gonna say, hey, we're sorry, but we can't have you cooking for us because you might poison us. You letting your child out here fucking protest.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, but you're also assuming that this woman right here in the picture that she didn't come from a two parent household.
But she may not work for white people. My family, my grandmother, work for white people. Right? I've shown on the stream. So that was like a self-check. You understand? Nigga, you better stay your black ass in line. You want to keep working for me? Mm-hmm. You might try to poison my ass. So I don't want to see your children at no fucking protest. The fuck you protesting for? I'm paying you good, treating you good, giving you my food from the parties and shit that we had. The fuck you protesting for? Am I not treating you nice?
Yeah, yo, it's the
So my question is, who would be out there protesting? And then you're gonna get to the meat of the matter of how the whole civil rights has been like more or less able to be, manipulated against people. It's mostly poor people, bro. They're the ones that got time to get out and they're willing to send it. In the Birmingham bombing of their church, who did they bomb? Who did they bomb? Who was killed in the Birmingham bombing?
It's like 2 little girls that got killed, weren't there?
Say who? Say what?
Weren't there 2 little girls that got killed in that bombing?
Little girls? What? You think that's a coinky thing? Maybe it's probably just all the coincidence. I don't want to draw no conclusion. Probably all the coincidence. It was just 2 girls, no boys. Why the girls, you think? Why the girls? Very sympathetic, I would imagine, correct?
Because the boys were out working. They weren't there. Gotcha.
Rosa Parks was the one. Why they ain't send a nigga that's sitting in the front of the book? A nigga coming home from work, sympathetic figure. Send that nigga sit in the front of the bus.
Because John, the American Communist Party, or I think it was the National Communist Party at that time, used Rosa Parks the same way that the Democratic Socialist of America used AOC. Rosa Parks was the actress of that time. She was basically paid to sit at the front of the bus.
But I mean, was a working class black man coming home on the bus like realistic? Gotta be honest here. Nigga, working class black man coming home, he probably had him a motherfucking car, even if he couldn't afford it. They is scat packs today, so why wouldn't they have been doing that 30 years ago? Am I wrong? Right? Motherfuckers be driving cars that they can't afford.
Like,
you can't tell me I'm lying. Because I am the nigga that come in their house, I see the unpaid parking tickets, the suspended licenses. I see it all. So you can't tell me I'm fucking lying.
I don't really think the times have really changed. But
that's what I'm talking about.
Like, to be honest with you, like most of this shit is just bullshit.
I would say parents who don't really care about the safety of their kids to the degree, right?
I mean, okay, let me, I'm gonna break it down to Brad. You motherfuckers heard about Marvin Sapp? Anybody heard about Marvin Sapp?
Marvin Sapp.
The gospel singer?
Yeah, the singer.
No. Hold on.
He's a gospel singer, if I'm not mistaken.
Nigga might be a singer. I don't know.
See
But
if the song never would have made it.
let me see if I can figure this in. Like, I was gonna cover the shit, but I'm like, man, nigga, that's old news to me. And maybe I see sometimes you get like, man, maybe the people ain't never seen it before. And let me see.
Let me guess, he got Diddy?
Nah, hell no, even worse than that.
Actually, give me one juice in the freezer.
Damn. Yeah. Listen, so anybody that has been to a church down south, you know what I'm talking about. You probably have already seen this shit. But the churches are, like, who remembers when I said them niggas Sharon bracing them niggas eating good, and they eating into the money of the preachers. Who remember when I said that? Do you remember when I said that? Does anyone remember when I said that? I know someone fucking remember. Well, I said, yo, that nigga Sharon bracing them niggas like that from Monday through Saturday, they're the preachers in the black community.
Yeah, on the panel.
I am that nigga.
Yeah. I remember now.
I am that nigga. And so years ago, man, when I was a young boy, I was in my church, 17th Street Baptist Church, and the black churches have been running schemes for a long time. They used to pass the plate. So you pass the plate down the aisle, but a nigga could just not give any money. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it. Just pass it. The preacher ain't gonna know that you didn't give any money. So if you're in business, you understand you gotta make people not give you money. As opposed to, passively not give you money. You gotta make them do an action. So a lot of times churches will say, we're gonna have everybody come walk down to the aisle, and even if you ain't giving, just walk down here. Right? And the church I used to go to one time, they used to make everybody walk, even if you didn't give any money. They say, unless you're disabled, you gotta walk down to the, to the offering, just even if you ain't giving. And then when that shit didn't work, they said, ushers, bar the doors. Don't let anybody leave during the offering.
Yeah, I saw a video today of that shit.
That's what I'm talking about. And so that's bro. When Marvin Sapp has pulled out some tactics, and here's a lady discussing it here. The black churches are getting squeezed by the Sharon Braces of the world, the Joel Osteen. The niggas have been able to go online and kind of maneuver much more effectively than them. And so the churches are getting more desperate. And let's see what Marvin Sapp did.
Stick up, I need them bags or that money. If you're
So this is a small seed. If I get 1,000 online to give this, if I get 1,000 in the sanctuary to give this, that's $40,000 tonight. I'm challenging each of you all down here to give a $20 seed.
Then he thought about it and said the clergy on the altar need to go ahead and up the cost to $100. He said $20 ain't nothing. All y'all finna do is go to dinner and eat it up anyway. So you might as well give it to the church. I can speak for the church that I grew up in. I know I got scholarships every semester in order to go to college. I would watch different families have hardships, whether it was a fire, somebody losing a dictionary. You have to pay Congress, cops. See, here's what I said. We all let me know.
So basically, he held the church kidnap ransom.
Yeah. That's
See shakedowns, but shakedowns in the church? Hell no, man. Wow.
Like Juan, we got a lawyer on the panel right now. Juan, isn't that kidnapping?
Yeah, it's kidnapping because you conceal them by closing the doors. Like you don't know where the hell they're at.
We got a lawyer on the panel. How much money you got, bro?
What it was? You got more than $5. You got more than $5.
Marvin Sapp held them hostage. Wow. Like,
yo,
when those gospel music royalty checks aren't coming in.
Yo, with the grace of God, bro. Oh, ushers, hold that door. He said, hold that door.
He said, get the chain it up.
What Nas 415 says? He says, John Jerome came to YouTube with long braids, saying red pills. He figured out he could. Yeah. Bro. Again, like game recognized game. That nigga, he can do that shit. Like I don't know how much money he making. I ain't pocket watching it, but he keep the people in the audience. The women, it seems he does very well with the women, and shit, man. As I say, everybody is getting that money out the black people. Why not him? Right? The motherfuckers at Popeye's chicken. Everyone else is getting it, so I don't begrudge him. I couldn't do it, but I don't begrudge him.
No cap. That's how I low key look at like the Black Caucus. They're just making money off the black people. They don't give a fuck, bro. They live in the white gated communities. Like they're not suffering what the average black Americans going through. So yeah, they just Yeah,
Bro,
they're mostly like individualist like
bro,
people, you know.
bro, let
And
me
I
tell
think
you.
that's probably I think that might be the best sort of route to take as a Black American in America. I mean,
Bro,
just be individualistic
but
and worry about your own self, your own family, and
you know the problem,
don't get caught up in this collectivism and this
you
whole
know the
black,
the problem
community shit.
the problem is, bro, honestly, this is tribal America today, in my opinion. Look how the Indians just go in and just raid the hotel industry. We had Ken Watson up on the panel and say, yo, bro, Indians buy so many damn red roof inns that, or whatever here, the restaurant, hotel.
Motels.
Yeah, right. Remember the Ken Watson guy who black guy who Red Roof Inn said, hey man, I want to do business with you because we're so tired of doing business with Indians. It's a risk to our company to be owned primarily by Indians. They could foment a revolution. And corporations see that just like John Galt sees that when I've talked about people fomenting revolutions in my houses, or the black players in the NFL fomenting revolutions, Black Lives Matter, racism, equality, all that bullshit they talk about, they put on the back of their helmets. You don't want people fomenting revolutions within your organization. That's what Ken Watson talked about with the, was it Red Roof Fan? I can't remember. It's a black man, though, very, very successful black man. He came on and did like an hour interview there, took a lot of questions. So I think that you do have to be able to do business with people that you have just natural, like, what's the word? Just we kind of click. You understand? I live in Brooklyn part-time. I have a white neighbor. He ain't even white. He's balking. And he says, man, like, I've told the story. He complained to me about the Jamaicans playing music so loud. I said, it doesn't bother me. I said, it doesn't bother me. Right?
It's white noise.
The bass doesn't bother me. Now, if they playing heavy metal, hell yeah, it will bother me. But it probably wouldn't bother me. It probably wouldn't bother him. Right? We're two different people. My ears are tuned to the ghetto, my nigga. Like the niggas that playing that boom boom
drums,
beat.
the drums.
Don't bother me.
Playing some Sizzler, some Buju Banton. I don't mind that at all.
It don't even bother my kids. My kids will sleep through it. And so, again, people's ears are tuned differently. And yes,
I agree. But I was gonna say that though, John. Like, can you get mad at the Chinese for opening up all these like nail salons in Blackistan? You can't.
No, I don't.
Because they're gonna do it. Because they're gonna do it. You know what I mean?
You can't. You can't.
You can't even. But the anger is misplaced because majority of the people that's patronizing that shop is black people.
Right. But that's why they're building them there though, because there's money to be made, right?
Yeah, they tapping into that black market, the black market that got
man.
destroyed during integration. They tapping into that.
My point is this,
the same thing. It's the same thing with the bodegas.
Yeah, my point is this, John, right? And I mean,
See, but I look at the bodegas a little bit differently because most of the time, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, y'all live in the hood too for the most part. Like y'all, kind of part of that fold in a way.
But see, a lot of the bodegas are owned now, but not by. I ain't gonna say a lot, not a lot of them, but even with the Dominican bodegas, you're still gonna get an element of international criminality. You understand?
Facts.
The Yemeni bodegas, and I've talked about this over and over. Listen.
Yemeni bodegas? I didn't know they have.
Nigga,
you mean the Lebanese?
Nigga, we had a Yemeni and a goddamn what was she? Yemeni and Trinidad. Remember that? I was live streaming from Drink Now. Like, look at this, bro. What is it? You see these? What is it? What is it? 3 iPhones, right? 3 iPhones.
Yeah.
Right? 3 iPhones, right? And so these motherfuckers are more or less worthless to me, right?
Bro, look at that country, man.
But what I'm saying, like, you see these iPhones right there? They've been sending. How long have I been showing you iPhone? About a week now, right?
Yo, I'm about to send you a bug for them phones, John.
You want to buy something?
Yeah, we gotta talk.
But I've been showing these iPhones for weeks now, right? And
what you don't understand and what people don't understand, what I'm trying to show to them, just like I was talking about the 6 African renters, that's a black market for young YNs to go and snatch and rob phones for people.
YN.
Now, to a middle class, white collar, bluish collar black person, he don't even understand what the fuck I'm talking about. 3 or 4 layers downstream, he like, why these YNs acting like this? We need programs. You understand? But what they don't realize is that they don't have a foundation. We was just talking about the boss for the people. Like, bro, like in the boss, the Hispanics had people who could handle business. The blacks had people who could political grift and make money. Well, that's going to be a select few people, right? The Hispanics had whole construction crews to grift. The blacks had a few politicians that could grift. And, I think that's, kind of where the weak spot for the blacks are versus all these other people.
Yo, John, you're gonna like this story. I'll make it quick, but I'll make a long story short. You're gonna like it though, John. So my wife's uncle, right? He was pulling into his garage in his pickup truck. Now he does construction. He has a bunch of equipment in this truck, right? As he was reversing in there, a security camera caught a YN sneaking into the garage, John, right? He robbed him at gunpoint, right? Now, mind you, he has a new pickup truck full of equipment, the garage full of equipment, right? You know what this YN took, John?
What did he say?
He took his wallet and his phone.
But you understand, like that's what I just explained to you guys, right? The wallet and the phone are the wallet and the phone are the easiest monetized, right?
Yeah.
Straight to the dumbass in North Carolina that robbed the convenience store of $15 and he left $20 on the fucking counter.
I just saw your comment in the back one.
Like
No, John, go. What you were saying, John?
What I'm saying is, like, bro, like when I first moved to New York, again, like when I first moved to Brooklyn, the Yemeni, you going at the bodegas. I like going to a bodega. Every morning I go to a bodega. Some of you niggas see me on the street. I'd be going to a bodega just get a cup of coffee and talk to the ghetto niggas on the corner. And then sooner or later, the bodega owner will say, yo, if you come in with a phone, I'll buy it from you. Right?
All day.
Right?
All day.
Now, again, I just showed you 3 phones that have no value to me. Right, I'm not.
I'm Dominican and I'm trying to buy them off.
Right, because you got a place to send them. You maybe know how to unlock, right? Whereas these people, there's a market for them internationally for these phones. So when you hear a YN steal a phone in New York, he going straight to the bodega and selling that motherfucker. The average Black American doesn't understand the criminality that springs out of the hole or the void that's left in their communities by not controlling their corners. And that's it's so abstract that that the average Black American, doesn't have the IQ or the mindset to even consider that.
Yeah, I was gonna say not.
And that's just
maybe mindset. They're not even focused on that. They don't even consider it.
But that's just cell phones. But if you can't consider and controlling, like, nigga, that's what niggas talk about selling dope all the time, right? They make movies and moves about it. Control the block, control the corner. What was the why about? Well, this shit, everything's still the same. You got to control your block. You got to control your corners. Otherwise, other people will come in and control your blocks and corners and sell you subpar products and shit like that. So,
John, my thing about what you're saying though, John, right? And I mean this respectfully, right? Like how I'm saying that Chinese are gonna open up these nail salons in Black neighborhoods. With that said, it seems to be the case that Black folks are not gonna do it. Are not gonna do it, right? Just how they're like Chinese are gonna do it, the Blacks are not gonna do it. It just they're behaving as they behave, John. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, well, you end up with big U types. Does anyone remember when I said like the optimal solution for the black community is like an Avon and a string of bells? Anyone? I said this like a couple weeks ago. Anyone remember that?
Well, I wasn't here, so can you briefly explain it?
Yeah, I wasn't here either.
Can I?
You don't remember what I said now because I got a fucking beer order coming in like 2 minutes. Does anyone remember?
You basically with your analogy right there, with the stringer bell analogy, you basically said, like, how can I explain it? You know how there's always one alpha and there's always a beta that has to follow that alpha. Basically.
Like if anyone watched The Wire, right? Typically, a nigga that can like move around in the hood ain't the smartest nigga. And oftentimes, the nigga that is pretty smart can't move around in the hood. But there's so much low-hanging fruit that if they could put their heads together, they could walk down the hill and fuck all the bitches. One big pussy waiting to get fucked. But they can't put their heads together. And you know what's the crazy is? I'm saying, man, like these niggas see me on the stream every day.
Every day.
And then them people, motherfucking nigga, a king Shanard nigga. All you do is get drunk and get high on the street. You think this shit free, nigga? You think I grow reefer and make beer?
You got a brewery?
I had a motherfucker want to run a basement for me, nigga. They got the dispensary. They gonna bring it to John Carl.
Damn right. Yo, John, did you order the gelato like I told you?
Man, shit. On the next batch. And so what I was saying is that you got a bunch of weak niggas with money, scared to come into the ghetto. You got a bunch of hard niggas who could do business in the ghetto, but they ain't got no fucking money. I'm gonna interview a nigga. Let me show you, nigga. I'm gonna interview. Hopefully, come on. I might be turning him off by what I'm talking about. We bring it to you rough, right and raw. Let me show you.
Uncut.
Let me see. This nigga.
Shout out to Lee Clan.
Galt show.
Let me see.
Bring it to you raw, man. We bring you ninjas with hooves.
So look, I'm gonna bring. We're gonna interview. I want to interview this nigga right here. I went to meet this nigga the other day, right here in the hood. Nigga kind of reminded me of Broke Jeans and shit. Is my order here yet? My order. Nigga kind of reminded me of Broke Jeans. Can y'all see this on screen? In Washington, D.C., the City Beach shoe store located in the 300 block of Michael Luther King has been the target of multiple armed robberies with perpetrators using guns. No, they didn't. And demanding money from employees and customers. But that ain't the backstory. Let me see if I can show you. So what happened was, you see this right here? In 2001, a shotgun was found in the store.
Which led to the owner being arrested.
My nigga. I am that nigga young like but they don't. Sit here every day in the safety of my own home. And look at this nigga trying to sell some Chinese plastic to wrap around these niggas' hooves. And gotta be armed with shotgun. And you know how they found him with shotgun one?
Enlighten me.
Niggas knew he was a felon and said he got gun. And the police, black police, guns. We hate guns. Let's go arrest a nigga with a gun. And they left his ass wide open for the niggas to get him. You defang that bear. You can get him now. And so after that nigga was arrested in 2012, armed robberies, 47%.
40.
Niggas.
That's why I will not live in Washington, D.C., ladies and gentlemen.
I'm sure it's a
I'm in
coincidence,
Texas where
John.
we can have our chickens in our store.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a coincidence, John.
Man, I just tell you. Set that fuck nigga up to get him defanged. So they go in there, just walk right in there, take the shoes. So I went in here and I talked to the nigga. He looked real beaten. I ain't gonna lie to you. Nigga look like they look like I could just walk in and just take the shoes. I ain't gonna lie. He just had his head down. And I said, bro, I would love to interview you about what's it like trying to sell Chinese plastic to wrap around these niggas' hoods in the ghetto. No one was in the store. No one, is just empty store. Man trying his best. And the niggas done robbed him. They done robbed his soul, took his soul. Again, that's just part of the black tax trying to do business in these ghetto ass neighborhoods. You gotta sell that dope, man. Fuck these shoes. Let them niggas go downtown and buy shoes. They don't need that shit. You gotta sell what they want, what they need.
Yeah, man, that's just crazy, man. What's wrong with black people?
Well, what you see here,
What is it? What is the solution? What is the fucking solution?
Well, what you see here is, honestly, bro, like now you gonna get. I'm gonna talk a little real estate talk right now, and you gonna say, well, how the fuck this relate to real estate talk?
No, I definitely really, I can see it.
You want to get out of here, really? All right, so here's how it goes. How many of you guys you heard John Galt say, man, I don't take anybody to court? How many of you heard that before? How many of you heard me say that? I've never taken a nigga, and I wouldn't dare take no nigga to court. Fuck that. I had a nigga one time say, man, will you give me a 30-day notice to move out? I said, nigga, you better get the fuck out of here.
This dude asked you for a 2-week extension and asked you to evict him.
He said, you gotta tell Sunrise.
Nigga, you think you're a slave? You can just move, right?
I remember that text message to this day. Your text message said, and I quote, your stuff is already on the side of the freaking door. It was already packed up, ready to go.
Yeah, I guess it don't hurt to ask, right, John?
So why don't you take the legal route? Why don't you?
Because you got to spend money on.
Let me show you that. Look.
I get it.
You get it. Well, what you get? Let me see.
Well, from what the dude somebody just said that you have to pretty much spend money on a lawyer, spend money on court proceedings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And whereas the person that you're dealing with is probably like broke anyways, again, the state's pretty much funding them or backing them, right?
Like you watch sports at all? It's like a home field advantage. You ever heard of home field advantage in sports?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what home field advantage is, job, right?
Of course.
Right? Like folks, before I even give you this dope, I've been going 6 hours. Please support the channel. We have a portion of all this.
Are you monetized? Is this channel monetized?
In a month or so, we should be, but give or take. But we're always monetized. If you got money, you can send it to us. Monetize us. Yeah, monetize this content here. You see the cash apps on the banner. We also accept Streamlabs here. You can see the Streamlab on the banner there. That goes to support our stream. What's it? That goes to support our StreamYard fee. You know, the fucking StreamYard fees are $300 a month. Can you believe that?
That same channel that I met you at, Kaizo's channel, like one day we had dropped $1,000 on the channel. So I don't know if you ever seen that much money on this.
Wait, how
on
much
a
is it
YouTube platform.
How much is it a month, John?
The StreamYard fees alone are $300, bro.
Yeah, they
And the reason, the reason why our fees are so high is because we have, multiple panelists. Me, We have HB. We have Crack giving you the stock advice. That crack stock advice.
That get cracked.
And we have Porsche. And we have the cantankerous Stanley Cross. And of course, we have our resident psychologist, that nigga Universal Jones. Matter of fact, guys, you mind if I call you Universal Jones?
Nah, go ahead.
That's my nigga right there. I like that nigga Universal. That's a good nigga, man. Real good nigga.
Yeah, he seemed pretty level.
Yeah, he's a good nigga, man. Real good nigga. Real good nigga. I like the nigga a lot. Him and HB, I like both of them niggas a lot. Yeah, so we have our Going Trucking channel. Oh, wait a minute, that ain't right. We have our Going Trucking channel in the morning. We haven't been doing it as much because we've been doing the morning roast with John Galt, HB, and Universal there. So it's kind of an amalgamation of three of our hosts here. So let me call Universal. Nigga, John Galt here. Rocking out. Damn, what time is it? What the fuck is 12 o'clock on a Friday night?
What's up, John?
Oh man, we were just rocking out here in Universal. Shit, I guess it's a good time. I pitched the morning roast with Universal, HB, and John Galt here. What do you think, Universal?
Hey man, it's the hottest show on YouTube, if you ask me. We're getting views. We're getting people. If you pay attention to the chat, long term, folks that have been around come back. Good engagement. It's a good show.
It is a good show. As I say, I don't think anyone handles the dynamics of relationships better than you, Universal. What do you say?
Oh, I appreciate that. Hey man, look, I got the professional and the personal experience,
Yeah.
so I just do my best, and I'm just honest about what I see and what just piecing together all the dots as much as possible.
Hey, Universal, I got a guy up on the panel. I met him on Khazarian Empire. I think his name is the channel.
Okay.
And his name is Ja. So we just been giving like a walk down memory lane. Like we have so much content here, we hardly have to show anyone else's content. So much of our own content. Yeah. And so you intercepted Ja here. You got to invite him to the morning roast.
Yeah. Let's have them on Monday. I think we need to start having featured guests here and there for 20 minutes or so, 30 minutes, get their perspective, and then add on to things. But yeah, that sounds good.
He's married to a Habesha woman.
How do you know she's Habesha?
I know
Habesha. That nigga got it about Habesha. Ethiopia.
Is it Ethiopia? I was gonna say Ethiopia or Ethiopia. You must be familiar. You must be familiar with the beef with the Somali women in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And they got him
I learned about that.
Well, you got him a Habesha.
Good women. They get, is she Americanized or was she born?
She's Americanized. So I would probably know more about the beef than she does, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I'm more into like the geopolitics and stuff like that. So yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. And what's your ethnic background?
I'm African American.
You niggas a LPA.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, you understand the way I understand.
Yeah. What about you?
I'm African American. I live in Minnesota, though, so as you know, there's a lot of East African women here. So.
Oh yeah. Somali in particular, right?
Yeah, a lot of Somali, and then Ethiopian be the second largest group.
Universal. He's out in your neck of the woods, huh?
Are you?
No, I'm from Boston. I'm from Boston.
Did you not just say you were not? Didn't you say you were in Minnesota?
No, not me.
Yes,
Okay. I heard Minnesota.
Lee, why you crying for, Lee? What you crying for?
That was me. That was me, Porter.
That was you. Okay. I guess he kind of sounds like you, Universal. How are you?
Universal.
I'm doing well.
Universal. This is one of my, I don't know if you remember. This is one of my Ethiopian former tenants.
Yo, this dude Lee's upset about something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
what you
remember
crying
what I
for,
said,
Lee?
man.
Stop
You see,
crying, bro.
you see she's the Ethiopian. You see she's the Ethiopian.
Now I'm
You got her on the screen.
Stay
Hey, you know what?
crying, Lee.
I'll hop on the panel. So
right.
I'm gonna hang up and then I'll be on the other side.
Relax, King.
Pull up.
Relax, King. What
So
you
I used
crying
to
for
rent
now,
it.
Lee?
I used to rent this Ethiopian. One day I rented to her during COVID, and let me see if I can zoom in. Nice looking. I mean, ooh.
She got some tickle bitties.
Oh, that was one of your
Yeah.
tenants, John?
That long hair to the Ethiopian. I am that nigga John God. You know, whenever
Yo, John said, keep your money.
whenever she had real long hair, Ethiopian, crazy as a motherfucker, but
Long hair.
whenever I go on panels and niggas, always niggas.
You gotta be careful, John. You might hurt people's feelings on this panel, man.
Yeah, I don't mean to hurt nobody feeling. If it's you, nigga, don't take no offense.
You can't have nobody feeling over here.
But they always said, John, I know you be having sex with your tenants. Man, oh shit. I know y'all niggas remember this clip right here. Do y'all remember this? Do you remember this clip? Who remembers this clip? Oh man, who remember this clip right here? Oh damn, this the wrong. Sorry, damn. Damn.
Good night, badass.
He's badass.
John, what clip are you trying to play, John?
I got it for you.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah.
You got it. Okay.
I know you guys remember this clip here. Hello? Yo, Jot, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like, yo. So, to give you a little bit of context here, I have a lot of Airbnbs and I have a lot of repeat black guests. And niggas are predators. And just like in prison, bro, they will figure out a way to get some free shit in. The one thing that they want free more than anything is pussy. They love that pussy. They love that pussy. They love that pussy. But that shit drive them niggas crazy. And I'm just a nigga that can really take advantage of their undisciplined nature. When I first started coming on YouTube, I said, man, these niggas, they just can't control their dick. They dick slangers. Right. Anyone remember that? Anyone remember that? Yeah. I said, man, these niggas ain't nothing but dick slangers. And I said, damn, like, what happened with the dick grow old? What happened with the dick grow old? You can't sling that dick forever, bro. It just don't work like that. And
erectile dysfunction.
Well, I mean, like shit, you know, like at some point, the women that you are going to be able to try going to want a little bit more than you slinging dick.
Slang.
Listen.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But it's like, but it just don't last as long as it used to. Like good D, when I used to put good D down, that shit would get me a long way for a long time. Now, it's like it's kind of like money, right? Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But it's like, but it just don't last as long as it used to. Like good D, when I used to put good D down, that shit would get me a long way for a long time. Now, it's like it's kind of like money, right?
Kind of like money.
Yeah, but
That's a bad analogy.
like it's like
What?
Like good D, when I used to put
Comes
good
and goes.
D down,
That's what,
shit
what,
would
is
get me
that
a
what he's trying to
long
say?
time. Now, it's like it's kind
He's
of
got
like
bad money
right?
management and bad dick discipline. This
Yeah,
man's all messed
but
up.
that's what I'm saying. But it's like, but it just don't last as long as it used to. Like good D, when I used to put good D down, that shit would give me a long way for a long time. Now, it's like it's kind.
And now, yeah.
Yo,
You know what,
John.
Go ahead,
This man sound like he plastering wall or something, bro.
And put it down, man. You know, I go to work.
You know what I
I
mean?
gotta
I go to
size it
work. I
up.
paint
I get all the
houses.
good materials. All it take me is a couple hours, man.
Oh Lord,
I'm a hardworking man.
And so,
Christ.
but sometimes that good deed does work for a night or two. It does work sometimes for a night or two. You could trade off a nigga like John Galt. Not only for a place to stay, but some pussy. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah. Who is this?
Yeah, how you doing?
Who is
This is Jerry.
Airbnb, Jerry?
Guest from Airbnb.
Man, you know
Yeah.
you slept with that woman the last time and told that woman you worked for me or something last time you remember that shit? You slept with that, you remember you slept with that fucking woman in my house?
I remember.
And told that woman, that fat woman, she thought you worked for me or something. You remember that shit?
Yeah, bro. I remember,
Oh, that crazy woman?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Nigga, you hear that crazy ass woman asking me for a free night, thinking that she my lady, she called, she wrote an Airbnb message or something, talking about she done fuck somebody in the house, and my lady was like, who she fuck? She thinking she fucked me, and I had to figure this shit out. Like, you fucked her ass.
She wrote an Airbnb message. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, she was like, yeah, you know, I get a free night because I fucked this nigga. And I'm like, what nigga you fuck? My lady was like, what nigga is she fuck? And nigga, that was you fucking.
I remember
Oh
that.
my god.
You sure it wasn't you, John?
Yeah, I didn't find out. I didn't find out she was a cuckoo till after that.
How many of you niggas got the two low IQ niggas?
I used to say y'all were crazy thinking that Sauce Walker back
using your name.
Yeah, bro.
They trade off pussy using my name, John
Get the
Galt.
funds with no funds.
Nigga talking about slumdog nigga. That nigga slummed his way up into some pussy. If he'd have been outside, he couldn't have traded nothing. He couldn't have used my name to trade nothing if he was outside with another homeless man. So every time these fuck niggas, that's why I don't even trip. I know slumlord shit. That nigga traded off my name to fuck some other woman.
This man pulled a ditty on her.
They can't, like, nigga, that's why that slumlord shit did roll over my head, bro. Like,
yeah, don't let it get to you.
I am that nigga, Jungle. That is the truth. We bring you that raw ass dope, right? Raw ass dope.
John and the panel, question. What other ethnicity do you know that will hop on a YouTube show and talk about how their dick has helped them navigate life?
Yo, bro, I've never heard none of that shit.
No, I don't want that I could think of.
Like that is insane.
That shit is.
He sounded like he was hurt about it. Like, man, I wish my dick worked the way it used to. My life would probably be better than what it is.
That is what he's saying. Someone is saying that he was basically fell out with his girlfriend or some shit like that. So that very well could be what's behind it all.
Yeah. All he had to offer was some dick, and apparently it got stale. Apparently, she was over it.
Yeah, some people are saying he's been streaming from his car.
Jeez.
So that would very well could, I don't know. But guys, please keep Universal and John Galt from streaming from their car. Don't make us sling dick for a living. We getting two niggas for that. So please support the Morning Roast here. We have two of our panelists here. Morning Roast panelists up on the channel. Be nice to support us while we're here tonight. Taking you through the Friday night. We're Saturday. We're in Saturday. Is it Saturday now? At least it's Saturday for me.
Yeah, on the East Coast is Saturday.
On the East Coast, where all this shit gets popping. All this shit gets popping. Anyway, we talked about so much here at Universal. I want to see if you had some. Yo, did we discuss? We didn't discuss Just Hilarious. Did you hear about
man,
Just Hilarious?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to watch the.
You know,
I didn't get a chance to watch the
you
the
know, I
Shay
got
interview, but I know you got some clips.
you know, man. You know, I watch this shit, man. You know, here's the thing, Universal. Like, my lady is very liberal, very. And so when she watches shit, she be like, yeah, Jess was, you know, she lady power. She never act that way herself, right? She never act that way herself, but she be more power to Jess, right? You know what I mean? And so I want to share a couple clips with you, Universal. Universal. Where is Hood Conservative when we need him? But before we do that, let me play this. Let me play this here.
John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you heard me give you credit for being one of the John, that's why I call you one of the holy men, John. If you
Let's be real. Anyway,
He said you I can't see T, right?
Yeah. He said me, CT, and Alfred Damas. The holy man. Here's Just Hilarious. Listen, the black mindset, ladies and gentlemen, the black mindset.
Because every job before that, Shannon, I swear everybody was getting me fired. Everybody, you know? And so I'm like, if I work with dead people, can't nobody wake up and be like, oh, she did, you know, because they dead. They gone.
But Jess, you were stealing.
I was.
Well, damn, but you got you fired.
The people that was snitching, you gotta mind your business. If I'm working at a company, right, and I'm stealing the money, and you see me, and it ain't your company, come and try to get money with me. Don't go and tell, boss, she's a stealing boss. So you want to be the favorite, you know what I mean? And that ain't gonna get you no raise. That ain't gonna get no bonus for you. You could have been getting money with me on the side.
So in other words, would you gonna steal money from the dead people? They get coming with money in their purse in their pocket. You go
no, but that was the very lucrative business to be in. People ain't never gonna stop dying.
No, they're not.
So I planned to stop stealing and making money the right way with the dead people.
So so you wanted to go to
See, this is the shit, right? There's a difference, right? There's a difference between ninjas and black people. Do we all understand that, right?
Yeah,
Well,
explain a little bit more. Latino.
I want to no. You know what? Hold on, Latina. I want Universal. This is the black woman topic teed up for you.
Oh God.
What do you think about that, Universal?
I think that mentality is why black people struggle in business, because we always trying to get over on the opportunity. We always trying to hit a lick, and we say this stuff, right? Instead of just working that job, doing your thing, you trying to hit a lick, and then you mad when somebody does the right thing, which is call out your inappropriate behavior.
But
and then you encourage them, well, join me. Don't tell on me, join me. Well, but that mentality is what keeps us back. Go ahead, Latino.
But see, this is the thing, though. This is what I'm trying to say. There's a difference between a ninja and a black person, bro. Like, look at that man that John put. When was it? Like 3 weeks ago. That worked for, what was it? Lowe's.
Mm-hmm.
That man. Look at his story. Look at the story of the man that Portia also put up on the Red Lobster guy. Like, there's stories of success, man, and like these people are just different, bro.
Well,
there's just some people that are just ignorant, just hilarious, bro.
Latino, what I'm saying is that, like, this is a lady who makes millions of dollars, right? This is a lady who makes millions of dollars, right, Latino, right?
Yeah.
And let me play this clip. Listen,
man, dude, like, if I would have to blame anybody for her success, it's the people that are paying her, bro.
And I heard,
Like,
I read this quote. They say, "What you crave as a child, you overcompensate."
Hold on, Latino. Let me. Can you guys hear this?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Listen to this. Argue in front of you.
No, never. I've never seen my parents argue ever with each other. No, I did not.
So, in other words, I read this quote. They say, "What you crave as a child, you overcompensate as a parent."
Now, my son have seen me and his father go at it. My son done seen me beat his father up. I ain't gonna lie. I done got into it physical with the dad. Man, me and Rome, that's my son's father.
Argue in front of you?
No.
Now that answer had nothing to do with that quote, by the way.
What?
Well, shit, maybe it did in a twisted way. The quote was, "What you crave as a child, you overcompensate as a parent." And her response was violence with the kid's dad. But hell, in the black community, shit, that might be the answer. Right?
Universal, we showed a clip the other day, motherfucker, a couple fighting like hell. Then they're like, look, okay, stop fighting. They get back together now. Now, make up the breakup, goddammit. Break up the makeup. Right?
Yep. Unfortunately, yeah, that seems to be the
There's a thin line between.
Nigga, that when they had the best sex, the universe. Come on, that. Come on, dude.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Another clip from me. Another clip from you. Just hilarious.
Oh, by the way, John, I don't know if you've seen Just Hilarious and
Look,
the other girl.
I
don't know
used
the
to
other
talk
girl's
different
name.
when I used to like.
So what
But
you
they made a music video mocking the whole situation between the two of them, and they posted it today. It's called The Job Is Mine.
Nothing can resurrect her career trajectory. The other girl got a new show now. It's on the way down. Well, I ain't gonna say on the way down, but she's plateaued.
Right. I see Virgo, and I'm gonna bring Virgo up. I see her in the back.
Que lo que, mami?
Maybe she's not ready yet.
Primo, lo que pasó?
There we go.
Hello, John.
I think John
Universal.
froze. Did you freeze, John? Yeah, he froze.
Yeah, I froze.
Universal Laptop Jones. What's up, my
Good
jigger?
evening.
Laptop
Good
Jones. We call him Laptop Jones.
And Primo, what's up?
Not much, man. Just had some cena.
What you guys up to?
we
You
lost
needed a lady to come up here to regulate you, motherfucker.
Man, right. Yo, like
God
today.
damn it. I swear I hate this iPhone. I really do. Because I've never had as much static on my
Virgo, we've talked about this. Virgo. You don't hate the iPhone. You just need to get a better recognition of how to use it. Yes, and so let's go ahead and fix Virgo's mic, because you know what we're not gonna do. You know, let me see what we can do.
Don't put that on Tim Cook. What's up, Portia?
Hey, Latino.
Not much. Yeah, today I went to what is this thing that these little kids do? A talent show. Yeah, so my kids' talent show, and
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah, and all seeing all the female teachers there, dude. I'm just like, yo, it's so crazy how much women do in the world, dude. Like, dude, like the anchors, man, of these kids, bro.
Yeah, believe it or not, as much crap as teachers get, they do play a very pivotal role.
Shout out to the teachers. Shout out to the teachers.
Yeah.
Living with y'all's kids all damn day.
Damn right.
Y'all whoop them.
Thank you.
Yeah, whoop them so they're ready in the morning. Whoop them over the weekend so they come right.
Yeah, whoop them, please. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
One thing I have noticed about teachers, they get a
See what
lot of
this
flack,
iPhone is doing.
Yeah, a lot of grift, man.
but like teachers do care about their kids. Like that's one thing I've
Bro.
always noticed.
Bro.
They do care
Yeah,
about
I
the
love
kids.
those little
They
bitty
do.
monsters. I do. I
Man,
do.
Even
I
though the
saw that
kids be
shit.
cussing them out and doing all type of stuff,
I
they
love
do
them
care
with
about
all
those
my
kids.
heart and my soul.
I saw that today with those teachers and how those teachers, each kid like hugging each of them and like, oh, bro, I was just like, damn, man. I'm just like, it's another side that you don't see because you just see your kid coming home and you just usually just go to the parent meetings and stuff like that, but to see that side, oh, that's awesome. It just makes me feel good to send my kids to people like that.
That's good, man. Yep.
Yo,
I wish that. Go ahead, John.
Universe, King Academics is live right now.
Oh man.
What are you talking about?
It's Friday night, so
every
there are
night
a few albums that came out yesterday. I don't know what he's talking about. I was just chilling listening to music myself. Let's see what Academics is talking about.
He usually drinking that Patron.
R.I.P. Young Scooter, Big U 43 count indictment, interview, YB home.
Hey, John. John, you can show Academics.
You can?
Yes, you can.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show him.
Is it because it's not as mainstream? It's a
Well, no, like if you go to Academics page, his channel, you can. He does not go for copyright for his content.
Smart for him.
So John, anytime you want to play Academics, you can.
Really?
And like so, after the conclusion of the show, of course, as always, wait 30 minutes to an hour. But Academics, he doesn't do that. He says it quite a bit. I don't know if you guys ever just listen to him in full, but if you don't listen to him, just go to his page, main page, of course, and check out his description. He doesn't do all of that.
Main page. Which is his main page?
It's the King Academic page.
Yeah, but he doesn't. Thank you, Universal. Thank you, Universal. You know you're so great. You're so
Like
great.
it was entertainment, topics, content.
Yeah, so he doesn't most of these big so John, so basically the big channels like his, they'll have it in the description that says, hey, don't restream my shit, don't show my shit, don't share my shit, don't do nothing, don't review my shit. So but he doesn't do that. But like if you listen to his show from start to finish, whenever he does his intros, he lets you know, and whenever he does his outros, he lets you know. So yeah, so Academics is good.
I like Academics, man. I know a lot of people don't like him. He's a tether and all, but I like him.
A tether. What kind of a tether?
He's Jamaican. He's Jamaican, but he's a very intelligent guy.
Really?
If you ask me, I think he's very intelligent. I think he's very, very intelligent.
I mean, he worked at MTV for a while.
Oh, I never thought to think about him being a
Mhm.
Jamaican Shaba. I never thought about it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he has good content, so I mean.
Yeah, he's talking about Young School. He has 10,000 people watching.
Yeah.
Big U is that dude that's always in Adam 22's
What's he talking about, John?
Big Young. I'm sorry, Young Scooter. Right now he is. I put up Sauce Walker on the screen.
John, I might not be black enough for this, but that's okay.
Yeah,
I'll fill in the gaps for you.
I don't know something.
You can have right now a lot of chaos, but I like how you're turning into something else.
Yeah, I can. If I wanted to, I could have motherfucking 400-500 different men, good men down here from different cities and states, including mine, around here ready to do whatever by snapping my finger in retaliation to what happened to me and my little brother. But as much as it hurt my soul and it really break me down, I'm damn near getting emotional right now thinking about the shit that I can't retaliate because that's not righteous. Because my brother had his own dealings as a man that a nigga gotta respect, and a motherfucker had the opportunity to make me 100% accountable for the same thing that they felt, whatever the situation is. Because I still don't know what the situation is with my brother, but whatever it was, that could have held me the same level of accountable that they did him and took my life for no reason the same way. Whatever that his was taken for. So at the end of the day, I gotta be a man and be an honorable gangster and respect the fact that I put myself in a place where I wasn't supposed to be standing and sitting there. But as a gangster and as a brother, I'm gonna stand next to my brother no matter whatever this nigga got going on, or whatever his personal beefs or problems is. If we shook hands and became in the same alliance before that, then I gotta adapt and adopt your problems to a certain extent too. So I put my name on your face, you represent my company, I represent you. I gotta inherit some of your problems. Like, was taking my brother life really worth it? Is me trying to retaliate approval points for some niggas or for some Instagram comments and some posts, or did you slide for him, this and that? Like, a nigga been doing this shit since a nigga was a teenager, bro, adolescent. You know what I'm saying? Handling this business for the business, standing on.
All right, let me jump in here and say this.
Yeah. Does
Basically,
anybody
Saul
need a
says,
translation?
I'm not about
I
to
can connect
go
some dots
try
for
to
you.
go kill a bunch of niggas who did this.
I'll be right back.
You know, I'm gonna be a respectable gangster and realize that whatever was going on with Say So P and whoever who killed him, that's just some personal shit, and that's some shit I should stay out of. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. While I think Sauce Walker makes all the way sense in the world, I definitely got to be like this. If I'm a young artist and that's his demeanor, he's not stepping behind me no matter what, I would definitely I'd feel a way about what he's saying. Like, yo, he's making it seem like, yo, all right, man, that nigga died, but that nigga sowed his seeds. Like, it is what it is. I'm good, and I'm not mad at the niggas who did it. Again, I think optic-wise, it looks kind of odd. I'm not gonna lie to you.
On the business, laying on the business, leaning on the business. You know what I'm saying? At a certain point is, when does this shit end? What is the fucking trophy for this shit besides a bunch of niggas saying, "Ooh, you him, that nigga this, that nigga that."
Real talk.
He a demon.
Real talk.
He's stumping. He's stepping for real. He's stumping. And then when these niggas saying that you stepping or stumping finna help you pay for no lawyers, then I'm finna take care of your kids. If they see your baby mama heartbroken and fucked up because you in dead or jail, they gonna be the nigga trying to fuck your baby mama and move in your house and sleep on your bed because he wanted to be you that bad, but he couldn't get this bitch while you sitting there in his face. Or while you active and attractive being the man that you is, he could never get this bitch, but he gotta wait for this bitch to be vulnerable and slide in on your shortcomings as a man when he's supposed to be there giving this woman support and being the step uncle, being the godfather, the god uncle, like, you know what I'm saying, being an honorary man, you know what I'm saying, and representing what fatherhood would have been if my best friend and my brother would have been here to been for you as your father. Niggas just got the whole game fucked up. So like me, I just want to take the opportunity that I have with the platform, the voice that I have, to try to speak out to the people that ignorance is not the answer every time.
It's not.
Yeah.
What a statement.
I don't know. Love Sauce, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Optically, I think a lot of what he's doing doesn't look good. Bro, your man's died, your artist died. Dog, you're running promo on your page and getting interviews and shit like that. Like, bro, like, at least look a little bit like you care. And I do think he cares, but I think it's hard for it to come across like that when that's all we're seeing. You know what I mean? When you speak about him dying, it's not like, damn, it's fucked up, man. Like, I don't care what he was into, man. Like, I fuck with him. And even if you don't gotta be like, oh, I'm about to go kill some people for him, it feel like you were like, yo, listen, man, the streets handle what they handle, and I'm moving.
Do y'all want to hear something?
That's a crazy way to look at it. You know what I mean? Especially if I'm that dude's loved ones, and I probably
Hold
send
on
them
to it,
out
12th man,
to be in
until
Houston
John
to
comes back to
hang
pause the
with you
clip.
and get some drip and some sauce and
Yeah, I
to
don't even want to
try to
hear this,
blow up. And
honestly.
the guy dies, and they be like, well, you know what I mean?
Here's John right
It
here.
is what it is.
John, you can take this off the screen.
Maybe not.
All right.
Shit
Let's
is
get
bang loud.
academics up out of here.
What were you gonna say, 12th man?
That was it. That's it. See, I think there might be one more in there. Oh, yeah. Watch out, dog.
What?
Picture. Get out of the way, shithead.
We took it down for a minute, John, but if you want to bring it back up, feel free. It's up to you.
What just happened?
From the Sauce Walker clip?
No.
with
Didn't
12
12
man?
man say he was gonna say something?
Yeah, man, I just let it roll, bro.
Y'all didn't hear that?
We heard something, but we don't know what we heard. You want to try again? What's going on, 12 man?
Okay, let me try one more. And this thing a little messed up.
Yeah, I heard it. You shot something, huh?
There it goes. The thing's a little fucking ramshackle.
The fuck is that breathing, dude?
I don't know who that is.
like,
There it
swear,
goes.
like you in the woods and shit, Blair Witch
Right
Project
there.
bullshit.
All right.
Got that motherfucker. Come here, Fizzy.
Fucking Blair,
Doc is
fucking,
okay, everyone.
fucking Blair Witch Project and shit.
That's kind of shit we get away with out here.
Fucking.
What that bear gonna get if he gets in the way? The thing does need a little greasing up, though, I gotta admit. Anyway, my bad, y'all. I just thought I'd do a little outdoor shooting for y'all. Shit, why not?
Why not, man?
This is America. You are
Y'all
free.
couldn't hear that too good?
Yeah, you could hear it a little bit. It was a little faint, but we heard it.
What was that? A little 32, 22?
That was a 12 gauge.
What are you shooting at?
I don't know, just a little, just to see if it works. I just got it. And I just got some ammo for it. So I thought I'd make sure it works.
You're gonna end up getting,
do another round. I didn't hear it.
you're gonna end up getting locked up like that dude in the bodega.
Hey, if you can't 12, do another round. I want to hear it.
Want me to do one more?
Yeah, please. If you don't mind.
Let me see if I can. Can't believe you didn't do that. Actually, hold 7 in the chamber. No, 7 in the mag and 1 in the chamber. Holds all.
Wow.
God damn it, I hate it.
Hopefully, you don't get all the state
John, you're on mute.
troopers coming up here.
Virgo, your phone still sounds bad.
Oh, we got Stanley Cross in the audience.
I'm about to
Stanley Cross. We can Stanley
Hold
Cross.
on a minute, John. They still want to hear my shotgun one more time.
Yeah, he's supposed to let off a shotgun round. So
Little love 12, man. Don't do it while you're drunk. Well, oh, shit.
Too late.
come on now, 12. Come on now.
Come on, talk, man. Hey,
I'm not real fast at it.
He's struggling over there.
But take your time, 12. Don't rush it.
Every time with the
Shoot it
balls.
towards somebody's house, 12, man. Shoot that
I'm
motherfucker.
trying to blow my own foot off or nothing.
Oh yeah, don't pull that trigger till you just point straight.
Oh, hey, hold on, man. Don't shoot it yet. Hey, hold on.
Hold on a second. You gotta listen now, John Galt.
Go ahead. We're gonna let you shoot your gun.
John Galt, make sure you clip it.
We're gonna let you bust your gun.
There you go. That thing kind of fucked up.
What kind of gun you got? You need that bullpup. 12, man. You need that bullpup. You know what I mean? You need that bullpup, 12, man.
Give it to hell.
I don't fuck with them shotgun, 12, man. I like them.
There it goes.
Nigga.
There it is. I heard it.
Steph Curry.
Now aim and let it rip.
This is America.
America.
There it is.
You heard it that time, didn't you?
Yeah, we heard it that time.
Yeah.
What are you shooting at, 12th man?
I'm shooting a
Just
tree.
a sign. Just a sign I have set up.
Oh, it's a sign. Okay.
I'm shooting a tree.
Probably a good idea. You only shooting
Not time to put it away, boys.
Yeah.
Especially you've been drinking, 12, man. Well, man, I was gonna say something to you guys. What was I about to say? Universal. Damn. It was
I mean, I do have a question and a topic if you want me to pull something up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Universal. Yeah.
So speaking of,
come on for here. Let's go.
Mute, man.
12, you mind muting your mic? So we
I
can
got
hear the
him.
panel.
I got him. Speaking of shooting things, we had another rapper tragically lose his life on his birthday, none less. Young Atlanta rapper Young Scooter. Not so young though. He was about 39 years old. And I have a question for the panel. Is a rapper the most dangerous profession in America? What do y'all think?
Profession. What do you mean? What do you mean by profession though? Because
I mean, this is a career path. Apparently,
okay.
People make money.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. The reason why I say profession is because look, we have a guy that goes.
Universe, I think you should
And it's like
rephrase
that's
your
not
question.
no talent. Anybody can do this shit.
Universe, I think you should rephrase your question and say, is rap the most dangerous job for black men?
There you go, because that's not professional, bro. Like
I think that's what you
like
should
we
say.
got Young Thug going. It's like, bro, what is that? Like anybody can do that, bro.
Do you think it's a dangerous job for black men, Universal?
Yes, I do actually. I think it's a dangerous job for only black men. Black women ain't dying out here from rapping. The white rappers ain't dying.
All right, but we got rappers like Common, right? We got rappers like Nas. You know, they
those are old rappers. Those are old rappers.
Nobody cares about those old niggas.
I get all that. I'm trying to get to my point. So what I'm trying to say is that these people back then, even though they rapped about real stuff, or even though they rapped about guns and drug dealing and all that, today's rap, it's a little bit way more extreme than it was back then. So like it went from what I remember back in the 2000s, like in the 90s, like the Tupac era, basically, like right there between the Tupac and the 2000s. It like that whole thing of like being real in life and rap, like that's what messed up rap.
Hey, Universal, I want you to make sure you see that clip the Universal put in the background, that Latino put in the background. I want you to hear your thoughts on it. Did you see it?
I'll pull it up in a second.
Yeah.
No, he put it up before I came. If you Latino, if you still have the link, can you drop it in the back chat again? Because I can't see anything that was posted before I hopped on.
But you get what I'm saying, though, Universal, right? It's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they try to bring the aspect of life and rap and make it like real into existence and combine it together. And it's like you can't, like, that's a job, bro.
I'm gonna take your point. I'm gonna raise you one. I don't think they're trying to do it. I think we've passed that phenomenon of is this
Oh
art
no, of
imitating
course,
life
no,
or life
that's what it
imitating
is
art?
now. But I'm
Yeah,
saying,
now.
like, I'm telling you, like, not like Tupac, Biggie was the, like, I want to say the pinnacle of like what started this bullshit.
Yeah. Actually, I wouldn't even say Tupac. I would say they were kind of the foundation, part of the foundation that led us to where we are today. I would say rappers like
NWA.
Nope, not even. I would say Gucci Man, rappers who are really out here in the streets. Those were the ones who birthed these babies that we have today. The NWA, them niggas was portraying a lifestyle. They weren't all out here like that. Now there were some, but they weren't really out here like that.
No, of
And a lot
course
of
not. Come on,
like
man.
I would say
I
the
thought
early
you were talking about like
2000
the content of their like or the rhetoric that they were pushing. Like that's
Yeah,
like
they were pushing the
degenerate.
rhetoric, and what I'm saying is, what we are seeing today ain't rhetoric. This is what's happening.
Yeah,
Yeah, but when you look at a group like NWA, they started like the whole gangster sort of rap, right?
I understand that.
Guys, hold on for a second now. Stanley, the guy up here we have a new panelist, Ja. He's in the Khazarian Empire, is that right?
Yeah, Khazarian Empire. Yeah.
He's a moderator over there. Have you ever seen Stanley up on your panel over there, Khazarian? I think he's been over there before. Are you familiar with Stanley?
Well, I'm familiar with Stanley from I guess CT channel, but
Okay,
not
all right.
really Khazarian. Yeah.
Stanley runs a late night stream around here in a couple of hours. If you hang around long enough, you will be introduced. The cantankerous Stanley Crosby. I saw him in the chat. But go ahead, guys.
Yeah,
John, I'll be asleep by then. Sorry.
No
I'm
worries,
gonna get up in the habit of waking up with you and HB and Universal Jones and getting up with the early morning crew instead of the late night liberal crew.
Absolutely. And so you guys are talking about the rhetoric and the content that was created in the 90s. I'm very familiar with that, right? But what I'm saying is there was a turn that took place where you weren't a real nigga. You weren't really doing this. You were a studio gangster.
Yep.
People remember that term, studio gangster.
Yeah.
The studio gangster does not exist anymore. These current rappers, all these niggas with their clique names before their actual names, YMB, all that type of shit. These are niggas from cliques in cities who are really out here busting guns. Like they're not playing no games. These guys have long records. And they're out here, and because the music has been so whittled down that they don't have to have talent like they did in the 90s to actually be able to do stuff.
And the
You can
record
just
labels
say
have,
whatever the fuck you want and make a music video with your iPhone.
The record labels have life insurance on these people too, because they know how destructive and stupid they are.
Well, you know, forget about the life insurance.
Who's giving them the platform though?
Well, forget about the
platform. We all are on we're on the platform right now. Go ahead, John.
No, but I'm saying who gives them the platform to like spew that
forget
sort of rhetoric?
Well, like again, like
literally no talent.
Hold on. We've been kind of on a theme here, right? I don't know if you guys have noticed it. Some of you have. Universal, clearly he's the guy that's noticed it. But honestly, we've been kind of on a theme here on how you can exploit this, how people are going about exploiting this, whatever you want to call it. So we talked about Universal. Were you on the stream with it? Hispanic beautician said 70% of my customers are sister.
No. Was this somebody on the panel? Or was this a video clip?
No, Universal. So there's a tweet going. Let me show. Oh, Universal, good looking. Oh, John, were you here when we played that shit? And then so I called the beautician. I said, man, what? And he said, man, he was in Hispanic. Man, he said, man, 70% of my customers is black sisters, Hispanic. So we talked about Marvin Sapp, who closed the doors on them niggas and said, y'all niggas ain't leaving until you give me my money, right? And so here's what we showed earlier. Look at this shit, universe. Look at it. Yeah. Look at this shit. You see this sister right here? Nice looking, decent looking sister, right? And so she went to a beauty salon and they tell her you gotta wash your hair before you come in here. And so we called the actual beauty salon.
Oh,
and
you
it's a
called her
Hispanic
directly,
man. He
okay.
said, no, not her. She's a customer.
Oh.
She's just a customer. She's not the client representative. And so she listen, sister gal. Listen,
I'm so pissed.
I want you to this university. I need you to break this down. I need you to break it down. Listen, sister gal. Come on, sister gal.
Universal breakdown.
Wait, here's sister gal university.
Yeah,
and she gonna talk about Latinos people. She gonna say they were Dominican though. They were Dominican though. You know what I'm saying?
Hot and bothered.
I'm so pissed.
I ain't mad at her though. She looking
I'm so
kind of
pissed.
decent.
I'm so pissed.
Yeah, we can
I'm
tell.
so
You can't get your
pissed.
phone together. Let's go.
So yeah, I booked an appointment to get a.
Look, I want to get to the good part.
So I was like, yeah, I just took some faux locks out. He was like, normally she doesn't do your hair. We just took faux locks out. So I'm like, what you mean? I said, I told y'all that I was gonna take some faux locks out. He was like, yeah, it normally has to be.
Yeah, this really is my type. I ain't gonna...
Yeah, she look good. Hey, I'm listening. she still didn't get her hair done, but I see the potential.
Nigga, I take it.
I'm glad you took the faux locks out.
He was like, yeah. He's like, well, let me go ask her and see. So she comes in there and she looks through my hair. And she was like, even though it doesn't look like it needs to be detangled right now, we can't wash your hair because you have to wash and detangle it, and then we come behind you and wash
Okay,
it.
here comes Universal.
I said, what? I said, what do you mean? I have to. Now, mind you, these people $100+. So why would I wash and detangle my own hair when y'all finna wash and detangle it anyway? It's natural hair. When natural hair get wet, when you wash it, you have to go and detangle it out because it's natural. She said, yeah, because that's gonna take too many hours.
Mm-hmm.
Now, mind you, this lady ain't black. This lady like probably Dominican or something.
Woo! Universal. What that mean? Explain it to me, Universal. Can you help me with that?
Unfortunately, that means that she don't know how to deal with my type of hair. And that's not an uncommon request for barbershops and beauty shops to have folks wash their hair before they come in because it does take a lot of time. And also, people come to barbershops with all type of dandruff.
What race do you do in Universal? What race you got to do in Universal? What race you got to do? You know, there's a race element.
Talking about black folks.
Well, but what them Dominican women hair look like?
Oh, not like this. It's not as coarse. It's curly, but it's usually a lot straighter. They don't have the same problem they do.
My kids got my hair, and I got nappy hair.
And let me give you down the break.
I was gonna say it depends, sort of.
Like I talked to my lady one time. I used to live in the Bronx with one of my ladies, and
I have to detangle my kids' hair before we go to the salon.
I said, exactly. What is it about the fucking Dominican salons? What is it about? And she said, John, all it is high heat. She said it's just high heat. You understand? The Dominican salons are using higher heat on the hair than say other people are doing. That's more or less the gist of it.
Yeah.
But
I was gonna say that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Because they're straightening their hair. So the hotter, the straighter, right?
Yep.
That's really what they're doing. Dominicans use the higher heat, whatever, bumper, curl, coins, bumper, whatever the fuck they use. And so, you'll hear later that this lady said, well, ain't but one other salon that does this. And so the bigger point is everybody's, and again, if you go back and listen to the phone call I had with Dominican, he said, man, 70-80% of the people, and that hair I do is African American. I said, how the hell did you learn how to do hair? You Spanish. He said, yeah, but fuck it. We'll figure out how to do this shit. And everybody is basically picking the lowest hanging fruit in the areas where there's a market for it.
Yeah.
Are you now drawing the full picture here? Me, I'm a landlord. The Indians, the Bengalis, the Yemeni motherfuckers in the corner stores, the liquor stores, the bodegas, they're getting their share. Right? I make the niggas beg on this stream. Yes, we do. You don't get like this. The liquor store man can't make them beg like I can. So everybody's getting their little cut. They're feeding off the carcass.
Literal carcass.
Literally.
Foundational broke ass.
And that is what we're highlighting here. I think you can see the underlying theme here.
You like that one, Jones?
From the Hispanic man.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one yet. That fits though.
From the Hispanic man that does their hair, to the Korean man that does their nails, to the educational industrial complex that makes money off of these motherfuckers, the educated lawyers that can't even pay John Galt. Everyone's eating off this carcass here. And I'm just laying it out here for you to figure out how to make pay out of it for yourself.
We're supposed to be the vultures.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say you're vultures. I would just say you're just other animals in the wild, and everybody's taking slow bites.
As I say, like
there's no rush.
University, there's a reason why I still have these 3 phones. Mm-hmm. If I was a
we might need to talk about those phones, John. I got some lady friends to ship those out.
You got.
I might need to. I know how to do that. I got the connection. Yeah. I got some content to make with some ladies.
We talked about these 3 phones here. My Airbnb guests would just check out, man. They'll leave their phone and don't even give a fuck because they get free phones.
Universal sling.
You got these slinging laptops and iPhone.
Cell phone Jones.
Cell phone Jones.
He went from iMacs to Universal Jones.
Hey man, all Apple products. Once you go back, you don't go back.
He got a special. He got a special contract with Tim Cook.
The ecosystem's amazing.
Hey, Sam got a question.
Why would a Latino or Latina not know how to deal with hair?
Yeah, seriously, that's what I'm saying. We have similar hair to you guys. It's not every Latino that has good hair, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say Latinos is not like a monolith. Like you have like different phenotypes, different hair textures. Yeah.
So for instance, like John comes like the closest complexion to my father. My dad got nappy ass hair. So
wait, so is that your father in your profile picture right there?
No, that's my grandfather from my mom's side.
Wait, you say he was Puerto Rican, right? If I'm not, Mexican,
I was born in Puerto Rico, but my parents are Dominican.
Oh, so if you would have said you was Puerto Rican, I would have been like, "Oh, you're from Louisa, right?" Because Louisa is like seen to be like this.
University teed up
No,
just
not
for you.
Louisa. Fuck, I forgot the name of it, man. Rio Piedra.
I don't know. Humble President, what you got against me, man? You still mad about the comment about the blanket, bro?
Hold on, University teed up just for you. University, go ahead.
The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there, my fiancée. a white, beautiful woman from United States of America.
What? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell nah, bro. Come on, dog.
The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there, my
You know how
fiancée.
many? Damn, man.
A white, beautiful woman from United States of America.
Yo, even
She looks she looks Latina as well though.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, but that nigga that he thought she white.
Nah, he just wanna. He just wanna come here, bro.
Why did he get a sister to come here? Why did he get a
bro?
The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there, my fiancée.
He's slinging.
He's slinging for real.
A white,
beautiful, the most beautiful thing in the world.
He's slinging, dog.
Yeah. That nigga said the most beautiful thing in the world.
Yeah, no, that ain't.
That opportunity.
Bro,
that nigga remember that Keith Murray. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that Keith Murray? That nigga said the most beautifulest thing in the world. That nigga rapping that.
The beautiful thing about this song is that she's sitting right there.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. The most beautiful thing. Universe, you remember the most beautifulest thing in the world? You remember that? But Keith Murray.
Okay, Keith Murray. Yep.
Yo, bro, this guy's nuts.
Hey man, he knows how to get to the promised land.
Yeah, he does. But yo,
why,
man,
why he didn't get a sister? Why he didn't get a sister? Universe, explain to me.
He's playing his cards right.
He could have said, "Beautiful woman."
Come on, John.
United States,
bro. He's playing his cards right. You're not gonna get nowhere into America by dealing with black women. You gotta go into the white society. That's who runs the embassies. Come on now,
bro. You guys got
the most beautifulest thing in the world.
You guys got it all wrong. I'm gonna explain. Right. So when you ask for somebody, right, even though you get married, it's still a whole bunch of paperwork, and all that paperwork costs money. Right. So if a girl from here is willing to marry a man from out there and bring him out here, that means that she's gonna have to come out of pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then not only out of pocket with that, the flight also, and then you gotta have a income tax bracket. Basically, you gotta make a certain amount of money, and you also have to have a place to live, bro. So there's a lot of shit, dude. Like it's just not getting married and bringing a person over here.
You know, Universal. I don't know if you remember. Let me see if I can finish playing this shit. I want to finish playing this, Universal, so you get the idea. Listen, damn, it went to the other tab.
Yeah, go ahead, play it.
This is homegirl again. I want listen.
I'm so pissed.
Listen.
I've been getting my hair. I've been going to a beauty salon since I was 8 years old. Anytime I take braids out of my hair, I said I can see if I ask you to take the braids down. That's different. Or if I came in here with braids still in here, that's different.
Her hair is short too. Like
why would I have washed my hair last night and detangle it, and you to come back the next day, less than 24 hours later, and wash my hair again? She's something that's a possible.
You heard that, Universe?
Mm-hmm.
She said, "Shit, I've been wearing these braids for 7 weeks."
Mm-hmm. Yep.
7 motherfucking weeks.
7 whole weeks.
And I ain't washed my hair. I ain't washed my hair at all. Right? And now I'm about to go to the beauty salon and shit. Right? And you want me to wash my fucking hair? Bitch.
Because you get build up. You get build up, and she may not have used the clarifying shampoo.
But Virgo, she said Yeah, that's what she said.
I'm
7
done.
whole days. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
done.
Chuck.
I'm done. I'm fucking done. I'm done.
Yeah, you're
Good
funny as
night.
hell, bro.
That bitch said 7 whole weeks.
Yo, but Virgo,
Good night.
Virgo could attest though. Like my daughter when she goes to the salon, right? They have a list, and to be honest, we go to a black person's salon. We don't go to a Hispanic person because she gets like her hair curled up, right? But for them to untangle her hair, that's another cost. You get what I'm
It's
saying?
another cost, and then if your hair is long,
That bitch
like
Virgo,
when I
that bitch
wore my hair,
Virgo, that bitch
when
gonna
my
watch
hair
that
was
in 7
long,
days. 7
when my
weeks.
hair was long, that's another cost too. Because I used to go to the Dominicans too,
Virgo,
and
ain't nobody trying to roll over and smell that stink, Virgo. That's what we talking about. This stink. That's what we
man.
Virgo. I wish my kids could go to the Dominicans, right?
Hold on one minute. Hold on.
I can't go to the Dominicans.
I'm trying to get a nigga to testify to that stink.
But they can't deal with that nappy hair.
I want a man to testify
Yes,
to
they
that.
can. Are you serious?
No, they can't.
I need
Yes, they
somebody.
can. Or at least here in my city, they could.
Your call has been forwarded
Damn, I need somebody gonna testify to that stink.
Yeah,
Oh wait, Latina, you from our city, bro? You, bro? Come on, bro.
Yeah, yo, I go to the Caverdians, bro.
They're the same, bro. They got the same hair texture. They do it, but everybody goes to Cape You're right.
Yeah, because they know how to deal better with nappy hair. Because most of them got nappy hair.
Tory or Tory
Yeah, but I feel like Dominicans is the same level. I gotta ask my wife about it.
Hold on, we got a call coming. Hold on. Hey, Philippe. I know I ain't got you long. I need you to tell me that story when you rolled over
I can't.
and you smell that braid head stink. Can you tell me that story? When you smell that stink in that braid head, can you tell me that story? Huh? Philippe, you there?
Yeah.
Can you tell me that story? You told me a long time ago.
Oh, man, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, well, can you tell me? Can we talk about them braid head sisters that don't wash their hair? They don't wash their hair, Philippe. You know, sometimes they say, they don't wash their hair, Philippe. And it could be, sometimes it could be, Philippe. It could be.
I can't.
It could be 7 whole weeks.
I'm done.
Goddamn hell. And so, Philippe, I remember when you told me one day, you rolled over to a sister and her head. That motherfucker. I'll let you go from here. Go ahead, Philippe. Come on, don't be bashful now. Tell us what tell
That pretty much is the story, right? Like,
no, nigga.
We went back to
put some color to it. Put some color to it. What happened? Tell us. Tell us. Black Girl Magic.
Well, we went back to my place. I can't remember how long I was dating her in particular. But we went back to my place. And
Come on now.
Yeah, we ended up having sex, and then we went to sleep. And she put her head on my chest.
But lay your head on my pillow, nigga.
Yeah. And that's here.
You play that song, I swear.
What? But what do you smell it? What do you smell it? Tell us.
Man, it just smelled like dirty hair that hadn't been washed in a long time, that smell.
7 whole weeks.
7 whole weeks.
and I kind of pushed her off me and rolled. I couldn't sleep with that. So my God. Yeah.
Was she had a lace front end or what? It was just natural.
She just had braids. She had like
braids. And her hair was stinking. She had braids.
Actually, she didn't have braids. She just had a lot of weave.
Oh Lord have mercy.
She just had a lot of hair weave.
She probably had to weave in for way too long, and it's just like started having that weave smell.
Did you want to jump on her again after smelling
No,
this?
that was actually the last time. That was the last time I saw her.
You did not.
That's a complete
damn lie.
That was the last time I saw her.
Why not?
Did you like I like a woman. A woman's hair is sexy to me. A real woman's hair.
How you like it to smell then, nigga? Tell us. What you like that
I like
shit
it
to
smell good.
Hey, let me do you like shea butter, nigga? Do you like that shea butter?
I don't want shea
You
butter.
don't like that butter? How about that Dax? How about that?
No.
Nigga, do you like Dax? Nigga, do you like that Dax? Wait a minute. Wait. No, hey, bro. I don't mean to interrupt you. And no, I'm not this rude. But you date an Asian woman, is that right?
Yeah. Now I do. But now I do.
And do you think that is above a black woman? You be honest. You on John Galt's power. That nigga, John Galt. Do you think the Asian women are above black women doing the black women that you met? Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. In the pecking order, definitely.
Wait. Hold on. And it's based on her hair? Is it based on her hair or is it based on the actual?
Tell us, nigga. Tell us.
Well, that's based on the hair is one aspect.
Hold on, because if the chick that had the bad hair, if she has some fire, I don't want to be vulgar, but if she has some fire pussy, then I'm pretty sure you're gonna still go back to her.
No.
I can't.
Hold on.
I call cap.
Hey, nigga, I'm gonna put this nigga on mute, right? Right. Philippe, you remember that time?
Yeah.
See, these niggas don't understand the nuances of life that a nigga like you live. You understand? And you remember that time, man? You remember that time you were telling me when you went to the Grammys and that black ass niggas?
Yeah.
Can you explain what a nigga, a high class nigga like yourself, when you take a bitch out, a black nigga somewhere nice?
High class nigga.
That's a good example, actually.
Yeah. Hey, hold on, Philippe. No one else chime in here but Universal, okay? Universal, you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I want you to Universal nigga like you, Philippe. You understand, right? A black man like you know what I'm saying? And I want Universal and you to have a back and forth conversation on what Philippe is about to tell you. Go ahead. I'm out of it. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead and tell the story, Philippe, and I'll hop in.
I was gonna say I had tickets to the Grammys in LA, and not only tickets, I actually I had a connection. I knew someone, so we were in a suite.
Oh wow!
So I take this girl with me as my date, and during the course of the conversation, while in the suite, she had a feeling that I didn't date black women. So she asked me if I dated black women, and I told her not really. No, I'm sorry. She asked me if I dated white women. That's what it was. This was a while ago too. She asked me if I dated white women, and I told her yes, I did. And she had big problems with that, and expressed that in the suite while we were at the Grammys.
In the moment.
No, Philippe. There's something else you're not telling him. She responded certain ways when certain people were performing. Go ahead, tell him that.
I can't remember all of that.
Don't tell me she was dancing in the suite.
I remember.
Don't tell me she was getting crazy.
When the black people were up getting their awards, she was very interested, engaged, right? And when there weren't black people up getting awards, she didn't give a shit. Correct?
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Yep, that's right.
And you were in the booth or whatever. You were there with non-black people as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And they were engaged throughout the entire event, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Universal. Now,
Yeah.
I want you guys to go back and forth because he didn't remember that part. Go ahead, Philippe. Universal.
So Philippe, you're seeing this, right? I'm sure after maybe a couple of award announcements, you realize something's going on here. What were you thinking at that point, if you can remember?
About her? Well,
yeah, about her behavior.
Yeah, this is
she's obviously slighting the non-black, winners and performers and things. Like, what was going through your head?
Yeah.
At that point?
Well, at that point, what was going through my head was, I don't want to say I felt embarrassed, but I definitely felt like I was with someone who was out of place with everyone else there.
Nigga with a Michelle Obama. Drag that bitch to the Jimmy Carter.
So it made me feel a little out of place because I'm with her.
Sure.
So I brought someone who kind of made me feel out of place with all of them.
Philippe, you tell us this story about that
But
Go
I think
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, I think what mostly got me, what irritated me about her was the fact that just number one, I brought her to the Grammys. We're in a suite. I mean, a lot of women would be like, wow, that's really, they would feel some gratitude at least.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for her to just turn and start getting all, feeling all offended just because I said I dated white women, that kind of bothered me. So at that point, I was like, okay, I wish I hadn't brought you, and I don't think I'll be talking to you anymore.
Philippe, now I have another question. And I want Universal. Have you had a lot of black women to ask you, do you date white women? Both of you guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm talking about black women. Have black women asked you date white women?
Yeah, I've gotten that question plenty of times.
Why do you think that is?
For me, it's how I speak and carry myself for the most part. Offline, obviously.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What you say? Say that one more time.
I said it's because of how I speak and then how I carry myself offline. People just assume. I think also I live in Minnesota, so that plays a role too.
Jesus.
Go ahead, Philippe. What do you say?
It's the same reason. Because of that, you don't sound like most of the black men that they meet.
Correct.
You don't come across as most of the black men they meet.
But no, I'm talking about the black women that ask you when you take them out, do you date white women? Why do you think they're asking you that?
But that's why. Because I think
that is what, yeah. Tell them. Go ahead, Philippe.
Sound like most of the black men that they meet.
You know what I think? You know what I think it is? I think they realize that they can't compete, and they're saying like, "Wait a minute, this nigga date white women. I might well bow the fuck out now."
Well, that's interesting, John.
I'm out. If you were white women, what the fuck I'm trying to compete for? I'm out.
Well, John,
nigga.
So I haven't had a woman say that per se, but I have heard I don't know what to do with you, or do you know how to handle a black woman? I have had those things come up.
But didn't Philippe just say that the black woman turned on him when he said he dates white women, right?
Yeah.
Why do you think she turned on you, Philippe? Is Philippe saying?
Well, it almost was like she was upset that I did.
But why would she be upset? She's out with you. Philippe, fuck that. Nigga, I'm tired of you playing games with me now. Now we talk too much. And I'm gonna put up a picture on the screen. You know what I'm about to put up. You remember when my nigga, and what's it that I'm trying not to spoil it for the audience. What's it? Let's see. Remember when I know you remember, because we done talked about this shit a million times. Woo! I found Philippe. I found it. Philippe, I found it. Have mercy. I found it. Philippe, I found it. And what I tell you, Philippe, I gotta wait till I pull up for the audience, Philippe. And then
John is a menace.
Philippe, you gonna remember what I'm talking about. Oh, Philippe, I'm about to pull up, and then and Philippe, you gonna fucking fall out laughing when I'm talking. Philippe, you remember when that nigga Obama was over there in Sweden somewhere? You remember when that nigga was over there in Sweden somewhere? And Michelle with that hairline, with her hairline in the middle of her motherfucking head. And Obama was skinning and grinning. Wasn't he kikiing? Remember you remember that? Philippe, he was skinning and grinning.
I'm vaguely remembering that.
And
But I can't really.
Michelle said, nigga, you better get your ass away from that white woman, and I'm going to sit in between y'all. Remember that? It was over in Sweden and Norway.
Oh, yeah, I remember that now, yeah.
Now, that is why these white women ask you, do you date white women? Because Michelle Obama knows, and them black women that you out with know. Nigga, they know. They know. That if you got a taste for that shit, if you can go up and get it.
Uh-oh. You ain't coming back?
Well, they can't compete with that.
That's what I'm talking about, my nigga. That's what I'm talking about. That's why that bitch she couldn't even conform herself at the Grammys.
Yeah. And it's all demeanor. It's demeanor, right? It's just how they carry themselves and how they treat you. And I know we get called, anti-black and all this other shit, but there is a difference. There's a big difference.
Jesus.
Philippe, I got one more story. If you have time to indulge us, you remember that Magic Jack? You know I call them the Magics. They create magic. Them Jewish people.
Uh-oh.
And you remember you were telling me you were going out with a Jewish woman? What did she tell you about her family? I said, I gotta say it like the nigga said, her family. Family.
Oh, Jesus.
What did her family tell you, Philippe? What did she tell you about what her family thought about Negroes? Can you tell us, please?
Yeah.
What did they tell you?
Yeah, they told her that. Well, they were very upset that she was dating a black guy, and they said that all I would do is get her pregnant and then leave her with the baby and not take care of the baby.
No, they didn't. Where they get that from?
Yeah,
they both be
That's
watching
what the dad
movies. New
said.
Jack City.
That's what the dad said, and then he told her he was done with her and he was cutting her off completely.
Cut the bag off. She had choices.
Did you at least hit it?
Another beer.
Go ahead, Universal. What you saying?
No, that was Ja. Go ahead, Ja. Ask your question.
I was gonna say, did you at least hit it? At the least.
Oh yeah, for sure. But
hey, hold on, Philippe. But this nigga married to an Ethiopian. You know we here in you know about them Ethiopians in DC, nigga. He stepped his game up. He did.
I don't look at it as me stepping my game. What the hell?
Nigga.
No lie.
What an Ethiopian I had on string. Yeah, that nigga remember Fana, don't he? Philippe. He remember Fana. That motherfucker was fine. Where Fana at? Let me put Fana back up on the screen. I'm gonna put Fana up on the screen, Philippe, while we talking here. You remember Fana, don't you, Philippe?
Yeah, I remember.
Crazy Ethiopian bitch. But go ahead, Philippe. Go ahead. What are you saying? Some Ja had a question.
That was it.
Ja had a question.
What happened. I think someone was asking a question.
Yeah. Ja, you had a question there?
He already answered it. He said he did.
Yeah, he answered it.
Hey, Philippe, let me ask you a question. You went to NVIDIA AI convention the other day. Is that correct?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you want to tell the audience about that? What did you see that was kind of interesting?
Oh yeah. That was it was an AI conference, so it had a lot of the the main thing to see was all the multiple companies were there showing off applications, how AI can be applied in different industry. So there were different car companies there showing autonomous vehicles. There were 3 or 4 robotics companies there showing off robots. So that was the most interesting thing, just seeing how AI is being used across different industries. Mm-hmm.
We were talking the other day. I got Fauna up on the screen. Ooh, I remember Fauna. Have mercy on her crazy ass. You remember old crazy ass Fauna? Have mercy.
Yeah.
On her crazy ass.
You enjoyed that craziness, though.
Don't talk too much. Paid her rent.
You seem to enjoy that craziness.
She paid her rent dutifully to that nigga John Galt. Philippe, I don't know if you can see the screen, but we had a nigga up here begging like a dog.
For what?
Ladies and gentlemen, was he not begging for rent like a dog?
Yo, I'm gonna get you 100. I'm gonna get you 150 by 9 o'clock.
He begging like a dog, ladies and gentlemen.
Please.
God, please don't put me out. Begging like a dog.
Jeez.
Hey, so we did a fundraiser for the nigga. You remember how when we were growing up, we about the same age, we could adopt Ethiopians, and we got an Ethiopian on the street. Have mercy. The niggas can't afford her today. The niggas can't afford her today. But back when I was growing up, we could adopt a nigga like that. She was a little girl with flies around her mouth.
Oh my God.
But she now here in America, and the niggas, they gotta have money to pay for her. Yes, they do, but a nigga like John Galt.
Well, can I chime in real quick?
Shoot, go right here.
Well, I wouldn't say like necessarily like Ford an Ethiopian because it's more. I think it's more of a cultural sort of clash or cultural thing more than like sort of materialistic or Ford and her. Like when I noticed because I dealt with several Ethiopians before my wife actually.
Hold on for a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on for a minute. Since we got Philippe on the phone, I promise I won't let you talk. But I want to bring this nigga to culture, Black American culture, and I want to say, ooh la la, nigga. What comes to your mind when I say, ooh la la? What comes to your mind, nigga? When I say,
oh, you mean that restaurant?
What kind of restaurant? What? Ooh la la,
soul food restaurant.
Ooh la la. Tell me about it. Tell me your experience. Ooh la la.
A French restaurant.
It wasn't no French, nigga. That shit straight nigga. Tell me about ooh la la. Ooh. You went.
Just a dirty, nasty soul food.
Nigga, did
so
you have
dirty,
a good
nasty
nah,
soul food restaurant on U Street. I think it was run by prostitutes. It seemed like it.
He being honest. Now he being honest. See, university, you had to really bring it out these niggas.
Oh my God.
But how did you get there, nigga? Tell us. Tell us how you got there. See, he want to start there, universe. Tell us how you got there, nigga. Huh?
Oh, we met these girls at Republic Gardens.
And what?
Remember.
And what?
And went to that restaurant.
And then what happened?
And they and then both of them went behind the counter and started cooking.
Ooh la la.
What? Yeah.
What y'all want? Okay,
we'll be right back. You know you ain't telling me about the panties.
Nope.
What part? Oh yeah. I forgot about that part actually. When we were in front of the restaurant, we got there first, waiting for them. Because these are old stories. John, you talk. That's why I forget some of the details. You talked about when I first lived in DC. This story's like 20 years old.
And, hey, bro, you goddamn. I had this YouTube channel 20 years ago. Ooh, these niggas would be take. I tell you about the dead body, but them wasn't the first one, man. Oh man.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
there were more.
You heard so many stories. I tell you about niggas. Like there's so many stories over the years, Philippe. You finally got your taste of it after 20 years. You finally got your taste of a Negro. Philippe, there's one more thing that I want you to cover for the people in the audience. For these black lawyers that you know, what do they end up doing? We had a black lawyer up here. Remember what Trump said to that nigga? He was down on his knees. He wouldn't. Remember what Trump said something to that effect? He wouldn't get down on his knees. Remember that, Philippe?
Yeah. I remember that.
So I had a lawyer up here. He was, man, he was about like in the same damn position that transgender. We had a transgender call. He said, "Are you cute? What do you look like?"
Oh yeah.
And that lawyer was like,
That's crazy.
And so, Philippe, we know a lawyer or two and a nigga that go on TV to talk shit. A lot of these educated niggas that we've seen in DC have become more or less making their living off the racial grievance racket. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
Tell us about it. Tell us about it from your perspective.
Well, the ones I know, they couldn't make it in their job. So once that started to become apparent to the people they work for, and they felt like they were going to be kicked out, I think, or that their responsibilities were reduced, they decided to sue them or threaten to sue them for racism and all that stuff. That was their exit strategy, I guess.
University, you ever had that experience?
No.
Are you familiar with somewhat similar to that experience? You say you just had to lay off a black boy. Wait, you know what? Philippe, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Hold on for 1 second. Philippe, do you remember that black woman that was working at this company and she was like a big old boisterous ass black woman and they just hired her basically to deal with the blacks? You remember that?
She was a muscle.
No.
Remember you were working in some company and the white woman had this black woman that she was loud and boisterous. I can't remember what company you told me you worked for.
Oh yeah. That was when I was
tell us this story. Please tell us. Oh, please tell us this story. Please tell us this story. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful story.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Yeah, well, she hired her to be her chief of staff, and a white woman hired her to be her chief of staff at Nutanix, and the woman was pretty much incompetent, and that came out as she went, after a month or so, people started complaining about her, so she fired her, and then she fired her, and then she turned around and sued her.
For what?
Sued the company. And accused them of racism.
Yeah, I had that same.
The interesting thing was she accused them of racism when they hired her to a high level position, and then fired her.
I just had that situation 7 months ago. Hired somebody at a $85,000 position. She lasted about a year, but she probably knew that it wasn't a good fit 8 months into the job and gave her some extra time to get it figured out. Turned around and put a EEOC complaint out there and tried to sue us.
Interesting fact.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Latino. I got one more question because I know Philippe we have to run in a minute. You're in the AI sector. That's the forefront of pretty much large chunk of investment in America, in the world right now. Would you say that's fair? You build our AI data centers. Is that correct? You have companies, you have Fortune, let's say 15 companies calling you. Is that fair? How many black people have you worked around in the last 3 years?
None. Zero.
Why do you think that is? This is the leading forefront of the next. It's like the next revolution. Would you say it's like the next revolution of from internet to AI, something like that? And why do you think there are no blacks in the building out of the AI infrastructure that you've worked with?
I don't think just don't think they're in that industry, to be honest. They probably don't have. I don't think they have the discipline and to some degree, intelligence to make it in that industry. It's not an industry from what I can see.
Well, why do you think that is?
And I don't think it's an industry that interests them, too. In general, I think they're more interested in other things.
But how could they not be interested in like the
more interested in entertainment and sports?
You think so?
Those are the traditional industries. I think those are traditional industries that they're mostly interested. Sports, entertainment, stuff like that.
Jesus.
And that's your experience. We leave it at your experience. I know people are saying, Jesus, this nigga here just lying on us. These blacks out here built a robot. They would have got the people that were lost in space. The nigga would have got the lost in space people. But from your vantage point,
I don't think there are any blacks on that team to rescue those astronauts.
But they built the vax.
You said they built what?
The vax.
Oh yeah, you mean that one black chick?
Yeah, she had that magic going. Can I get you can I get you to summarize your if you to be honest, give us a summary of your experience dating black women.
Summary. I haven't thought about it really. In summary.
Well, give it to me, nigga. Do you date black women?
No, I don't.
Okay, why not? Okay, well, why not?
Summary.
Well, why not? No. Okay, why not? Why not? No, why not?
Well, there's a few reasons why. Number one, I don't like fake hair at all. I don't like fake hair. I don't like weave. I don't like braids. I don't like any of that. So that eliminates probably 80-something% of black women right there. I would say.
You hear that black woman say, "Oh gosh, Philippe here." You say, "Oh God."
How dare he?
What about wigs? Do you like wigs? They have real hair up on their wig.
Like real hair.
Yeah, like real hair. But what else?
Real hair.
Okay, so if a sister had real hair, what is there anything else?
As in that's a deal breaker for me. Like I will not date a woman.
Okay, what about the sister with the real hair now? Come on now. Some of these niggas got real hair.
Yeah.
Okay, now what about
10,
them?
15% of them do.
Now what about them? What about them?
I don't like overweight women. Don't appreciate some kind of healthy lifestyle.
Damn, we ain't talked about that weight. Well, all we've been talking about is they hate all day long.
Well,
all we've been talking about is they hate. But that weight, that's the elephant in the room. That is that elephant. That's that elephant.
No overweight white women.
Would you say that's that
You
elephant?
take that in the hair.
Hey, hold on, Philippe. Somebody said, yeah, you act like there ain't no overweight women. What you said, Philippe? Philippe, fuck that. Philippe, you remember when you used to live in Columbia Heights and that white girl said something about her ass? What did she say to you, Philippe?
That one I don't remember. What was that?
Nigga, I almost got a beautiful mind. And it was a white girl. She said, I exercise and I get in shape, but do you remember what she said to you now, Philippe? In Columbia Heights in that building. She said, but I ain't gonna have
remember that story better than me.
I do, because I got a beautiful mind. And she said, I ain't gonna have no fat ass like them black girls. You remember that? She said, but nice, talk, and round. You remember that? Remember the white girl that lived in your building? I don't want to give too much detail. In Columbia Heights. And she was talking about exercising or whatever. And she said to you, like, I ain't gonna have no big fat ass like no black girl. You don't remember that? I remember you telling me. It was the white girl with the boyfriend. You remember the white girl with the boyfriend?
And I remember her, but I just can't remember that conversation that I told you about. Yeah.
And basically you were telling me that A nice tone fit white girl. That shit'll do it for a nigga, won't it?
Yeah.
That big old BBL, you don't need that. You want that sundress.
Oh, natural.
Universe, you want that sundress, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good on all body types, but the sundress definitely is top tier. What a nice bow, absolutely.
Somebody said John remember more about Philippe like than he does. Because I remember the money moments. I am that nigga. This is how I formed my beliefs in life. I had to remind that nigga of some of this shit. I'm trying to think of something else, Philippe. We can share with these niggas. You remember?
Well, the point I was going to make though is you take if you just take the hair and the body aspects that I just said, that pretty much eliminates probably 95% of black women.
You think so? Damn. Hey, one more thing, Philippe. I wanted to ask you. You remember that sister? I hope you feel the same way too. That you met that was in LA. She was working at the school district. I think it was Issa Rae's school district. I hope you feel the same way too. And you remember that sister? She ran into some hard times. You remember that?
Yeah, she was a teacher.
And what happened?
She got moved out by Latinos.
Say what? Say what? Tell us how it happened, Philippe. Tell us. She got moved out by Latino. They didn't want diversity. Wait, they didn't celebrate people of color. The brown and black ass coalition.
Nah, John, they said in Moreno está robando.
So what was so what happened? Tell us about that sister gal.
Well, they wanted more Latino diversity.
Say what?
It was interesting. It was interesting because they use this. They use the same excuse that blacks use when they say we want blacks to teach young blacks to relate to them better. Well, they wanted Latinos to teach Latinos because they relate to them better.
Universal, what you think about
LA? And in LA, Latinos are the black. Like Latinos are like the black in LA.
Yep.
So
Bakersfield,
they're the majority.
So it's as if they snivel. I call it snivels. Just so you know what everybody else would. The snivel rights is being used against the blacks. Would you say this, fan?
Yeah.
Snivel rights.
Neville.
Used against the blacks. That's very interesting, I believe.
It sounds like the Latino slang.
So what happened to the black girl? What happened to the black girl, Philippe?
Well, she ended up getting let go. I know that. I don't know what happened to her after that. But I know that particular school district let her go.
So they let her go. Damn.
Because I think she started not really getting along with them. She started getting upset because she saw what was happening. So
in other words, you
disgruntled employee.
So basically, what you saying? The ground shifted up on her. It became a Latino playground.
Yeah.
And she would live. What was she living? Who was she living with? I remember all these things, Philippe. Do you remember who she was living with?
She was living by herself.
I thought she was living with an uncle. I thought she lived with an uncle or somebody.
No, I don't think
remember one time you tell me she was living with an uncle and somebody went by his house and it was it didn't look all that well. But anyway, very interesting, Philippe. Very interesting, Philippe. What's the last black girl, sister gal, you dated?
Probably about 15, 20 years ago.
Universal, what'd you think about it?
That's eons ago, man. A lot has changed since then. I don't think it's got any better, though. To be honest with you, it might be worse. 15 years ago, we didn't have so much cosmetic surgery like we do today. Or wigs. Wigs weren't as in style as they are today either. So you might have dodged some bullets.
Not as many were wearing wigs. That's true. Not as many were wearing wigs.
Yeah, not at that time. No.
Hey, Philippe, niggas always want to know, what did their head smell like?
What the hell?
Can you describe what their head smell like? Describe it for us, Philippe. What their head smell like?
The only way I can describe that is it just smelled like hair that hadn't been washed in a long time.
Was it mustard? Was
it did it smell like moldy beer?
But that shit mustard like your armpit.
John, you ever smell my hair? You're being weird. You're being weird today.
I'm dying over here.
That's crazy.
Oh, Philippe, man, you know, if you had a son, Philippe, would you allow him to, how would you feel if he dated a black woman today? The black women that you see, the ones, how would you feel if your son brought home a sister gal, old 19-year-old fat ass,
shiesty,
with a pooch, nigga, don't make me pull up that YNB.
But
if you had a daughter and she brought home that if you had a son and she brought home,
Disappointed, man. Disappointed.
Really?
Felipe, let me ask you a question. Are you Black American or African American or what?
Black? Yeah, you black.
Black American?
Black American.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Black American.
They about to call your ass.
You would be pretty much ashamed if your son brought home a Black American girl.
Nigga,
I'd be disappointed.
Hey,
disappointed.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah,
Philippe, what's your biggest fear in life, nigga? What's your biggest fear in life, nigga? What's your biggest fear in life, nigga? Tell the crowd what your biggest fear. Tell us what it is. What's your
that
biggest
in my old age, I won't have enough money to not live around niggas.
Oh man, what would you pay to stay away from the FBA? That is the question.
Are you Uncle Ruckus' nephew?
Have you ever watched Uncle Ruckus, Philippe?
I love his character. I think it's funny.
Felipe, let me ask you a question. Like, what if your son brought home maybe a Jamaican or Haitian, like a different black ethnic group? Would you be okay with that?
I've done that too. I'd rather pass.
Wait a minute, you had a Haitian. Tell us.
So you pretty much trying to white out your bloodline or something like that, or what?
Say that again.
So you're pretty much trying to white out your bloodline.
And they crunch clean this shit up, man.
No, because I haven't just dated white women. I've dated Asian women. I dated a woman. I dated an Iranian woman.
No, but I'm talking about specifically for your son. Like, if you have, hypothetically speaking, if you had a son and he brought home a black woman from a different ethnic group, would you be okay with that or not? Or would you prefer him to date white or Asian or what?
I mean, ultimately, I'll let him, date whoever he wants to date, right? I'm not going to try and tell him who to date.
No, but you said you would be ashamed if he brought home a black woman or something like that, right?
Bum
I said I'd be disappointed.
Disappointed.
He brought home bum question.
Yeah.
John, shut up.
Bum question from
Kimmy's better now.
John is on fire
Let me say
tonight,
a little bit
man.
more about that.
Go ahead, Philippe. Go ahead.
Well, let me say a little bit more. I'd be disappointed because I feel like he could probably do a bit better.
You do better.
That's crazy. That's some straight coon ass shit, bro. What are you talking about?
Why you think that's cool? Why do you think that's cool?
That's some weird shit he's saying, bro. What the hell?
Here's a man married to an Ethiopian talking about you a coon. Shit, that nigga.
She a black woman, bro. What are you talking about? She's African. She's the original black.
That nigga went to the top of the pyramid of the goddamn Africa.
Oh,
I don't understand that.
Hey, goddamn it! Listen, you know what Fallen used to tell me, Philippe. She said, "I'm like a mix of the best of the black and white woman." That's what she said.
Who said that?
This one right here on the screen, nigga.
Yeah.
She said because they got that Italian, there's some Italian, whatever the fuck they got going on over there in Ethiopia.
They don't got no Italian. They went to war with the Italians.
Whatever, but shit, war nigga means
She
somebody
was
fuck,
Eritrean.
somebody fucking doing a war.
Eritrean, yeah.
Right? Somebody fuck doing a war, don't they?
No, that's just their hold on, but that's just their natural phenotype. It has nothing to do with admixture.
Do people fuck doing war now?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, now
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the Habesha Ethiopians, that's their natural phenotype. That has nothing to do with like
I'm telling you what she told me,
admixing
right?
with like Italians or anything like that.
Someone's up on the street.
No, well,
like,
remember in Eritrea, they were colonized by Italy for like a long, long time. So a lot of them do have Italian mixture.
That's right.
Yeah, maybe them, but yeah, maybe Eritreans. Yeah,
but hold on.
Yeah, maybe Eritreans. Even today, like Eritreans, like a base state for like other Western countries. They have like a lot of foreign military bases in their country, but Ethiopia specifically, they fought against the Italians.
Yeah, remember they were
Twice.
one land and then they
hold
got
on.
divided.
We got
No, what's that country on the other side?
Hold on.
Djibouti.
Hold on, we got a call on the end,
Yeah.
so we don't want to get bogged down in historical
Bring that stuff up
bullshit.
so we can talk.
Yeah, all right. You guys got any questions? The AI, Sister Gals, he been giving y'all some. You got questions? He's willing to take any kind of question.
All I know is that company that he went to go see, there's about to be major changes in the company my wife works for because they switching to NVIDIA too and AI. So yeah, that's not looking good for the.
And you know what? I want to ask you about Waymo, Philippe. You worked on Waymo, right? The build out for Waymo. Everyone knows what Waymo is, right? Waymo is going to be coming to DC in 2026. Everyone know what Waymo is?
Mm-hmm.
Does everyone know what Waymo?
Tell us.
Waymo is. Tell us, Philippe, what Waymo is. What you did at Waymo?
Yeah, autonomous vehicles, autonomous taxis, like Uber with no driver.
Right. And you worked on the rollout where?
No
Was it?
human driver.
You worked on the rollout where? Arizona?
And actually in Arizona and in DC.
Right. And so in 2026, they will be rolling out Waymo. I guess some of the efforts that you worked on, Waymo will be rolling out in 2026 in DC.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll let you hear that for you guys that are interested in it. It's probably coming everywhere. Would you say that's fair?
Yeah, I think so.
Driverless taxis
If it's not Waymo, it'll be someone else.
are expected to launch in the nation's capital in 2026. The District of Columbia Department of Transportation anticipates that Washington, D.C. could see a large increase in vehicle travel and metro transit riders over the next several decades. DCST expects metro ridership to fluctuate by neighborhood, with some areas turning to taxis. Waymo co-CEO Tekedra Mawakana says, quote, "We are excited to bring the comfort, consistency, and safety of Waymo One to Washingtonians, those who work hard and play in the city every day, and the millions of people around the world who travel to the district every year. While the Waymo One happens to be available for another year, Waymo taxis and test drivers see it's not out."
Damn, that's pretty interesting right there. Damn, full speed ahead here. Anyway, anyone have any questions for Philippe before I let him go here?
I actually do have a final question for Philippe.
Yeah, go ahead.
Philippe, since you're in this industry, what advice would you give? Let's say like a 24-year-old, 25-year-old young black male who's trying to figure out what his future is going to be like here in America. Should he focus on something around AI? Should he keep playing PlayStation on the couch? What should the young black male do?
I think I think definitely could probably lay off of the PlayStation, but I think stuff like AI, you have to do some of your own, like no one's going to really lay it out for you. So you have to go and search out knowledge on it. So what I mean by that is, you find some books and you read about it and, and all that. but then you go to a conference, an AI conference, you have to really go kind of make the effort to learn about it. And you'll probably have to do that to some degree independently on your own, because no one's going to lay it out for you, right? You can't go down to the library and just, and find a book on AI, or you can't just show up at a company that's doing AI and say, hey, I want to work for you.
Yeah.
And they're going to hire you. So you have to build up your knowledge of it. And to do that, you'll have to go out and search out that knowledge. So, like the conference I just went to, like when I moved from DC to LA, my first step in doing that was I started visiting LA and going to different events and meeting people and networking.
Yep.
And then I found my first gig in LA that way. And so you kind of have to be very, a little bit entrepreneurial in terms of going out and getting knowledge about it.
Yep. Gotcha. Thank you for answering the question.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Do you how did you get into the field, AI?
Well, I got into it because I was already doing IT project management in other areas. And then AI just ended up crossing over into projects that I was already managing. So I was building out data centers and stuff like that. And then, AI needs data centers. So that ended up being something that was introduced into the projects that I was working on. So that's kind of how I got into it, kind of that intersectional. But even then you kind of have to build up a knowledge about it, about what you're building. So then I had to do my own kind of self-study to learn more about it. And like I said, self-study includes, looking up stuff to read and watching stuff online, but then also going out to like the conference I went to, the NVIDIA conference I went to, and learning about it and networking with people in the industry.
I mean, you spent a lot of money over the years on your own money, right? Learning like project management and stuff like that. There's a lot of self-investment. Would you say it's fair?
Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm talking about now. Like when I was talking about going out and capturing that knowledge, I spent a lot of money going to conferences, getting a project management certification, stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, man, I ain't gonna hold you much
John,
longer.
I have a question for Philippe.
Yeah, go ahead. Philippe, you gotta
My
go.
question is, like, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So similar to like your dating preferences, most of the black men in my family and the black women in my family, I don't know what's up, no one really dates inside their race. I feel like I'm one of the only, I'm like one of the few in my family who does. But I find like with the women, they're more accepted by like the guys' families, but the men, they never get to like fit in to like the woman that they have the preference for. Like it's always scary to their families that their daughter is with a black man, and I don't know how you navigate that, because I see it happen a lot to like my uncles, my cousins. Excuse me, but like all the women in my family who date outside their race, they don't have that problem of being seen as like scary to be with.
Yeah.
Do you think it would be different if you were a woman? I guess to what you're saying.
Well, I just think to a lot of other races, black men have a bad reputation. So I think that's what explains that.
Where do you think that bad reputation comes from?
From black men.
University, come on.
Not all black men, but from some of them.
University.
Enough to tip the scale. Yeah, it's based on our behavior. He's right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this question: do you think it is that reputation of black men has affected your ability to date white women and other outside of your race? Really?
Or just date outside my race?
How so?
Definitely.
How so?
Well, I've had at least 3 experiences where they told me that. including the Jewish experience that we talked about.
Is that like the black tax? Is that like the black tax in America? Is that the black tax?
I guess you could call it that, yeah. But yeah, to answer that lady's question, I think that's it. I think the difference is that black men have a bad rap, a much worse reputation.
But my question, I guess my deeper question is that black women are so terrible. How come other races accept them into their families a lot easier than they would like a black man? If black women are just as bad or worse.
Okay, Kim, let me rephrase the question for him.
Okay.
We know a lot of common sisters, right? We do, right? Philippe,
yeah,
we know a lot of common sisters.
Well, I don't think they're just as bad or worse. I wouldn't say that. Like, I mean, I think there's different reasons. So, for instance, when I dated the Jewish girl, her parents said that they thought I would get her pregnant and then not be a responsible father. Right?
Yeah.
I don't think black women have as bad a reputation as black men in terms of not being a responsible parent.
Oh, I see.
I don't think, you know what I mean? So I don't think they're seen as bad in certain ways compared to black men, to other races.
Yeah, because what I find with the men in my family, it never really goes past dating because their families won't allow it to go past dating. So it might be like a year or two, and then like, all right, you really got to get married now. So let's go back to what we know. Like, let's go back to finding a Pakistani man or an Arab man or a white man. Cut that off now. Fun time is over. It's time to go and get married.
Hey, Philippe.
Think about all the.
Hold your thought 1 second, Philippe. I got a bad memory.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get to the common sisters that we know. Time is going by now. And we want to talk about some of the common sisters and some of you broad man may have a common experience. Let's talk about some of those sisters. Them sister gals. Black Girl Magic. Describe where they are today. Black Girl Magic. Most of the sister gals. Life ain't been no crystal stair at this motherfucker.
I can't take jokes.
Life ain't been no crystal stair. So I want you to describe some of the sister gals that we know. Some of these educated sisters. Oh, Lord. Some of them were so educated, weren't they, Philippe? When we first got to DC, they were so educated, weren't they?
Yep.
And then what happened? My nigga?
Time ran out. It's like the duck goose game, right? Like, or what's that game where it's like, musical chairs or whatever?
I call it musical chairs. I said somebody gonna have to sit. I always said somebody gonna have to sit in somebody's lap. These niggas didn't want to share the lap. Lap babies. We could have made lap babies a new definition of a lap baby. Somebody gonna have to sit in somebody's lap. We're gonna have to share a man. So what happens to all them sister gals? Them Spellman, them Morehouse sister. Ooh, I remember. They came up here and they wanted to build a family. And then what happened?
John, can you thank Philippe for answering my question?
Oh, you're welcome.
I appreciate
that. He can
What's
hear
that?
everything.
Thank you for answering my question. I appreciate that.
Philippe, tell them what happened to these sister gals that wanted to start their families. Fuck that. We'll get to it in a minute.
I'm just saying thank you. That's all.
I want you to get to them sister gals. and wanted to get married and start a family. How did it turn out for him, Philippe? When you look back, take a random walk back. What happened, Philippe?
They didn't get out of one of those things, right? They ended up with neither one, married or family.
Universal chime in. It's all yours now. You and Philippe go back and forth.
It's just like Kanye said. Would you trade it all? Would you trade it all?
I wanted to ask him a question.
Go ahead.
Felipe, are you like currently married now or not?
No.
So another question: do you? Because basically, what you were saying something about your son, like you would be ashamed of him or disappointed if he dated a black woman. So I want to ask you: do you feel it sort of? Do you feel that it's sort of repulsive that you came from a black woman? Like, do you like? Are you ashamed of coming from a black woman?
No.
Hey, man, hold on. Nah, I got to intervene right there. My nigga, I know this nigga very well. You took very good care of your mother, my nigga. I got to tip my hat to this nigga. You took very good care of your mother. If she still alive, I don't mean to say that like she ain't here. You take very good care of your mother. Would you say that's very fair? She a black woman. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that leads me to my next question. What about your parents? Like, do they prefer you to date within your race or date outside of your race, or what? Or they don't really have that? I guess they look at it as your own sort of prerogative.
They look at it as my own prerogative, but they prefer that I date within my race.
Oh, okay.
Let me ask you this question, Philippe. So these niggas would get an idea where you come from. You would say that you are that nigga among your siblings. Would you say that's fair? I mean, that's my terminology. Okay, do you understand what that's my terminology. I am that nigga John Galt. And among your siblings, you are that nigga, right?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Would you say your other siblings are like underachievers or something, or what?
Nah, you just that nigga. No matter what the fuck they do, ain't nobody running no race looking behind, nigga. We looking forward. Ain't nobody compare yourself to nobody else.
I mean, it's your siblings, so I don't know. Maybe you might compare. I don't know.
Philippe, what is your ethnicity?
Black American.
Oh, okay.
That hurt them to their heart right there, Philippe. They were hoping your ass would be.
And both my parents are Black American.
Oh, okay. Because Philippe is more of a Hispanic name, so that's why I was asking.
Now I was gonna say Philippe was more of like maybe Hispanic. I was gonna say like French.
Yeah, that's a screen name right there. You sometimes
Yeah,
get
it's just
accused of
my
being
screen
Asian and shit, right?
Yeah, it's just my screen name. That's all.
You want to talk about?
Did I answer your?
Go ahead.
Did I answer your question? Though I think she had a question. Did I answer that, or I can't remember?
Oh yeah, you did. I thought you were some sort of Caribbean or Hispanic or something like that. So yeah, you did answer my question.
Oh,
Thank you.
Really, can we talk about these HBCUs? Universal, you want to talk about the HBCUs? Can we talk about this?
What is there to talk about?
Philippe went to Morehouse.
Yeah, what aspects?
Okay.
What aspects of it did you want to talk
That
about?
nigga might have been there with Bob.
Oh, salute to Bob. Morehouse is a good school. I toured it.
Okay, well,
didn't go. Probably should have.
I went to Grambling.
Philippe went to Morehouse.
I toured Grambling as well. Good school.
Philippe went to Morehouse, and so we're gonna let Philippe give us an idea. Give us a little, what you think about Morehouse, Philippe? Would you send your son to Morehouse? Martin Luther King.
Overall.
Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
Be a dreamer. That nigga could be a dreamer.
Yeah.
Be a dreamer. You don't want your son to
So I
be
went
a
to
dreamer.
Morehouse.
Yeah.
I went to Morehouse, but then I also for undergrad, but then for grad school, I went to a big university for grad school. A big state university for grad school. Not an HBCU. And if I had to go back and do it again, I just would have probably gone to a state university or a non-HBCU. When I look at the two experiences, I would have gone to a non-HBCU even for undergrad.
You didn't like them big booty Spelman girls, though. There's some big booties at that motherfucker. Freak Nick. Nigga, you had Freak Nick. Was you there doing Freak Nick?
Well, the interesting thing is, when I was at Morehouse, I was still dating black women.
Oh, damn. So what happened? What did the worm
it's
turn?
not even, but that's not even why I wouldn't go. I think I wouldn't go because I just think I think it was very poorly run. I think the facilities, I think it was just a very poorly run school.
Now, are you part of the Divine Nine?
Well, I never went
Philippe?
to the H. Oh, sorry.
Are you one of the Divine Nine, Philippe?
Divine Nine.
You know what it is, Philippe.
I'm trying. I know I've heard that before, but I can't think of what that is at the moment.
Did you pledge?
I've heard
Did
it
you
before.
pledge?
So it's a like
Yeah,
one of those
yeah.
black fraternity clubs.
One of the black fraternities. Yeah. No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that.
Why not?
I feel like I could kind of relate to Philippe with the HBCU thing because it never appealed to me when I was looking for colleges or universities back in my time, and I just and for me it wasn't about the facilities, etc. It was about the people because I never had like going to high school. I never had black people be nice to me. They were always like very mean. They picked on me a lot. They used to call me an Oreo, and I'm not even half white. I never really understood that. They always say, "Oh, you sound white. You act white," and I never really understood that.
I
And I'm like, I
have
can't
an
really
idea
immerse
why.
myself in. I can't immerse myself around that. And then when I looked at the programming, they didn't have golf. They didn't have fencing. So I'm like, what do they do on campus all day?
Well, we have bands.
Dancing. What else?
You know,
And
we have
fraternities.
sports, we have football, we have basketball, we have soccer. You know, we
Is there
have
a chess
everything.
team?
Yes.
Okay.
There was a chess team.
What about debate? Did they do debate still then?
I did debate.
Awesome.
I did that in high school as well.
But my point is, black people were incredibly mean to me. They're still incredibly mean to me. I just don't know. So I was not going to put myself in more of that. That was why I didn't do it.
Well, I only applied to HBCUs.
So Philippe, you wouldn't allow your son, you wouldn't suggest an HBC to your son?
No. Very, very poorly run and managed, very poorly managed institutions. From what I saw.
Someone is on the panel saying they would beg to differ with you, Philippe.
Yeah, well, you know, I guess we all have our own experiences there. But I know, like I said, I went to a big state university for grad school, and I saw huge differences.
Yeah, and I did as well. My first degree, I went to Grambling State. And then my second degree, I actually graduated from a school in New York, Lehman College, out in the Bronx. So, yeah, there were differences, but I think if anything, I would go back to an HBCU.
What else I was going to ask you, Philippe? Anything else you want to Talk about before I let you go here.
No, I think we covered. I think we covered a bit. We covered quite a bit.
Anyone have any questions for Philippe before he goes here? You got him. You got him on the
I
line.
did one last question about the schools.
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I heard enough from him.
I don't have that sentiment, but I don't have any more questions.
I'll fuck with you. I'll fuck with you, bro. But
Nigga
that's
want
crazy.
you to roll over and smell that stinky head. Philippe want you to smell that.
It is what it is, man. That's his prerogative, man. I ain't gonna hate on that. You know?
It was your prerogative too, though. That's the
Philippe,
part.
can you do the stinky head? Can you do the stinky head? Like the stinky leg. There's a leg. So go ahead, Universe. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
So, Philippe, could you, before you head out, could you describe the difference between the networking opportunities from your master or from your graduate degree program and your undergrad experience? And what was the difference between the HBCU experience in networking versus the non-HBCU school you went to?
A lot more in my grad program, but also I was in business school, and there's a huge component of going to business school is like networking. Like it's part of the program. They set you up to start networking with companies and stuff like that when you first start. So there's really no comparison to undergraduate, especially at HBCU. Not that there weren't networking opportunities at HBCU, but undergrad, but far more once I got to business school. But again, that's such a core component of an MBA program, networking and working with different businesses. Like that's the whole goal of that whole program. So it's a little different. But there's reasons it's a little different.
Yep. Got it. Thank you.
All right, I don't know if did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. It did answer my question. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. One of the big things or big differences that I didn't enjoy at an HBCU, John, I think I've told you this a couple of times, mentioned this, we've talked about this, is I don't think they treated the students as adults, as responsible adults. I think in many ways they were treated like kind of irresponsible children. And there may be good reason for that, because there probably were a lot of irresponsible children there, but or people who didn't have father figures, etc.
Man-child in the promised land. Man-child in the promised land is what I call them. Man-children.
Yeah, and I think a lot of what I saw at Morehouse was geared towards that, and I didn't like that, because I didn't feel like I did not feel as though I needed that kind of intervention. But I guess a lot of them do.
Any other questions, guys? We let Philippe get out of here.
Nope. Appreciate your time, Philippe.
Thank you,
Good
Philippe.
talking with everyone.
My nigga Philippe.
Good
Shout out to you, Philippe.
You had to come back and give us another update on some AI shit.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, yeah. Happy to.
Sounds great. My man Philippe. All right. What do you guys think about the conversation there? Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Josh a question. Do you have a channel, Josh? Stanley's asking in the chat.
Oh no, I don't have a YouTube channel now. I have like a Telegram group that I have. Yeah.
Do you want to share the link? We can post your link here if you like.
But you're a moderator at Kazorian, right?
Yeah.
You're right. So I think Stanley's been on Kazorian, right?
Yeah, so I'm a moderator over there, but also host a Telegram group that most of the people in Kaizoran's channel and other groups, other channels, they pretty much join in that.
If you drop your link in the back chat, I'll post it in the big chat so people can join your Telegram.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, appreciate it. Sorry, John. Do you remember your question? I think you were just asking what do people think of Philippe, right?
Yeah. You guys feel free to chime in. I wanted to get his like a full spectrum of the guy. He's a very, very intelligent guy. I've been knowing him for years. He's working in the AI sector, like the forefront of the next economy, I think most people would say. So he's giving us some insight there. What do you guys think?
Any thoughts?
Quiet.
What was your question?
Yeah,
again,
quiet. What
Sorry.
happened? The question was, what did you all think about Philippe and his perspective?
I mean, it's his perspective. He's entitled to it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
hearing
in
a lot
terms of
okay.
Yeah, in terms of like, I guess the industry that he's a part of or that he's working towards, I think that's a good thing. I think the trajectory of the world is heading towards more of a AI sort of transhumanist sort of like arena, or whatever. So, I mean, I think that's a good thing. STEM. I think we should teach all of our children about STEM and get into that field instead of like some of these other industries or whatever, right? But in terms of his dating preference and all of that other stuff, I mean, that's his prerogative. That's on him. I disagree with a lot of it what he said, but I mean, again, that's his prerogative, and
How
that makes him
do you
feel.
Sorry, but I got a question for you when you're done. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead, sir.
No, I mean that's pretty much it. I mean that's his prerogative. So I mean I can't really say nothing about that. I'm just sitting here listening, just being objective as possible, and that's it. Everybody has their own experience and their own outlook on life, and sometimes you just got to respect that. Even if you disagree with it, you just got to respect it and just move forward. That's it.
And I think similar to Jad on the AI part where he talked about investing in himself and being a
We got a fucking
self-directed learner.
scam caller right here. We got a scam caller.
I work in IT support, so I know how to hack into computer. Okay, we don't want to mess with me, mother.
That might be Gary.
What's your name,
Okay,
bro?
so IP number 78.1.7.34. I'm going to connect your computer right now.
Okay, you need my password? You need my password?
That's Varun.
Look, calling it crank calls.
But yeah, I think like the whole idea of self-directed learning and networking and investing in yourself is just general good career advice. And I don't think it applies to a 24-year-old Black person. It's just a great thing to do for yourself.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, definitely.
Hi, Lawrence. John, there's some people in the chat that knows you. I think her name was Bayesian Girl. Let me find her name again.
Oh yeah, that's the sis. Oh, she's in the chat. That's what's up.
Yeah.
How'd she find his channel? What the hell?
Maybe because of you.
Yeah. Did she hop on panel at all? I can drop the link if she wants to come. If you're still out there, want to come on up.
Maybe I've heard her on a couple of panels, but
Shower?
I don't know.
Okay. What time do you have to get up?
There you go. Yeah. Is it Bayesian melanin? Is that how you pronounce the first part? Bayesian?
Yeah, Bayesian melanin.
Yeah, Bayesian melanin. If you're still out there, feel free to hop on the panel. Salute to Lawrence. Good to see you. Salute to Mike too. And of course, always salute to Stanley. And since we're kind of in a moment of pause here, hit the like button. Feel free to share the link to the channel, and feel free to come up on the panel. This may be your opportunity to get out of the chat and stop lurking and have your voice be heard. Come on up. All right, Kimmy left. Husband came on in the room. She gotta go. So, and I forgot my question that I had for you, Joe. I had a question. I was gonna ask you. Oh, okay. John, are you open to answering a few questions?
I mean, I guess I was getting ready to log off for a second.
Oh, that's fine. If you got to
Kinda
roll, bro,
tired.
it's
But if you,
it's all good.
yeah, I mean,
It's
if you have a
good.
few seconds, quick questions, I'll answer it. Yeah.
I was gonna, because based on some of your comments, I'm curious, and this is my first time like hearing you or interacting with you, so I don't know a lot of the background and context. But I'm based on some of the things you said. Do you consider not do you consider non-American black folks and American black folks kind of the same? Like
Racially, yes. In
okay,
terms of culture and experience, no.
okay, got it. Okay, because that's what I was curious about. Because your thoughts and your perspective on Philippe's dating preferences,
Mhm.
I would say that you, based on, and this is my bias, but
Mhm.
I would say that you're dating you and your wife, you have a similar dynamic as him because you're not dating a Black American woman, you're with a Somali woman or Somali American woman, and like you said, culturally that's very different, very very different. There's some overlaps, but for the most part, those are two different types of women to engage with for sure.
Yeah.
So,
No,
so
well, she's Ethiopian American, so she's
oh,
Christian. She comes,
sorry.
yeah, she comes from that Christian sort of background, which I would say is kind of like an
Yep.
overlap. Also, I mean, I've seen personally for myself, me personally dating like Black American women, Haitian, different Black ethnic women.
Yep.
But in terms of like the Ethiopian and Black American, like I think there's some parallels. I would say, like for example, from my personal experience dating Black American women,
Your mic went out, sir. We can't hear you.
sorry, can you hear me
It's
now?
okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah. So from my personal experience, Black American women, from my experience, tend to not be that sort of materialistic. And from my experience, Ethiopian women aren't are the same way. You know what I mean? They're not materialistic in that way. So just small little subtle comparisons I can make, but there's also a lot of differences as well. So yeah.
Is there any difference between the two that kind of led you to dating a non-American Black woman?
Well, she is American. Like she's a citizen
Or
of
not?
America, so she's American. But in terms of like Black American, if you
Sure.
want to say
Yeah,
that,
Black American. She's got slavery in her lineage from the United States, chattel slavery. Yeah.
okay. So again, what was the question again?
So my question is, you said there's some similarities and there are some differences. Did any of
Mhm.
those differences lead to you making the decision to say, okay, this is the type of woman that I want to be with long term?
Not really.
Okay.
I think it was more so like chance, to be honest. Because
Gotcha.
I mean, I think she just caught me at the good time. Like when I was younger, I was like pretty much like, like I was still young. I was like
Okay, do your
not
thing.
serious. Yeah, I was doing my thing. I was not serious. And then when I met her, I was probably like around 17, 18, and we pretty much been locked in ever since. Like, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
So we've
Cool,
been
man.
dating. We've been together for like a long time. I'm in my early 30s, and she's like I've been with her since I was like 17.
Oh wow.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, you guys been rocking for a long time. Okay. Well, salute
yeah,
to you too.
yeah.
Do you plan? Are you a father? Do you have any children?
Yeah. I have two children. I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old son.
Okay. And well, I ain't gonna ask you that question.
No,
But
go
yeah,
ahead, go
so
ahead, go ahead. No, go ahead. I don't mind.
I was gonna ask you a cultural question. Like, I'm assuming they're by your partner because you've been with her for so long.
Of course.
So how are you culturally? How are you raising those two? Are they getting some of the Ethiopian culture as well as some of just your background as a Black American? Like, how are you? How are the two of you doing around that?
So I would say they're mostly raised like culturally American in that regards. Um, like I can't really say because again, my wife is like Ethiopian American, like she's
Right,
American.
right,
So her
right.
father was pretty much born out here, and I think his
Oh
parents
wow.
came from Ethiopia. So she's like second
Okay.
generation. So
Yeah.
she's
So she. Yeah.
very, yeah, she's very like simulated in that way. Like
I got you.
her
I got you.
father, even just like meeting her father, like he grew up listening to the same things that our parents listened to, like
Right.
Marvin Gaye and all of that type of stuff. So
Right. Right. So she's So she's definitely Americanized.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
yeah.
Cool.
But I also had experience like dating with an Ethiopian that was like straight from Ethiopia, and that
Mm-hmm.
was pretty interesting as well in high school. And I mean, same thing. Like she wasn't like materialistic in that way as well.
Mm-hmm.
I remember there was one memory that sticks out to me is, you know, it was one time it was my birthday, and I told her like I didn't really like, you know, put more emphasis on it, but I just told her that, and she remembered it, and like, you know, on the day of my birthday, she like bought me like she just like flooded me with like gifts and stuff like that. So I don't know, just that sort of thing. When you look at different
Yeah.
ethnic groups, they tend to be more materialistic in a sense of in the traditional sense, like oh, the man's supposed to give to the women or that kind of way. But from
Yeah.
my experience, from those sort of two experiences, I haven't like
Gotcha.
she's like they're pretty much like very like servant to their man in that way, or
Yeah.
want to do for their man in that way. Yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that in
Yeah.
my experience too with
Oh,
East
you
African women
dated
specifically.
with Ethiopian women as well.
Yeah, I've dated an very short term with an Ethiopian woman, and I've
And
dated
I wouldn't
Somali
even
women for
like I
about
wouldn't
6
even just
months.
limit it to just Ethiopian women, but just East African women in general. I would say
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
that.
Even though I would never, associate them all together because they they don't like that.
Yeah,
But yeah,
true.
but culturally though, East African women do that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But even from my experience with dating with Black American women, it was pretty similar to that. Like I'm not gonna lie, like I didn't like I think when I listen to some of these guys, I think they have some bad experiences, right, with Black women,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean I think it's mostly based on like mate selection. Like they probably didn't really vet their women like that. But I have my own sort of like personal vetting process when
Mm-hmm.
I kind of date women. Like obviously I don't really date women that's like that doesn't come from like two parent households and stuff like that. So I think that's kind of
Mm-hmm.
like a factor that plays into it and how a person, acts,
Right.
how the sort of perception of life.
Right. Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't gonna hold you, man. I just was curious because like
Now
I
you
said,
can
this is
ask
my
more.
first
You can
time
ask more
dating.
questions. It's pretty cool. All right.
Cool.
It's cool if you ask more questions. I don't mind. Oh,
I don't
sorry.
got
I
no.
guess I can ask you questions as well, right?
Yeah, you can definitely ask me questions. Absolutely.
So, like, where are you from? Like, are you from like what region of America are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Minnesota, man. I'm the
Oh, yeah, you did say
northern
that. Yeah.
Midwest. Yeah, I'm from the Twin Cities.
And then you have like family from like the South or whatever.
Yeah, so well, I'm a third generation Minnesotan, but my family comes by way of Mississippi and Oklahoma.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
so they came like my great grandparents came up as young people. To They came up from my grandmother came up from Oklahoma, my grandfather came up from Mississippi. They met in Danville, Illinois, and then when the work kind of dried up there, they came up to the Twin Cities of Minnesota.
Oh, that's interesting.
And
Wow.
that's how that's for both sides of my family. They kind of have a weirdly weird aligning.
Yeah.
But that's how we ended up here in Minnesota.
You know what's funny? Like even my family, like my father and mother, like have that same sort of weird family aligning in that way, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
ancestrally, because my mother comes from Georgia. Her family comes from Georgia, and they come from the subgroup called Gullah Geechees. I don't know if you ever heard of Gullah
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm
Geechees.
familiar with the Gullas. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then so my father, his mom's side comes from the Gullah Geechee as well, but from North Carolina, from like the
Mm-hmm. Yep.
southeast Fayetteville like area of North Carolina. So yeah, that's pretty
Yep.
interesting. When I looked back into my sort of history and found out, I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. But I grew up in the house like my grandmother. She used to speak it to me, like the sort of Gullah Geechee dialect.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty cool.
Have you ever heard of the book "Warmth of Other Suns" by Isabel well, I can't get her name out. Wilkerson. I can't say her name. Isabel Wilkerson. She wrote a book called "Warmth of Other Suns."
I don't think so. No, no.
Okay, you might be interested in that book. It talks about kind of the black migration within the United States, and you'll see those patterns. Like I detect the accent from you. I'm assuming you're probably from like what the DMV area.
No, I'm from Boston.
Philly, Boston. Oh, you're from
Yeah.
Boston. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense that you're from Boston and your family kind of like just migrated right up, up
Yep.
the Atlantic coast.
Exactly. And
To
just
that
like how you was
space.
mentioning, like your family came from like sort of like
Right.
the Midwest in a way, right? Oklahoma and Mississippi. That's
Right.
Mississippi's kind of it's south, but it's kind of like sort of Western in that way, right? But they migrated to like
Yeah,
Minnesota,
they
so
just
it
kept
makes sense.
going up. Yeah, they just kept going up. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna
How do you
pause for a second because
migrate
Clue
from
came up.
Mississippi to Minnesota? How does one do that?
Well, they stopped by way of Danville, Illinois first. It's for jobs. My great grandmother was domestic. My grandfather was a carpenter. Things of that nature.
Okay.
Yeah, I read Cast as well, Stanley. It's a good book. Both of those books are amazing. Well, what's up, Clue? How are you doing, sir? Welcome to the panel.
I'm doing good. I'm just listening to y'all.
Great. I done got sucked into hosting, man. What? John just disappeared. What the fuck?
Because John Galt don't want to talk. John Galt, please talk.
Nah, I mean it's cool. You can, man, John Galt. I mean, this is my first time being on this panel, but
welcome.
Like, the line of questioning that he had for
John is
the line of questioning that he had for Philip, like that was kind of crazy. I was like, God damn, is this one of those channels that's like anti-black women or something? Like I was kind of confused.
This channel is anti and pro everything. You're gonna get a little bit of everything here. So I would encourage you to don't take this first experience as a way to run. Like just come back, listen. There's a lot of different hosts, a lot of different perspectives that you'll get on this channel. You get some anti-black stuff, you'll get some pro-black stuff, you'll get some arguments, you'll get some knowledge, you get some entertainment. There's a little bit of everything for everybody.
But can you be
that's cool.
anti-nigga?
Well,
I think
it's kinda hard
everybody
not to
should be anti-nigga because niggas is a problem.
Yeah,
What do
niggas
you
are a big
think,
problem.
Universal Jones? Should everybody be anti-nigga?
Yes, even as a black man who has a hint of nigga inside of me, I hate that part.
Yeah, seriously, I think everybody should be anti-nigga.
Yeah.
Everybody should separate themselves from the nigga species.
That reminds, since I'm talking books, has anybody ever heard of the book To Destroy the Nigger Mentality?
Oh, that's a great title. Is that the title of the book?
That is the title of the book. Yeah, I forgot
it's a
the
beautiful
author's name.
title. It's a beautiful title. Tell me more.
Man, this book was really good. And actually, if I can, I'm looking it up now to see if I can get the author. I know he's done some YouTube stuff back in the day. This is back in my Blog Talk Radio days. This author came up and did a couple of interviews towards the destruction of the nigger mentality. I don't think that's the name of it.
Can I ask you something, Universal?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why can't rich and or educated blacks simply separate themselves from niggers?
Yeah. Thanks for asking.
Why
that
can't
question.
they do
So,
that?
I have a theory on this.
Okay.
I think that there is a mindset problem that we have as black folks, and it's funny because on one end we always talk about the crabs in the barrel thing, but we don't talk about the quote unquote crab that gets pulled back down. Those crabs have a lot of shame, a lot of survivor's remorse, that their success removes them from quote unquote their blackness. And our blackness has been a badge of our identity, our struggle, right? We used to call our culture the struggle.
And what is blackness?
And you don't, I'll get to that in a second, but hold on one second. And when you don't embrace that struggle, because you ain't struggling no more, it gives you a level of shame. It gives you like a level of disconnection, right? You don't want to be disinvited to the cookout. So you have to attach yourself back to quote unquote black culture as much as possible, because you want to be included in the like us, right? You don't want to be they ain't like us. You want to be included. So that's why they don't detach. We don't practice classism very well. Some of us do.
There's no benefit in doing that, though, sir.
I know, but you can't tell a black person that. The benefit is the inclusion. But I agree with you. There isn't a benefit.
Inclusion in what, actually?
Nonsense.
You get invited to the cookout. What the fuck? The cookout?
Yeah. Yes.
What's so great about the cookout?
Nothing.
Or maybe it's that.
Black.
Maybe it's that connection to.
There is beauty in being disinvited to the cookout.
Don't tell a black person that. You cool then.
I am a cool.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think it depends on it. I think it depends on the type of cookout. Because all right, so back to the my question was, what is blackness to you?
What is blackness?
Anti-white. Yep, that's the answer to that question, actually. What
No,
is
it's not.
blackness? Blackness is anti-white. It's nothing else. Black only exists to oppose white. That's it.
So
That's its
so
only fucking job.
somebody
That's
like
its
Booker
only
T.
job.
Washington. So somebody like Booker T. Washington. This is somebody I look up to as like a representative
Yeah,
of black
same.
people. Do you think that him like disassociating yourself with him, or do you view him as being like anti-white or what?
No.
No. That wasn't the question that you asked. The question that you asked was, what is black? Right? It's anti-white.
Yeah, but it's blackness. Yeah. Hmm.
Was blackness anti-whiteness? That's all it is. Without white, there is no black.
I disagree with that.
Yeah, well, okay, that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, without white, black does not exist. Black only exists to oppose white. That's its only job. It has one job: oppose white. That's it.
I don't know. I view both black and white as like social constructs, but if you want to look at the historical implications behind them, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's imposing of whites in that way. Like I don't view somebody like Booker T. Washington as opposing to whites, or someone like Martin Luther King, or those type of people. These are people.
Do me a favor, Ja.
Yeah.
Name a black organization that does not oppose the white counterpart.
A black organization that doesn't. So someone like Robert Smith and someone like David. What's his last
An
name?
organization, an actual
organization.
organization, not a person. An organization.
No, but
that
these
does
people are
not,
like had their sort of fields or industries, or whatever, right?
an
So
organization that does not oppose its white counterpart.
uh, I'm not sure. Like the Black Caucus, I guess, right?
The Black Caucus of Congress. Okay. The black. Why does the Black Caucus exist, Ja? Your answer, please.
Why does a Black Caucus exist?
The Black Caucus of Congress. Why does it exist?
To be representative of like sort of like the black people of America in that way. Like I don't think it's like opposing of whites.
What
But
have they done that has not opposed white?
I would argue that what they've done is oppose blacks. To be honest, some of the policies that they're aligned with, like sort of liberal, democratic policies. So I view some of them, as being sort of opposing to the progress of black people in general of America, and you could say globally, in that way too.
So you think they've actually opposed blacks?
Yeah, some of the policies that they align with, yeah.
Okay. All right. It's a good answer.
Yeah. Because, like, for example, I would say, when I think about the Black Caucus, I think of obviously like people who are like almost like Democrat shills in that way. And when you look at the Democratic Party, historically, they've always, well, they've been pretty bad to us. I mean, in terms of like their policies, it's been sort of detrimental to Black Americans in that way.
The Democrats have been bad to blacks. Is that what you said?
Yeah, their policies, yeah.
So why do they continuously vote Democrat? Are they
Why do black
stupid
people?
or what? Yeah. Why? Why do they do that?
Yeah, I think it's very complex, but stupid. I think it's complex.
I mean, they vote Democrat
Mm-hmm.
more than 90%. You said it was stupid for them to vote Democrat.
I didn't say it was stupid.
Obviously,
You said it was stupid.
90% think it's not stupid.
No, I didn't say it's stupid. I said it doesn't align with black interests. But you said it was
doesn't
stupid.
align with black interests, but 90% of them still do vote for Democratic policies.
Mm-hmm.
Correct? Why did they still do that and it's not in their interest?
So in terms of the Black Caucus, I think it's in their interest. Obviously, they're benefiting from sort of leading black people astray, I guess.
Astray.
But for the people on the ground, I think I think the people on the ground, they sort of view like the Democratic Party as being like their friend or benefactors, since like civil rights, since that era.
So what has the Democratic Party done for them that a friend would do? I want you to name one
Well,
thing.
I think it's I'm not I'm not advocating for them at all, but I think
I know, but
yeah,
if you could name
I
one
think it's the
thing that the
part
Democratic Party has done for them as a friend, let me know.
as a true friend, no, but as someone who pretends to be a friend, I think they try to appeal to the black people's sort of historical grievances, and then they try to coddle them. And I think some black people, they just don't look beyond that,
Some
and
black
they
people
fall.
or 90% of black
Most of
people.
them, yeah, most of them, yeah, they don't look beyond that, and they
So
sort of fall victim to it.
why can't they see that they are being lied to? Perhaps.
So you're gonna work
I
up.
think I think so. For, at least for my generation, I can say for my generation, people that was born in the mid '90s or and then afterwards, like the sort of late millennials and after that, I think it's more of a historic. I mean, not a historic, but something that was sort of passed down to them. So like their parents were Democrats, and then their parents were Democrats, and then they just pretty much follow suit. And then sort of the propaganda against like the Republican Party or just conservative sort of values in general, they view it as like sort of anti-black, you know.
Why don't they view Democrats as anti-black?
Because I don't think I think the majority of black people don't really take politics seriously in that way. So they just
They
pretty much
vote.
vote. Yeah, they just pretty much vote based on, oh, it's the Democrats and Democrats are, pro-black, whatever from their perspective, right? But
But what is
black people
pro-black
generally are
about the
not,
Democrats? Is my question. What have they done that was pro-black in the last 15 years?
in my opinion, nothing.
But
Well, all right.
90%
So
of
I would
them
say, look,
vote for
I would say,
Democrats.
no, no. All right. So I would
What's
say, I'm not gonna say nothing. I would say when it comes to like the Democrat and Republican Party, because I don't subscribe to neither. Like I'm not like a staunch like
You're not
politician.
partisan?
Yeah, I'm not partisan, no. But
Okay,
I think
that's a good place to be. Go ahead.
yeah. But I think black people in general, like I don't know, they just again view Democrats as a benefactor in that way. But I
But
think
why?
most
My
of them
question is
don't really understand
why
history in
though?
that way.
Why? My question is why do they view the Democrats as a friendly?
All
I'm
right, so
trying to find
all
out
right, so I can
what are
put
the
this on. I can put
Democrats
this on.
doing that's convincing them every election cycle that they are a friendly.
Because again, I think since civil rights era, you know, the Democrat Party has been like successfully was able to like what's the word like I guess you could say manipulate in that way, but I think black people, the majority of black people that generally don't understand history in that way or just don't pay attention to politics in that way, but still vote Democrat. I think they view Democrat as their friend based on what happened during the civil rights era. So they believe that the Democrats Party fought for integration, and this is what made Black Americans' life better in America. Which, in my opinion, I kind of disagree.
In 1967.
Yeah.
But this is
Yeah. So,
2025.
but the reason why I point to that is because prior to that, Black Americans voted Republican.
That is true. That
So
is true.
every since then, and then like when you look into that history, like the 1920s, 30s, 40s, even though the Black Americans were segregated and they were subjugated to like racist sort of policies and just attitudes in general based on through society. Despite all of that, they had their own. You know what I mean? Like we were self-sufficient people. We had our own businesses. We had our own industries. You had the legal league. You had all these things, right? Busing systems. So I think that looking back at history, I think that was better than what it is now. The Democratic the Democratic Party, they pretty much led Black Americans into like this whole idea of integration, which actually, when you look into it, like it just integrated our economics within the general white society. You know, it kind of destroyed sort of
Do you think
Black Americans'
integration
sense
was
of
a good
self.
thing?
No,
I agree, it wasn't.
yeah, I think there's some aspects within it. So I try not to make sweeping statements, right? I think I look at history in terms of like I look at history in terms of like just generally positive and negative, or pros and cons. I would say pros and cons. And I think when it comes to integration, there was more pros, in my opinion, than cons.
Well, help me with something because I'm slow, and I need you to help me with something.
Hmm.
This party hasn't helped black people at all, but yet 90% of black people continue to vote for said party.
Yeah.
What is it a marketing thing? Is what's going on here? Why is the Democratic Party guaranteed 90% of the black vote every election cycle, even though they haven't done anything for blacks? Is it a big marketing campaign that keeps working cycle after cycle after cycle? What's going on here? Right? What's
Yeah,
going
I don't.
on?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's the way how the Democrat Party like positions themselves, right? When it comes to the black community, like how they interact with the black community in this way, right? Where they pose as a black people's friend and benefactor, and they
Right.
come smiling, and they come with their sort of
Their
government assistance.
celebrities, their
Yeah, the celebrities.
Beyonce
Yeah,
and all
but I'm not
that
even going
stuff.
that far into it. Yeah, but
Right.
they just posing as the black man's friend, and they try to like coddle them in that way, right? So they tap into something within a black man, right, or black people in general. This sense
So
of
here's a tough
insecure,
here's a tough
this
question.
sense of insecurity that black
Here's my
people
tough
have.
question for
Okay,
you, Job. Here's my
sure,
tough question for you.
sure.
Why can't they see beyond the marketing?
Hey, hold on for 1 second. Stanley, whenever you're ready to start, University, can you shut down when Stanley is ready to start?
Yeah, I'll close us out here in about 15 minutes. You
All right.
gentlemen can keep going.
Yeah, I mean,
So
why can't
so
they see outside of that? I mean, see beyond it. I don't know. It
why
just
can't
depends on
they
the personal
why can't they
growth.
see the pattern? There's a pattern here.
Hmm.
The Democrats do a show and pretend like they're friendlies of the blacks.
Hmm.
And then the blacks vote. And then 2 years later, the congressionals and the governors of the states and all that, they do the same show. And
Hmm.
then the blacks vote Democrat. And then 2 years later, the presidential election comes, and they do the same show. They keep presenting this show that does not benefit blacks,
Hmm.
but yet the blacks at over 90% continue to vote for them.
Yeah,
So what's going on here? Is it that the marketing is
effective.
impeccable, or and this is a terrible thing to say, are the blacks just stupid people? Your answer, please.
Yeah.
Or both.
Um.
Or both. I can accept
Yeah,
both.
I was gonna say maybe both, but
Both. Okay, that's a good answer.
but I wouldn't say stupid in that way. I think I would just say more misled. But I
Why
mean,
wouldn't you say stupid? Because that's a very stupid thing to do.
because I don't know if black people are making a conscious decision of like I don't think it's a true conscious decision. I think it's something that was given to them, or that they perceive through history to align with them in that way. But I don't think it's like a conscious sort of uh like I don't view it in that way. And this is
But if
and
you
I think this
see,
is
if
okay.
you
Yeah,
keep
go ahead.
seeing the same thing happen over and over again, this is pattern recognition. This is what we're talking about. We're talking about
Hmm.
pattern recognition.
Yeah.
If you keep seeing the same thing happen, Democrats do a big show for election, and then after election, a Democrat gets in office, nothing happens. 2 years later, Democrats do a big show. We're pro-black. And then another Democrat gets in office, nothing happens. 2 years later, presidential, big show by the Democrats. And then another Democrat gets in office, nothing happens. If you can't see the pattern, if you can't spot the pattern, maybe you're just a stupid group of people. Right? You have to be a stupid group of people if you can't see the pattern of them put it on a big show saying that we're pro-black, we're for you, we're your friends, and then every time they get in, nothing happens for you. Nothing happens. If you can't spot that pattern, then as a people, you're pretty stupid. That's what I'm saying. You're pretty stupid. You're pretty low IQ if you can't spot the pattern. Spot the pattern. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm not trying to get the people on the panel and the people in the chat to vote Republican because I have another rant about the Republicans against the Republicans. I think they are pussies. So I'm not trying to get y'all to vote Republicans. I just want you to spot a pattern. Every 2 to 4 years, they put on a big, grandiose show to let you know that they're for blacks.
Yep.
And once they get in, they do fuck all for blacks, right?
Yeah.
And I just want you to spot the pattern. That's all.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Spot the pattern. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. And I think when it comes to black people consistently voting for Democrat, I think it's part of the Democrats. They're very crafty, I would say, right? Even Malcolm X said it, right? But Democrats, they were just more successful at appealing to the black man's sort of plight and connecting
What
that
have they
into
done for the black man? I want to hear it from you, Ja. What
And
has the Democratic Party done for the
you're not gonna
black
hear a
man?
good answer from me because I'm against the Democratic Party. I'm against,
Well,
I'm
that's
not
good.
Yeah, I would
least
say
you're
I'm
smart.
partisan. I'm partisan in that way. But if I had to compare the two, Democratic and Republican Party, or liberalism and sort of conservatism, I'm gonna side more with conservatism or that sort of Republican
But the
way of
majority
thinking.
of blacks are loyal to the Democratic Party.
I sort of disagree. I mean, I think it's surface level.
majority of
Yeah,
them
look, I would say it's surface level, sort of. It's more surface level. But if you look into it, like black people, black Americans in general, they're not really serious about politics. They barely know anything about politics in that way.
They vote.
But they still vote, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
And they're voting
again,
for
it's
this
back to
side
the
over here.
Yeah.
They're voting for this side over here, and I'm trying to figure out why.
Yeah.
Though year after year, this side has proven not to be for them, but they continue to vote for that side. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I'm trying to find out why. That's all I'm trying to do. Find out why.
I think it kind of goes back. It goes back to that. What is it called? It goes back to that sort of what do you call it? The Maslow hierarchy of needs. I sort of
I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sort of that. Yeah. So I think it kind of goes back to that, right? The Democratic Party is successfully appealing to Black Americans' sort of self-fulfillment in that way, where they're appealing to that in some way, shape, or form, right? By coddling them, by appealing to their sort of historical grievances that they might have. So you have like, Democrats they will, kind of dangle that the carrot of like reparations and stuff like that, right? And I think and not only that, they'll take like some of the like sort of the cultural and entertainment
There you
people,
go.
right?
Thank you,
Yeah.
whoever put that up. Yeah, the pinnacle of the Maslow's pyramid is self-actualization. Is that what the Democrats have?
Yeah.
Is that what they're promising blacks? That they will be
no, I'm not saying that they're
self-actualized?
I'm not saying that they're promising that. I'm saying that they're appealing to that. sort of appealing to that the esteem needs, and this self actualization, and just and again the historical grievances in that way. I think that they appeal to that by using like the entertainment industry, the sports industry, those sort of people, and again dangling that the reparations carrot, and sort of appealing to that historical grievance. Whereas the Republican Party, they don't necessarily see fit to that. Like they.
But okay, let me okay, hold up. The Republican Party. Now, I'm not a fan. I've said it publicly. I'm not a fan of the Republican Party at all. I think they're a bunch of pussies. Yes. I don't. But if you look at the bottom of this pyramid, it says physiological needs: food, water, warmth, and rest or rent. I'm
That's
on my
rest.
phone.
Yeah, we
Oh,
need sleep.
rest.
I got
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Yep.
Rest. Yeah.
Sex also often is in that one as well, by the way.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So at the bottom of the pyramid,
Mm-hmm.
what I see the Democrats promising is that they will provide these needs free of charge.
Exactly. Yep.
And the Republicans are not exactly saying that they will provide these needs free of
Right.
charge.
Right.
So that's what's making blacks go toward the Democratic Party. But my comeback on that is there is no free of charge. You have to pay for these things.
Or other people
These
have to pay for them.
physiological needs have to be paid for. Somebody has to provide for those, and they're not going to do it for free.
Clue, you
So
trying
it
to tell
has
me
to be
that you ain't
paid
gonna
for.
feed? You trying to tell me you ain't gonna feed my babies, Clue? My babies need to eat.
No, I'm
Somebody
not
got to pay my
actually.
rent, Clue.
No, not really. Feed my babies, but not yours. But yeah. What I'm saying is that the Democratic Party has said or has sold to blacks that these physiological needs will be provided free of charge. They don't have to worry about that. And they have failed at that election cycle after election cycle after election cycle. But yet blacks
failed at providing those
continue
sort of needs
to vote for them.
You saying that they failed at providing those sort of needs with those, government assistance? They've been pushing for those policies. What I'm saying is that those policies that they're pushing for is actually disabling black people from being able to stand on their own 2 feet. Being
The
able to
fact-
be more self-sufficient, right?
The fact of the matter is, you see all these colors here at the bottom: purple, red, orange, yellow, and at the top green. You have to provide for that yourself as a man, and you have to provide for those for your family. None of those are free. The Democratic Party tells you that we'll provide some of those for free. That's a lie. You have to earn all 5 levels of those yourself as a man. You have to. There's no way around that. You have to buy your food. You have to buy your water. You have to your warmth. AC. I think that's what they're talking about. HVAC. You have to pay for that yourself.
Housing.
Yes. Safety needs. You got to do that yourself. Government cannot provide anything in this pyramid. Period. But they keep selling to the blacks that the Democratic Party keeps selling to the blacks that we'll provide all of this for you. Just vote for us. And time after time, it's found out to be a lie. But yet, the blacks at 90% continue to vote for these niggas. I don't understand it. When will they wake up and find out that they're being lied to? That's all I'm saying. They're being lied to.
Yeah, I agree. They're being lied. I would say that black people are being lied to, but in terms of like if the Democratic Party is providing those sort of needs, I think to some extent they are, and this is why black people tend to vote for them in that way, right?
They're
Because
providing
let me
the need.
finish.
How?
Let me finish. Because through government, assistance, through those
Really?
sort of safety nets, right?
Really?
And this is not. And I don't.
Explain
And I don't think
to
this
me
is
how.
And I
Explain to me
would
how.
say, Yeah, through, like I just said, through government assistance. And I don't think this is something that's just like domestically, like it's just primarily focused on domestics. I think this is sort of like a global thing, right? You know, Trump gets into office and he starts to roll back some of those government assistance like USAID. That it's the same thing. It's the same concept. You know, they use, sort of Americans assistance, right, to sort of garner some sort of compliance in that way, right? And I
Let me
think
ask you
that's what
something,
the
John.
Democratic Party does. Yeah.
Let me ask you something, John. If I gave you $10,000, did I help you?
Yeah, I mean, you're preaching to the cry over here, bro. I'm keep it a stack because I'm not everything I got out. I took that shit out the mud, bro. All right, so
But 90% of the blacks think that if I gave them $10,000, I would be helping them. That's why they
right.
keep voting Democrat.
Hmm.
They keep doing it.
Yeah.
So how do we stop that? Because we know, the three of us on this panel know that these guys are not being helped at all. So how do we stop that?
I mean, how to stop that? I think I don't know how to. I don't know how, but I would say for me specifically, I would say personally, um, I mean, just educating yourself, right? Educating yourself on the history of, our ancestors, our elders, and just looking at America, the country, the history of America, like just looking at it in its sort of, sort of interval periods in America's lifetime, right? So for me personally, just looking at sort of our ancestors and our elders prior to integration, I've recognized that our ancestors, although they went through, sort of direct racism and sort of direct uh, oppression in that way, but they were able to build from that almost like a a diamond in the rough, right? But they were able to build several Black Wall Streets throughout America, like Black economic centers throughout every state, right? Almost every city. So just being self sufficient on that level, I prioritize being self sufficient over being a slave, to someone
You do.
else's. Yeah.
You do. But
Yeah,
how
because
do we
I
convince the
essentially look at the
90%?
Democratic Party as almost enslaving Black people with those sort of
Right.
government assistance.
So how do we convince the 90% that what they're promising is actually hurting them, not
Yeah,
helping?
yeah, yeah. I agree.
How
Yeah.
do we? No, no, no. How? It's a question. How do we convince them? Because if we don't convince them, they're going to
Mhm.
continue at 90% to vote for these idiots.
Yeah.
Because they think
So
they're going to get free shit.
yeah, so I thought I answered that question. Like I just gave you my example of me personally. It was through my sort of self, like me educating myself, right? So I would say education in that way, educating the Black Americans about the history of their of America in that way, America and specifically their people. So just education, I would say, um, and then uh, to sort of just having that objective mindset, right? Because me personally, like, I don't subscribe to either party, so I think objectivity is like the best sort of antidote for like propaganda and those sort of influences, right? So just to kind of teach Black people to be more objective in how they approach history and how they approach life in general, and just educate yourself. You have to educate and put history in its proper context, right? Because 9 times out of 10, the history that people are absorbing is through a democratic lens or some sort of uh, influence from some sort of outside force, right? No, we need to self-educate and put our history into a proper context instead of like, you know, uh, you know, 9 times out of 10, Black Americans are viewing their history through, Black History Month and sort of the propaganda that the Democratic Party sort of promulgates, right? You're a victim, and we got your back. We're gonna coddle you. When you look into the history of the Democratic Party, like both parties, were created and formulated during the times of Black Americans' oppression. So both Democrats and Republicans held slaves. They both oppressed Black people. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's the facts of it, right? So
Oh, let me rephrase. Let me rephrase. Let's kick out. Let's kick out the parties. Forget the parties. How do we convince 90% of blacks that free shit is a bad thing? Answer. That question has nothing to do with political party.
I mean, I don't know that. I don't know because
Free
I
shit
think any.
is bad.
Yeah. I don't know how to answer that because I think any people, globally in general, will take free shit. Like, you know what I mean? If you are coming to someone who's, I got some free shit for you, they're gonna take it automatically. Like, no question, right?
But like I said, pattern recognition. In the past, people have taken free shit and they failed. Why should it be any different for them?
I don't know.
There needs to be a campaign to let all the blacks know that free shit is bad. Nothing good comes out of taking free things from the government. Nothing. It never
Or what you
has, and it
perceive, or
never
what you
will.
perceive to be free because it's not free. To be honest, it's coming out of everybody else's pocket.
Well, they're promoting it as free.
Yeah.
If you didn't earn it,
who's promoted as free? The Democratic Party, right?
The government. They promote it as free. We're gonna do this for you at no cost to you.
But
that's a
they
bad
promote
thing.
it. Listen, they're promoting it as it being free, but it's really not free, and even the government knows that. So
yeah, but blacks don't know that.
Exactly.
That's why we're having this conversation.
Exactly,
They don't know that, which is why they keep voting for Democrat at 90% and beyond. So if we can just convince the blacks that free shit is bad, 100% of the time, free shit is bad. How do we convince blacks that everything that is free, promised by the government, is bad? If we can convince, if we can do that and convince 90% that it's bad, then we can move the needle a little bit. Because they think free shit is good. When the government says we're going to do this for you for free, it's good. That's why they keep voting for them niggas every single election cycle.
I hate to cut you gentlemen off, but we've reached our time for today on this panel. Stanley's about to fire up his own stream. So if you guys want to continue the conversation, feel free to head over there with Stanley.
You want to interject in the conversation before we drop off, or you want to give a summarization or
with
something?
With all due respect, fuck Stanley.
But before we cut off, Universal, what do you think about the conversation?
No, I appreciate the conversation. I wish we had more time to go through it. I actually agree with points on both ends. I think you guys are more aligned than anything, and I like Clue's line of questioning because I think we all need to be thinking about this. One of the things that you said, Ja, that I 100% agree with is black folks need to be more objective thinkers. We are not objective thinkers, and that's part of our issue. We are very emotional based thinkers, and it's very one sided, and I think that's why we are stuck on the quote unquote democratic plantation, as people like to say, is because we believe through our own racial idolatry that that's the best option for us as a collective, instead of seeing that there are more options for us to strive as individuals.
And me, like, I'm not like sort of bipartisan in that way, right? I'm not saying like know f the Democrats totally, right? I would say to sort of move like I like to take the page out the book of like the small hats, right? The Jews, right?
Sure.
When you look at the AIPAC, right? They have representations from both the Democrat and Republican Party. So I think they tend to look at both parties in terms of like short-term and long-term goals, and I think that's how we should operate. But the thing is that I think the problem is, as a collective, I don't think we have any goals in that way, right? As a collective, like I don't think we have a vision for ourselves as a collective. When the immigrants come to this country,
why the collective?
Why the collective?
Yeah, why the collective?
I don't know, because I think collectively we've been cut. We've been cut in so many ways, right? Throughout history, I mean, we've been as a collective, but
maybe that's part of the problem.
When I look at when I look at other groups, like the immigrant groups that come here, Indians, Asians, Caribbeans, Africans, like they come with an agenda, like they they don't have that same sort of historical experiences that Black Americans have.
They don't actually. They're just as divided as everybody else.
When they come to America, I disagree. I think when they come here, they come.
Agree. No, they are.
So let me say,
just like we are.
Yeah, I mean, sure, back in their home country, sure, right. But I'm saying when they come to America, they're coming for a specific goal, and that's to make money,
but they're
tap
not
into
together.
the economics of the country.
They're not together. They happen to agree.
No, I'm just saying collectively as immigrants. I'm not saying that they're all together. I'm saying that
on being prosperous in America. They happen to agree, but they're not together.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they're together holding hands. I'm not saying that.
Divided or more divided as American people here.
Bruh.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that they are. I'm not saying that they're like holy, like kumbaya and holding hands. No, I'm saying that they come in here with an agenda. They have a goal that they're trying to reach, which is to make money, which is to provide for their families back home in their home countries, to send remittances back to their countries.
But that doesn't mean.
And when you look at a lot of these when you look at a lot of these governments that these immigrants people are coming from, they have some of the highest, like Nigeria, for example, they receive a lot of money from remittances alone. I think that's one of the major sort of source of income is through remittances, through the Nigerian diasporas that go abroad. They make money and they send it back home to their country. So they're coming with a clear objective, a clear, vision. And I think Black Americans sort of lost that sort of vision of themselves, in that way.
I gotta pause this, gentlemen. I gotta end the stream. Stanley's stream is started up. I know you said fuck Stanley.
Yeah,
Clue,
fuck
so,
Stanley.
I know you're not headed
Nobody
over
gives
there,
a
but
shit
do you-
about Stanley. I don't. You don't. And Ja doesn't either. Nobody cares about what Stanley's doing. Stanley
You
can
gotta
suck a
plug-
dick.
You gotta plug your channel, Clue.
Yeah, but I think mostly, like for the most part, I think ideologically, like we align with each other still. I just disagree with like something like just call the Black Americans stupid and just drag us
they
through the
are
mud.
stupid. They
Yeah,
are stupid. They
you
keep
can
doing
probably
this
say that
every
you can say that on
election
face
cycle.
value, but I think
they
there's
keep
something deeper
voting
than
for
that.
the party that does not do anything for them.
Yeah.
That is
I
the
think it's-
definition of stupid.
Yeah, I think
It
a lot
is.
of that. Yeah, I
They're
think a lot
low
of it is
IQ.
related to like I think a lot of it is related to like the historical trauma that a lot of Black Americans have, and I think the Democratic Party successfully was able to tap into that historical trauma.
They've also successfully had slavery and Jim Crow.
Facts.
Okay, so that's not an excuse.
Yeah, I mean,
Black
it's just
Americans
such a-
are very low IQ, stupid people. They are. They are. If they keep doing the same retarded lap around this same retarded park every 2 to 4 years and vote for the same people that do nothing for them, they are officially stupid. Come on now.
Yeah, maybe.
I know it's offensive.
Let me ask you a
but
question.
it's
When you say that, right?
It's true.
Last question.
Let me
man. I
ask
gotta
you
shut it
when you
down.
say
Last
that
question.
to
Might cut it
your
out.
like
Cut you off.
your sort of white friends or white Republican friends, like do you feel good about yourself when you say that to them, or what?
I don't have any white Republican friends, actually. So I don't know what you're asking.
Okay.
All right. I gotta shut it. People are getting confused. I appreciate you both. Thank you both. Please come back to the channel. We'll have more open panels and more conversation. I do believe that this conversation needs to continue for sure. But appreciate both of you gentlemen. I'm gonna drop you real quick so I can close out.
Thank you very
All right.
much.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. All right, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed today's panel. Kimmy, I see that there's some confusion. Stanley is up and he is ready to rock and roll. I mean, he is rocking and rolling. Actually, I just dropped the link in the chat. It's the one that says John Galt. That is actually me at the moment. So feel free to hit that link and you should get over to Stanley's show. If you want to join Stanley's panel, I'm going to put the StreamYard link in the chat now as well. So you can just hop straight to the panel if you like. Based on what I'm seeing here, Stanley looks like he's going over something. I don't know what this is. Looks like maybe the earthquake that unfortunately happened over in Asia. So he's going over the earthquake right now. So feel free to join Stanley over there, folks. Again, this is John Galt, the Urban Landlord channel. I'm Universal Jones, new to the team. More content and things come from myself. I think I'm gonna actually post some pre-recorded videos just to do something different on the channel and give a different perspective and let people respond to it outside of just having open panels. But support Portia J, $20 a day for Portia J. Definitely come back, sub, and share to the channel if you haven't already done so. And we'll see you later. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.